Photo ops, exclusive merch, and show-inspired eats. Now through April 12th, you can celebrate spring with discounts for groups of 4 to 8 people. You can plan your visit now at netflix.com/house. At the box office this weekend, Hoppers, the animated comedy, was out on top. It made $46 million.
Nice.
Scream 7 dropped a bit in its second week, falling to second place with a $17.3 million take. Then you have Maggie Gyllenhaal's The Bride, debuted in third place at $7.3 million, well below industry forecast. Animated film Goat is still strong with fourth. Rounding out the top 5, it was Wuthering Heights, and that made $3.8 million.
So I'm seeing all these stories pop up, Preston, about people walking out of the theater during The Bride.
Really?
Though I haven't been able to determine whether it's because it's so gross or it's just super weird, or I don't know what the story is. But yeah there's been stories about people walking out of the theater.
Interesting. Wonder why. All right, we'll start with Justin Bieber. He had a tense run-in with paparazzi Friday night while leaving Sushi Park in West Hollywood with his wife, Haley. Photographers were waiting in the parking garage as the couple headed to their car, and video shows the singer appearing irritated as he got into the vehicle after climbing into the SUV. The Biebs tossed a Fiji water bottle toward the photographers before shutting the door.
Have you ever been to Sushi World? The flume ride is great. It's like these large jumbo shrimp. It's amazing.
Sushi Park.
Yeah.
I've never been there. The bottle did not hit anyone and landed on the ground before the couple's driver quickly left the area. Haley remained calm and did not react to the brief confrontation. The moment comes after another tense paparazzi encounter back in April, where Bieber lashed out at photographers telling them, "You don't care about human beings," and spurred his trademark standing on business meme. Don't know that one. Yeah. A separate paparazzi clash happened in June and saw Bieber begging for their humanity, saying, "I'm a real dad, a real husband, a real man."
Totes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is the what's the meme?
Stand on. I don't necessarily know the meme, but I know the term "standing on business." It just means standing on business.
Is it a picture of him defiant against the paparazzi?
I guess
He's wearing a hoodie and he's pointing to his head.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, I got a head.
Yeah, guess so. Timothée Chalamet recently caught heat from the ballet and opera crowd after he said no one cares about those types of performance art. And now several companies have responded by inviting him to see their shows. The Metropolitan Opera posted a montage of its productions with the caption, "This one's for you, Timothy." The English National Opera offered him free tickets on us to help you fall back in love with opera anytime, while the Royal Ballet and Opera reminded him that thousands of people pack their venue nightly for the sheer magic of live performance. Meanwhile, Seattle Opera Company created the promo code Timothy for 14% off, writing, "Timmy, you're welcome to use it too." The actor originally made the remarks during CNN, Variety, and Variety Town Hall with Matthew McConaughey.
Here's where you can make everyone happy. Do a Dune opera.
Oh, yeah.
All right. And he can star in it.
It was funny because Weekend Update, I think, had a joke about him, in this whole controversy. And he was out promoting his movie about ping pong. It was like, fair. Fair.
Yep. So the clues are still stacking up that point to Tom Holland and Zendaya probably, possibly, maybe being married. We told you last Friday over the weekend. We told you about that last Friday. And then over the weekend, perhaps another clue to add fuel to the fire. Spider-Man Brand New Day co-star Liza Colin-Zayas took to her Instagram stories and reposted an item about the couple being married. The actress added an emoji of hands making a heart shape and tagged both Zendaya and Holland, and yet still no official word confirming or denying the rumors from either Zendaya or Holland.
More importantly, when's that movie coming out?
Yeah, the trailer, one of the trailers dropped.
Did it?
Yeah, and I haven't really watched it yet.
I gotta watch
it's
that.
coming out soon.
Yeah, I figured that's going
More
to come
important
out.
than their marriage.
Seriously, for me at least. Because that'll come out before the next Avengers movie,
It's supposed
right?
to,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Case, but I'm definitely ready. I'm ready for another
absolutely.
good, another good pull from the MCU.
Last one was terrific.
Kimberly Vanderbeek shared an emotional tribute honoring her late husband, James Vanderbeek, of course, on what would have been his 49th birthday. Posting unseen photos and videos on her Instagram story, she reflected on their life together and wrote, "I'm missing you tremendously. The heartfelt posts included tons of sweet family moments with their 6 children, Olivia, Joshua, Annabelle, Amelia, Gwendolyn, and Jeremiah. Jim's, of course, tragically passed away on February 11th. Kimberly took the day to highlight memories of him with their kids, writing always dancing with his kids and taking them on adventures alongside touching snapshots. In another message about the beloved actor, she shared, "You are the light of our lives," while expressing gratitude by adding, "I'm so grateful for the time." Kimberly later reflected on the depth of her loss, writing, "Baby, you were the best humanity had to offer. This is a loss I don't know how to process, and I will love you forever."
Since his passing, the amount of people that have sort of, not coming out of the woodwork, but the people who have made it be known that they were dear friends with him. Like, he was incredibly likable. People loved him.
There was somebody else who passed over the weekend, and you may or may not know the actor Corey Parker. He appeared in a number of hit TV shows, including Will and Grace. He was only 60 years old. His aunt, Emily Parker, told TMZ that he died on Thursday in Memphis, Tennessee, after being diagnosed with cancer. According to a GoFundMe, his page was set up to raise funds for his family, and previously had been diagnosed with advanced stage 4 metastatic cancer. The page said the cancer was discovered after he went for hip replacement surgery. In one update, Parker said that his body initially responded to medication. The cancer had slowly spread. By November 2025, he said 90% of his bones were covered with adenocarcinoma, according to the Cleveland Clinic's common and often aggressive type of cancer that starts in the glands that line a person's organs. He shared on February 17th the cancer was terminal, having previously said it was wearing down his body to the point where he could no longer function properly and had lost the ability to write and type. I remember him from Brighton Beach Memoirs. He played, or not Brighton Beach Memoirs, Biloxi Blues. He played Eugene.
That's it, yes.
No, not Eugene Morris Jerome. He played the geeky one that they thought may have been gay, if you remember that.
Then I don't.
I thought that was him.
Yeah.
So, he was born in New York City. He trained with teachers from the Actors Studio as a teenager. He scored bit parts through the 80s, such as the new Leave It to Beaver. Marissa, if you could find up his IMDb. And if he was in, I've forgotten if it was Brighton Beach Memoirs or Biloxi Blues.
So it's Biloxi Blues, and his character is Private Arnold B. Epstein.
Okay, yeah, Epstein. He was the one that at the end gets the comeuppance with the sergeant.
Oh, okay.
At the end,
right, yeah.
But he was good in that. So he also landed a role on The Love Boat, The Next Wave, and then he was cast on a recurring role as Will and Grace as Josh, the meek boyfriend of Deborah Messing's character.
A ton of theater as well, right?
Yeah. Exactly. So sad news that he passed away at 60. Nicola Peltz, stepdad, questions about her husband Brooklyn Beckham's feud with his parents. David and Victoria Beckham instead focusing on her upcoming ballet film, Prima. When pressed, she told The Hollywood Reporter that she has been busy editing the project, saying, "I've been editing my next film. We've just been trying to make a deadline for Cannes."
Can't wait for no one to see it.
The family drama escalated earlier this year when Brooklyn accused parents of undermining his marriage and sabotaging wedding plans, blah, blah, blah. You know the story about
it. It won't stop.
But, Nicola, had sidestepped some of the questions now that are being posed to her.
Nicola!
Congratulations to Josh Jamal and his wife Audra. They're expecting their second child together. The mom-to-be shared photos of her bare baby bump on Instagram and wrote, "Adding a little girl to our story. We can't wait to meet you."
How old is Jamal?
About the age, about 50 or so.
Yeah. Looks good. Still looks good.
Josh and Audra got married in 2022. They welcomed their son Shepard in 2024. Josh also shares a 12-year-old son, Axel, with his wife Fergie, too. Let's see. Livy Dunn, college gymnast turned influencer, is readying her next era. Talking to People magazine, Dunn revealed that she's hardcore pursuing a career in acting. She said, "One thing people will be surprised about is that I take acting lessons, and I really love it." I wasn't familiar with her, but I looked her up. She's stunningly gorgeous.
So she was already quite wealthy off of just the Instagram photos.
Yeah.
Like, it has far eclipsed how much she's made, but she legitimately is a good gymnast.
Oh, yeah.
She was one of the first athletes to like really find success with that case. What is it called? The NIL?
NIL? Yeah.
The NIL. Yeah. When college athletes were approved to finally make money in college.
See, I think she's going to do good in acting because it's the one thing Meryl Streep can't do is the pummel horse.
That's right.
Yeah.
She said, it's something that I've been passionate about for quite some time. I was interested in doing that at LSU, but sports are your top priority when you're a student athlete at school. School and sports, but really gymnastics was my main focus. Dunn wrapped up her gymnastics career last year. Now that she has earned her diploma, she said, I have a little more time to lean into the acting stuff and the creative side of things.
So I heard you talking about this. Obviously, you hit a certain milestone with your radio career, and Preston was relaying to us how you want to get into gymnastics. And
Yeah. I thought that if I don't do it now,
you'll be too old.
I will never have a chance at it. So I better strike while the iron is hot.
While you're ready to
Preston,
go.
what do you think for you personally, is the most difficult gymnastics move you can actually do?
Oh, that I can do?
That you can do.
The iron cross.
The iron cross?
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
You can obviously...
It looks really hard.
But you make it look easy.
I make it look easy.
You know, and you're right. Really, all it's about is just holding your arms out to the side.
Yeah, that's all you got to do.
Guys, I don't want to brag, but over the weekend when we were in the hotel, I did a headstand on the bed.
Wow, on the bed?
Yeah, from like laying down.
That ain't easy.
It was pretty proud of that.
What brought that on?
The Kama Sutra.
Yeah, right?
Just a little bit of boredom and laying in
Here,
bed.
get ready.
I mean, who do you call it? Jello Man was doing headstands on a platform while flicking Jello shots into the crowd on Saturday. So
What, were they holding him up on the platform?
yeah, he
Yes.
was on a platform
Yeah.
and he was doing headstands.
The guy's unbelievable.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was during Wheatus, and then they went off, and they were like, wait, when you do shows, promoters are always like, don't throw anything out to the audience. It's not safe. It's not safe. And then here's a guy shooting Jello to people all over the crowd.
That's awesome. All right, so what else I have for you? Congratulations to Brody Jenner and Tia Blanco. They're expecting their second child.
Brody.
He was on the Hills, right?
Yeah.
The couple announced the news on Instagram Saturday. Jenner shared a picture of him kissing his wife on the beach as he held up a sonogram picture.
I'm kissing my wife.
Their
and
daughter,
holding up a sonogram picture.
their daughter Honey was also in the photo. I mean, do you want her to be a stripper?
Yeah.
I mean,
Honey, this is Mercedes. This is Savannah.
Her middle name's Lips, so it's okay.
and the caption alongside read, "Our little Honey is going to be a big sister this September." The couple
Center pole, baby, nothing but.
were married last July. They welcomed Honey 2 years before that in July 2023, by the way.
Dance for daddy.
All right, now that the BAFTA N-word controversy has settled down a bit, one question remains. How did the incident make it to the air when the BAFTA editors were working with a 2-hour tape delay? In a letter sent to UK's Culture, Media and Sports Committee on Friday, Tim Davie, the Director General of the BBC, explained how the slur not only made it to air, but remained on iPlayer, the BBC's on-demand video service, until the following morning. He said, our initial evidence gathering has found that no one in the on-site broadcast truck heard this when they were watching the live feed. He said, because no one in the broadcast truck was aware that it was on the live feed, there was therefore no editorial decision made to leave the language in. He further explained that the editors caught and censored a later slur, and in doing so, they thought they had caught the slur, not realizing it had happened twice. Davie again offered an apology, saying that I want to assure you that the BBC profoundly regrets the events around the broadcast of the BAFTAs, and we understand the hurt and shock that the mistake caused.
Yeah, that was the big issue, that it was a 2-hour delay. They could have easily cut it out.
But he says nobody was listening.
Right.
So.
We don't watch this crap.
Yeah.
We don't watch this crap.
Wow.
The BAFTAs.
Jamie Lee Curtis is proud as F of her goddaughter for her latest movie. The 67-year-old actress took to Instagram to share her support for goddaughter Maggie Gyllenhaal's new bold punk feminist opera of a movie, The Bride, in a unique way. She wrote in a caption and posted a picture. She said, she sent me some lingerie, which is one of the partnerships with Victoria's Secret, and I wore it today to support my moneymakers as well as her movie, and couldn't figure out how to show her my support, so this was the best I could do in a limo driving around New York City. And she's She's pulling down her top, and you can see the lingerie underneath, and she looks great.
So how is Maggie Gyllenhaal her goddaughter?
I don't know exactly how that works
Kevin
out.
Bacon involved with that?
Not really sure how she became the goddaughter. Fans in the comment section could not help but gush over the photo. Curtis is known in Hollywood for speaking her mind, telling AARP's Movies for Grown-Ups in March that her mindset changed when she turned 60, telling the outlet she had realized that I was going to die sooner than later. She said, sooner than later means sooner than later. And that understanding meant I have no effing time to waste. No time to waste on toxic people, on relationships that don't serve me. The Freaky Friday star shared in a caption that she is in New York to promote her latest project, Scarpetta, which she is starring in and producing with Nicole Kidman. It's based on the popular book series written by Patricia Cornwall and stars Kidman as a forensic pathologist, Kay Scarpetta, as she works to catch a serial killer. Curtis stars alongside her as Dorothy Farianelli.
That could be good.
Kidman's character's sister, yeah.
So it looks like that Jamie Lee Curtis is longtime friends with Jake and Maggie's parents. They're a screenwriter and director.
There you go. All right.
Let's see. This is fun to see. Pixar is officially developing a third film of the beloved Monsters, Inc. franchise, according to a new profile examining the studio's next plans. Details about the upcoming installment remain a secret, including who will direct it and where it will fall in the franchise's timeline. The report also noted Pixar is juggling several other sequels and originals, including Toy Story 5, The Incredibles 3, and a follow-up to Coco, while the studio continues experimenting with new projects and genres.
So I love the first one. Enjoyed the second one.
Yeah.
Monsters, Inc. Let's see what they got.
Yeah, Monsters University was the second one. That was really good. I mean, the first one's fantastic. So, yeah, they can keep it coming. And The Incredibles 3,
Absolutely.
I would love to see
Wasn't
that.
there a Monsters, Inc. series?
I thought there was, Steve.
Right.
Like short-lived,
Right.
but I don't remember 100%, but it sounds familiar to me, yes. So this is not happening. Let's see. Disney is making a live-action remakes of many of the classic movies. One of its beloved films will remain untouched. Carlos Lopez Estrada, the director who was attached to plan a live-action take on Disney's 1973 classic Robin Hood, said that the film is no longer happening. Do it! He said it's dead, sadly. Responding to
We've had enough Robin Hoods.
I mean, I kind of agree with you.
yeah.
You know?
Enough Robin Hoods.
Yeah, question on Reddit said, I say sadly because I actually thought there was something really special and original there, some truly extraordinary music that we had figured out for it. I kept daydreaming about doing it independently with different characters. But you're right, it's been beat to death.
Animated movie about Robin Thicke. Do that.
But I guess this would be the one, remember he was a fox in the animated movie, so they were going to do it that way, as opposed to,
By the way,
another human being playing Robin.
That wasn't all that good. That animated one with the fox. It was okay.
I don't know when it came out.
I don't even remember really
Years
seeing
ago.
It was from the 70s, 1973. Oh, I thought it was good.
Yeah. All right, so fans of the Peacock series Ted may have a really long wait for a third season. Seth MacFarlane, creator and voice of the foul-mouthed teddy bear, admitted that he has no plan for season 3 of the show, citing really expensive production costs. He said, what I kept hearing from Peacock and Universal was, listen, the show is really expensive to produce, and there's no way to do it at a lower cost. He said, so I said, all right, I hear you loud and clear. And he wrote the last scene with Max walking into a gym, presumably coming out as Mark Wahlberg in the first Ted film.
So I started watching the second season. I love the first season. It is incredibly wrong. The plot lines are terrific. But the thing you do forget, Preston, they do such a good job. There's this CGI bear that's not there.
Right.
You know, but yet
So
you
acting
forget
against
that. Yeah. That's
Are
how good. And that's expensive to do that.
Sure. Are they acting against tennis balls? Is that what they
I
do?
think they might be acting with, I guess, maybe a little person in a costume. I'm not sure exactly what they're doing.
Okay.
But the kid who's playing young Mark Wahlberg is spot on.
But he's saying it's too expensive at this point.
I
so.
believe it.
All right, and then one last story, and then we'll move on to the clips. Netflix has announced that there will be a 4th season of The Night Agent, the political action thriller stars Gabriel Basso as Peter Sutherland, a former low-level White House FBI agent who finds himself hunting down a high-level government mole. The series is based on the novel of the same name by Matthew Quick.
How much do you have to hunt to find a mole?
I just started watching this the other day.
The first season?
Yeah, well, I turned it on and I thought it was a movie. And then it was like, 3 seasons. Okay.
Yeah, Rochelle's been watching it. She likes it.
Yeah, it's
Is it
cute.
good? Yeah?
I don't know.
it's
I
not
haven't
bad.
seen it.
Yeah, it's not bad.
All right.
Season 3 debuted on Netflix last month. Season 4 is expected to begin production in the next few months. So, yeah, Marissa, it's great when you come across something that's decent and you're like, oh, I have multiple seasons
There's
to
a whole
dive
mess
into.
of these, yeah.
Yeah. All right, and then we got the clips, people. So let's get to those. Partners from 2 different agencies must work together to stop domestic terrorism in the CIA, or actually the show CIA. Here, Tom Ellis shares how his character operates differently than his partner.
They have the same goal, to save the day, but they have very different philosophies about how they go about it. The CIA likes to work in the grey, in the shadows, in between the laws, maybe break a law to actually get the greater good.
I don't think I want to see it.
New episode of CIA airs tonight, 9 p.m. That's on CBS. Here's our next clip. The Rise and Fall of Reggie Dinkins is the comedic tale of redemption for the rambunctious former NFL star. Here, Daniel Radcliffe explains the greatness of working with Tracy Morgan.
Working with Tracy is what you would expect it to be, in that he's going to say like 4 or 5 of the craziest things that you've ever heard a human being say, but he's also like one of the funniest people on the planet. He's really generous and kind and like actually very, very sweet.
Could you shut up?
New episodes of The Rise and Fall of Reggie airs tonight at 7:30 p.m. on NBC if you want to check that out. There you go, your entertainment report for this Monday morning. We got some Daybreak. That's a beautiful thing. We are working on a new time schedule. Hopefully it's not wrecking you too much, friend, but I'm certain that the mid-70s temperatures has helped ease things along a little bit as far as that goes.
Did yesterday.
Oh,
we just
man.
hit 70, but I'm like, more!
Yeah, and even just catching a little bit of daylight, not obscured by a heavy blanket of clouds. It was wonderful.
Do you know what I found out yesterday? I have a lawn.
Oh, my God. Wow.
I have a yard.
And what all's in that yard, Steve?
Grass and tons of dog poop.
Yes, exactly.
Just spent about an hour and a half picking up.
So we're going up to 73 degrees today. We're going to 78 tomorrow. That may as well be 80 degrees, folks. That's insane.
That's the anomaly.
That is
we'll
one of
take
the
it.
that is one of the biggest about faces temperature-wise I can recall in recent memory.
Well, we were sub-zero for a while, so we're
just a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
80 degrees.
All right, so it's all good. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Monday morning it is, but hang tight. We'll do our best to ease the pain. We'll be right back.
One of those things that decriminalization happened so fast, and it was essentially, look, we're just going to, because it was a Philly thing. It was, we're no longer going to arrest for it. We're just going to issue tickets.
Right.
But the state is the one that makes the determination on criminal and motor vehicle code violations, and they have not caught up.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Can you have a medical marijuana card and a fishing license?
I think so.
They're still working on that.
Hey, the firearms thing, is that nationally or is that just in the state?
He was saying it was federal.
But
Well, so the firearms, it's all submitted federal, so they still fall under federal guidelines. Not every state has a medical marijuana program.
okay, got it.
That's still local.
Okay.
They're
Got it.
still state by state.
All right, Sarge, thanks for the info, man. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
All right, you too.
I'd be the worst. But my brothers are all both law enforcement. I'd be the worst at it. What code is this again?
Yeah.
I forget the Miranda rights, all that stuff. I'd be the worst.
Wow.
I mean, like, I couldn't even umpire a softball game.
Yeah, could you imagine going into a
amount of
drug
rules.
bust? I thought you said go into the bag.
Is this infield fly rule?
Thank you for saying that, because the umpire yesterday missed 2 infield fly rules, and we were losing by like 1,000 runs. I'm like, please just give us these outs.
Real quick, one of the funniest moments of my life was watching my father try to explain to my mother the infield fly rule. And it took about an hour and a half, and she still doesn't understand it. But boy, did my brothers enjoy the process.
Well, it seems like all this has a multitude of infield fly rules.
Seriously.
Yeah, people are trying to hash out, Nick.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
It is. But, I mean, things have lightened up so much. If you look back, 25 years ago as opposed to now and where things are. I mean, me as a user, I love it. I think it's great.
You're so right, though, Press, because years ago, I remember he smokes pot.
I know. Or if I were to mention it on the air, would have been, even just a couple of years ago, would have been really taboo.
And now we have advertisers.
Yeah.
Bill walks around toking all day.
I still think of it that way, though, a little bit. Like, I'm like, oh, yeah, he's a pot smoker.
My romance with weed is I can remember back to my teenage years, like really good bags specifically of pot that
Play
I
some
would
Journey
get.
faithfully.
And just I hold these great little memories. Now, I also did some really stupid stuff while being high throughout the years, especially in those earlier days, because when you first start trying it, it's augmented in its effect. I mean, and of course they have strains now that'll still get me baked out of my mouth. One of the highest I've ever been. And I'm not going to retell the story here because I've told it 1,000 times, was when we went to Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
And went to this couple's house, and I smoked some local stuff, and I'm like, I am so high. I couldn't believe it.
Pierre's mentioned that over the years about how now they can be more specific and the strains are more powerful. And,
oh, my God.
And our good friend of ours, Steve McLean, I guess he took a gummy or something at a wedding.
Yeah, it was a gummy. It was an edible, and he had a reaction.
And just said, let's try
had
this.
to go to the hospital.
Well, had to be brought out on a gurney.
When I went to my very first meeting as soon as I got my medical card and went to a dispensary, and I met with the pharmacist who sat me down to walk me through the process. It's funny because he goes, all right, so, just to find out what your tolerance level is, he goes, what you do is you take a hit of this, and he goes, and you wait 15 minutes and see how you feel. And he turns to me and he goes, and really wait 15 minutes. Like a real 15 minutes. Because the mistake everybody makes, especially with edibles, is they take this half hour, 45 minutes later, they're like, I'm not feeling anything. Let me take another one. And then
they're gone.
They didn't realize that it takes an hour and 15 minutes for it to kick in. You've got to wait.
Yeah,
you have to wait.
End up curled up.
Until you find out what your level is.
In the fetal position. I am pro weed. I do think that when it comes to teenagers, you really have to be cautious.
Yes.
It affects teenage brains differently than it affects adult brains.
Does, yeah.
And so I think that needs to be, you have to be really, really cautious if you're younger than 18. Preston, have you ever been to Amsterdam?
I have not.
I have. And it's beautiful. And when I went there, it was like 96 or 97. The fact that weed culture was legal there really changed my perspective on a lot of things. And I think you would enjoy it.
Okay.
It's fun to get high and go to art museums.
Steve, I just out of nowhere just started getting like really paranoid on it. And so like
that's a common side effect, is it not?
Well, it can be, and so, but and I had a friend who stopped because she was getting paranoid on, and I didn't get that. It didn't register with me until it started happening to me in Preston. One time, we partook, and then we were at a bar, and it was on the same day as the Kentucky Derby, and there was a guy at the bar who was just taking bets for the Kentucky Derby. So, like, no harm, no foul.
Right.
It's not some big gambling ring or anything like that. So I placed a bet for a trifecta and then I sit down and I see these guys sitting at a table, and I was convinced that they were the FBI and they were going to
oh my God.
And that they were going to bust the place for illegal gambling. I called my wife and had her pick me up. I was like, get me out of here. Well, we're going to get arrested.
To be arrested by the FBI.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Right? I swear to God.
Homeland Security's here. They're going to arrest me. That's why, honestly, I've never been drunk and I've never been into this, but I have no issue with it whatsoever. My thing is that paranoia and fear of losing control.
Paranoia, anxiety.
Anxiety.
I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to be the first person that dies of a heart attack from smoking pot.
I think I'm too much of a puss.
Yeah.
I think the NBA just took steps recently to decriminalize it amongst players because it's so prevalent among NBA. I mean, a lot of athletes.
They haven't been testing for years.
Right, but you could get fined or suspended for it. And then, I think a lot about hockey players because they beat the crap out of each other every night, and then they turn to opiates or coke or alcohol.
Yeah,
and there's a strong movement in the NHL to make weed legal in that sport because it can treat players a lot. Riley Cote, man, that guy's an interesting dude, and his perspectives on marijuana are fascinating.
He made a whole cottage industry out of it.
When I go go to a dispensary, almost always you will see people sitting in the waiting room. Sometimes you have to wait to get back.
Preston!
To go in. No. Well, actually, they do. Sometimes they welcome me like that. But you'll see people who clearly need pain management, and they're with canes and just look like they're there to get medicine.
I've told you this many times before, so I don't use pot. I have no desire to. However, in my own life, I've said this story about my mother battling the pain of cancer. She was in late stages of her life. The only thing that alleviated the pain at the end there was pot that we were able to get for her. So yes, absolutely, I can see that.
Well, it is indeed 4:20, and thank you for the calls. By the way, some that I didn't get to, one of them, Jessica, said she had a bartender and a bud tender at her wedding.
Wow.
She's going to.
Oh, she's going to. Oh, that's a pretty sweet deal. And Joe, who called in, he worked at a deli, and their phrase to go smoke weed was check the roof. Because apparently they'd go and, I guess, go up on the roof and get stoned and come back. So, but anyhow, indeed, it is 4:20, so... thought a little discussion was warranted. What we're going to do is take a break, come back in a second, and have your chance. Your first chance to win $1,000 in MMRBQ tickets. We'll get the bizarre file as well. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Kathy, so ladies and gentlemen, today we honor a man who has a very special way of speaking, of announcing his presence. And that is our boss, Bill Weston. Yeah. Today is Talk Like Bill Weston Day. And in honor of Talk Like Bill Weston, it's like Talk Like a Pirate Day. At some point, you might
think
go
it's better.
You don't have to talk about it all day long. But if you do throw a little homage to Bill Weston, it's great. And in as much, we are going to do a contest called Who Said It Bestin'? Talk Like Bill Weston. If you are interested in winning some great prizes and you think you do a pretty good Bill Weston impression, text Bill to 39333. Right now, we are going to randomly select people to play, and we're going to text you a line that you will have to read in conjunction with someone else. So we're going to have two people reading the same Bill Weston line in their best Bill Weston impression. We will vote amongst us here. We will pick a winner, and then we have prizes like Dave Chappelle tickets.
Which is amazing.
Casey, what all do we have to give away? And by the way, don't call.
Right.
Text Bill to 39333. We are going to text. We're going to randomly choose people through the text, and we are going to send you the line, and we are going to call you and get you on the air with us. So you don't have to dial us at all. Just text the word Bill to 39333. What all do we have to give away, Case?
Yeah, so in addition to the Chappelle tickets, which go on sale tomorrow, we also have tickets to go see Fantastic Beasts. As well, with that, the Philly Orchestra is performing Harry Potter at the Man in July. So we have, basically two pairs of tickets there.
And by the way, the Chappelle show is going to be Saturday, May 28th at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City.
We have Cases of Loverboy, which is that is a sparkling hard tea, and we also have the Batman. We got the Batman on digital.
Awesome.
The Batman. He's like a bat.
All right, so text word Bill to 39333, and we will see if you've got what it takes to talk like the best in Bill Weston.
Would you explain the origin again? Because it was simply by happenstance.
Yeah, we were talking to actor Ed Begley Jr., who you know from Christopher Guest movies and all kinds of stuff, and he had used the phrase low-hanging fruit. That's one of Bill's favorite refrains.
Yes.
And so afterwards, Nick had said, I didn't know today was Talk Like Bill Weston Day. And then immediately we said, well, we have to create that now. And so therefore we have done it. So April 21st is Talk Like Bill Weston Day.
There are countless arbitrary national this and that days.
Yep.
There's no reason this should not be a national day.
The funny thing is it takes place on Dr. Mike's birthday, where we could clearly do a Talk Like Dr. Mike Day, too. Because all you have to do is talk like that.
Well, in a weird twist, the reason why we started saying privileged was because of our association with Dr. Mike.
That's true.
That's weird.
Let's share the origin of that for a moment, because we all have Dr. Mike is our doctor at Penn Medicine, and we were talking about, I don't know, just seeing Dr. Mike or whatever, and Bill told us that we should not talk about that often because it makes us seem privileged. And
because we go to the doctor.
Because we go to the doctor. And so we thought that was hilarious. And so therefore, privileged became part of the vernacular.
I think
And
because-
generated a very successful line of T-shirts.
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
I think because we were saying Penn Medicine and it wasn't like, oh, we went to the doctor, because it was this big, I don't know, conglomerate, we sounded like we were privileged because we went to Penn Medicine.
Right. It was just one of those little bill concerns.
It's okay.
And so
many of those are represented in these billicisms.
Yep. So that was born. And then, obviously low-hanging fruit, and third leg of the stool, and the barn door, and all these little
Homyuncle.
things. Homyuncle.
The best part is that Bill now gets it. He'll come in and go, I actually do talk like that.
Right. Well, it's funny. He doesn't speak like that all the
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
But
It's greeting people.
Bill it doesn't have the ability. You know how if I see you, Case, yo, dude, what's going on? You know what I mean? Like, that's my delivery. Hey, man, how are you?
Yeah.
Or good morning, or whatever it may be. Bill
Totally.
makes an entrance. He opens the door, and he usually does it like he almost kicks it open. Like he'll open it very big. Morning show, people. and he does it that way. And then he settles. Marissa, we're going to recap the Cardboard Classic a little later on this morning. But I did want to talk a tad bit about the and we'll get your calls and so on if you want to share anything that you had experienced. But we had daylight savings time over the weekend. Hopefully. Fortunately,
remembered.
for the most part, it handles itself now, at least with phones and your car system. However, we still keep a couple of analog clocks around the house.
We do as well. Well, I have this atomic clock that has to be reset. So that's the only clock in the house that needs to be manually reset. Everything else from appliances, everything does it automatically. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I've got a few where I literally have to take my finger and
Oh, no kidding.
bring the bring the minute hand around, which I like doing.
I love that. I have to make sure that the microwave and the stove are exactly the same.
Okay.
Like it kills me if
You're not
they-
the only one.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I do it and then I hit send at the same time or save at the same time.
I can, because of the proximity, I can't do both at the exact same time, but I enter one and then I immediately, like less than 10 seconds is going to go by that I try to get those in
I'll wait a
sync.
minute. I will wait a minute, and I do it all to my watch.
You
so-
need to have it to the second.
Precise.
Synced up. No kidding.
Oh, I did. Listen,
That's funny.
For the longest time when I had to reset the microwave and the oven, I'm like, that's what I look at when I'm in the kitchen. What's the time? It's got to be spot on accurate.
Yeah, but I within the same minute, I'm fine, but you guys need it by the second.
second, yep.
Okay.
I used to sync it up to the TV Guide channel. Remember the TV Guide channel
Sure.
that
Yes.
would have all
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
channels going and it would count the seconds?
Yeah.
I used to sit there for a full 60 seconds and wait for it, and then I could hit save.
I could see that because you knew that was it was following network standards, and I guess there's got to be a clock that I guess it would
The
be
atomic clock.
or
Yeah.
the Greenwich Mean Time.
Greenwich Mean Time, yeah.
be
So
it.
so mine is supposedly tapped into that. It's probably in somebody's basement somewhere in Trent. But it just justified the extensive cost for the thing. But that's the only one I have to manually reset. But I used to have to. You're right, Preston. It's virtually. My appliances now automatically do it, which
your
is
car
cool.
will
the
do it,
car
too.
does it, yeah.
No, I had to do my car too. It's older. We
Okay.
stayed over in a hotel. We stayed up for Winterfest over the weekend, and they actually slipped a piece of paper under the door, reminding
really?
people. Yeah.
okay.
Well, I guess because it kind of could affect checkout. If
Right.
you're, if checkout was 11, it's technically 10 a.m.
And also
BS nice headstand.
And also
Right?
the clocks inside the hotel room, at least the one I stayed in, was just one that's plugged into the wall.
But that one, the one next to the nightstand, changed on its own.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So mine had the incorrect time altogether on it. So I rolled over and I looked at it in the middle of the night. And I'm like, oh, I got plenty of time to sleep. And I woke up after my alarm went off, and I'm like, wait a second.
What the hell? You raised a good point, though. How often these days do you ever end up using the actual phone in the room?
Yeah.
The alarm clock in a room?
Yeah. Only a couple times when I remember a little while back, I needed to call. I forgot where we were staying. I needed to call the front desk or order room service. And I go to pick up the phone and I'm like, I'm trying to find the button.
Right.
You hit the button for front desk or whatever, room service, and it's just like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work.
And they seem shocked when the call comes through.
Oh my God.
Wait, what?
Hello? That thing is ringing?
You're staying at this hotel?
Yeah. But hopefully everybody got it together. I do remember in times past where I had forgotten.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh man. Well, it depends on It depends on whether it's fall or spring.
Which is so. This is easier for you. I assume this is the worst one for you.
Yeah, this
right?
is more difficult.
Did you get whomped a little bit?
I feel good right now.
Yeah.
I think later today it'll probably kick me in the ass, or on Wednesday, which is always the most tired day of the week.
I made sure to go to bed just to make sure that I was asleep a little bit earlier.
I did
really?
adhere to the new time and went to bed at that time last night.
All right, so I actually do the opposite, Steve. I go to bed a little bit later and wake up earlier so that I could fall asleep at a decent hour last night.
Well, whatever I did, it ended up work. I usually don't get that dinged because I don't sleep a lot to begin with, but I
Right.
find the spring ahead is the one that'll do it to me.
Yeah, so
and I'm doing pretty well.
Falling asleep on Sunday night has always, proven to be the most difficult for me. So, like I said, I stayed up, watched a TV show, watched a movie, probably
a little bit of porn.
A little bit of porn. No, I actually didn't do any of that. But, went up to bed probably close to like 1 o'clock, something like that.
All right.
And then I wanted to, but it was like the first 10 seconds I was awake yesterday. And then I was like, oh, man, that's right. Yeah.
Well, 2 o'clock is when it officially occurs.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then it switches.
And so we were in Scranton. We were looking for a place to have dinner. And so we were just on, the Google or whatever, Apple Maps, just looking at restaurants and when they close. And some of them said 3 a.m., which I thought was very interesting because technically they weren't closing at 2 because there was no 2 a.m.
Right, yeah.
They were closing at 3 a.m.
Interesting.
I wonder if you have a business or whatever. Like we were talking about, they're looking to extend in general the bar hours here in the city to accommodate the World Cup and all that stuff. But when that switch takes place, it's a bit of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, well, you're losing an hour. I mean, back in the day too, I used to, it was fun to go out when you would bounce back. Because then at 2 a.m. you get the extra hour at the bar.
Hey, going back to setting the time on your digital clocks at the exact moment that the minute strikes, somebody had texted in, and this is true. On the iPhone, the clock icon has a second hand that's sweeping by. It's the small icon.
I didn't realize that.
And it is you can actually just sit there and look at that, and right when it hits, which was right now.
Wow.
That you could do your time there.
Oh,
they
I
could
love
sync
it,
that
that.
up perfectly.
With all the clocks we encounter, I mean, now if a lot of them are just tied to the Wi-Fi time, and then that's what you're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I wonder how the variation in the time being displayed, how wide it is over, say, like, from business to business, because a lot of stuff is predicated on the exact time.
Yeah.
And I don't think we hit it a lot.
Press, I didn't know that about the second hand. Now I'm going to have to go back and reset all the clocks because they're all pretty close, but they're not exact.
You could be exact.
You can definitely do
I
that.
love that.
By the way, I saw this article about how to bounce back if daylight savings time hits you hard. This according to Emily Manoogian,
the Manoogster,
a scientist who studies the body biological clocks. Said the whole time that we're on daylight savings time, we're misaligning our environment with our bodies. It's not the 1 hour shift that makes everyone feel bad. It's this chronic disruption that makes us worse versions of ourselves. So if time
it's a little
is
harder than I thought.
hitting you a little roughly, here are some ways to help yourself bounce back. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's hear them.
Here we go. So it says, think of daylight savings time like jet lag. So it's not just losing sleep. It throws our circadian system out of whack, and some people have a tougher time coping with it than others. So you need to give your body a few days to catch up. Springing forward puts the body an hour behind, so we end up forced to do things that it's not ready to do yet. Be gentle with yourself while you adjust.
I think our sleep schedules are so routinely ridiculous that we have all our scars in place. We can take this.
Yeah, I think so.
I think if people are on a real 9 to 5, I think this could be more damaging. But our hours are so absurd that, okay, what do you got?
There are some years where it does hit me though, and I'll have to. It remains to be seen how I feel so far this year. I'll have to wait, to the next couple of days. But I remember in years past going, "Wow, why am I so exhausted this week?"
It's always the.
And then you double back and go, "Oh yeah, it's daylight savings."
It's always this one. Yeah.
So they recommend you get outside, preferably in the sunshine, to help combat some of the effects of the time change.
I slept outside. I misunderstood.
Like foggy thinking, feeling moody, and of course being tired, getting some exercise every day, and going to bed earlier for a week. can also help as well.
I wonder which one of the two, because we do know there's an increase in heart attacks when the time shift takes place. I wonder which of the two is more responsible for heart attacks.
That's a good question. Also recommend to sleep in if you can. Don't force yourself to do anything too strenuous in the mornings for a few days. So if you can, good luck with that.
Yeah. Oh, sure, I'll do that.
I'm sorry, I can't come in today. Daylight savings time.
Yeah, you know,
I'm going to
well-
sleep in.
Oh, I understand. Take the whole week if you need.
And paying attention to when you eat is important. To regulate your circadian rhythms, you want to give yourself an hour after waking up before you eat and a few hours to digest after eating before your bedtime.
Is it possible to not pay attention when you're eating? Like, did I just eat a meal?
Yesterday we ate it around, according to the clock, roughly 6-ish, something like that.
Same with me.
Yeah,
Didn't change things up.
We ate later.
Did you eat later?
Yeah. I mean, normally we try and eat. We do a conference call every night at 6, so we usually eat like right after that. So we ate closer to like 7:30 last night.
I couldn't eat, like in Europe, they'll eat dinner like 8 o'clock.
Yeah. Oh, my
It would
God.
just kill me.
My next door neighbor is British. She finds it ridiculous that we eat at such an early time. Sometimes Michelle and I will eat before 5, man. If I'm hungry, I'm like,
Dude,
you hungry? Yeah, let's
remember when
have dinner.
You used to scoff at early bird specials. It's like, that's the perfect time to eat.
But I have friends who don't eat, and they're not European or anything like that, but they do it just so that they don't have, so that they don't snack later. Right. So, so they'll eat, closer in like the, 7 o'clock hour, so they're not hungry, let's say at like 10 o'clock or something. And I run into that sometimes.
Yeah, I was eating brownies last night right before bed. So
No,
That's good for you, though.
Yeah.
Rochelle made some. I'm like, God damn you.
I love you.
I love brownies.
That's definitely me. I know it's like we don't get enough sleep to digest and all of that, but I can't eat early. It's just, for me, that would be a snack.
Okay.
I need to eat in the 7, 8 o'clock hours.
You're miss reservations, actual restaurants, going out to stuff. So when do you routinely eat during the week?
I mean, if I'm going out to dinner with friends, our reservation is probably for 7 or 7:30.
Okay, that would be me, the perfect reservation time, 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Yeah, what about going out to eat? Dining time. Same thing? You always go out to eat. That's the...
Yeah, there's going to be no...
Then it's probably just constantly snacking and not actually sitting down for dinner.
So unless you're going out to dinner, you're kind of grazing.
Yeah.
All right.
By the way, we had last night the long curly Q pasta that you love. It was great.
It was fun, right?
Yeah, I loved it.
How did you make it? How'd you prepare it?
Rochelle made like a chicken piccata thing with some roasted cauliflower. I know we're all dying to know what was on our menu last night, but it was...
what kind of bread?
It was great. No bread.
No bread.
Yeah.
Well, Maurice,
pasta.
we all had a bite to eat on Thursday night at Harvest, and our reservations were at 6. How was that for you and Matt? Was that tough to...
Well, did you know, we probably just grazed on some apps and I had a salad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And then we have dinner reservations for this Thursday at 5 p.m.
At 5. That's all we could get, unfortunately.
This place is a very
Columbia.
popular place.
Yeah, it's a really cool restaurant.
Yeah.
In case it was like a week and a half out and 5 o'clock. Well,
Actually,
it's a large
longer,
party.
Yeah.
So.
But I mean, it was even longer than a week and a half out. It was like two
it was a
full
couple
weeks
weeks,
out.
yes,
And the best they could do was, it was either 5 o'clock or 8 o'clock. And me and Preston were like, 8 o'clock's too late.
Yeah, it's too late.
No.
I'll be starving by then. No, Rochelle and I went to this restaurant, Columbia. We went to it. There's one in Tampa as well. And we were getting ready. We had a flight and we had a couple of hours to kill. I'm like, well, let's go by and get a bite to eat. And it was Tuesday at like 3 o'clock. And we had to squeeze into a place at the bar. Like we added a spot that wasn't there. That's how packed this place is all the time.
Yeah.
So that's why we're going at 5 o'clock.
Yep.
Marissa, so.
And get the Caesar salad because it's really good.
All right. So anyhow, these are some things that you need to do if you're getting kind of nailed by daylight savings time this time around.
I don't remember. I mean, it's been a long time since I've heard stories of people like missing meetings or whatever. I mean, again, because everything is sort of automatic now.
Yeah.
That used to be a huge issue.
Yeah.
Here's one thing I will notice with your phone. If that time that we always we do our conference call at 6, and every once in a while it's dark out. We just passed this time. Your phone doesn't tell you if it's AM or PM.
Oh.
Like if you open up your phone and it's 5:55.
If you're waking
But
up
it's
from
dark
a nap.
up. Yeah, you don't know if it's 5:55 a.m. or
Well,
p.m.
Yeah, you're right.
I used to run into that issue a lot when I first started with these guys. I mean, I basically slept in like 2 4-hour shifts back when I was like 22, 23 years old. And there were times where I'd wake up at like 6 o'clock at night, and I'm like, oh my God, I overslept.
Yep.
You know?
Oh, my
I'd start
God.
getting ready for work. And
We haven't talked about this in a long time, but I remember a couple of times on a Saturday waking up and being in a panic because, oh my God, it's 5 a.m. Oh my God, I'm running late. Get up, get in the shower, get ready to go. Walking out the door. Rochelle, where are you going? I'm going to work. I'm running late. No, you're not. It's Saturday. And you're up now. And ready to go.
Well, I might as well go. I had one that I clearly remember years ago. It was Y100 days. It was Y100. No, it was Q104 in New York. And I'm getting up, and it's, I had to go in a little bit earlier. Even then, I was like 3 o'clock. I was waking up at 2:45 or whatever. And I'm in shower. I'm doing all my stuff, and I walk out, and Claire is out. She's watching TV in the living room. I'm like, what? Why are you up?
Why are you up so early?
Yeah. And it was like 12:30.
I love. There's videos you can see of kids who have taken a nap.
Yeah.
And they wake up and it's just dusk.
Yeah.
And they think it's morning and that they have to go to school. Yeah. There are a few videos I've seen of like that, and the parents will go, yeah, let's go. Come on, let's go. And they pile them into the car and drive them, and things don't look quite right as they're on the way to school.
You know things are off.
I saw these guys, they played a prank on their friend, and I got to go back and watch the video. I don't know how they were able to do this. He might have been like on vacation or whatever, but they tricked him into thinking it was a completely different day.
Okay.
And he went to work. I mean, he full on, like got up, went to work on a Sunday.
I love it.
Yeah, and they changed clocks. They did all
How would you not notice, though? You'd have to live in an area where the traffic patterns would not indicate that something was wildly different.
Right.
Because I could tell instantly. In my neighborhood, I can tell instantly it's a day off, or a lot of people have a day off. It's readily apparent.
Yeah. Maybe you're thrown off enough and confused.
Right.
That it might take you a little while to put, put things together.
And people are texting in, reminding me that military time helps you know if it's AM or PM.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Yeah, you can change your settings to have a military time, which makes most sense anyway, if you want to do that. A couple other tips. I saw a different article about daylight savings time and how to get used to it. This expert recommended getting some sun first thing in the morning. So if you
tough for us.
Yeah, we can't do that. But it says that it gives us later sunsets and longer evening daylight, which is nice for those who enjoy spending time outside after work, but we still lose that hour of sleep. That can disrupt the circadian rhythm, but morning sun exposure can help combat this. So spending a little time outside in the morning, soak up some rays, can actually reset your internal clock a little bit. It's worth it to do it.
I envy people that can have enough time to get up and, just maybe sit outside. We have this porch, it's nice, and have their cup of coffee or whatever. No, that hasn't been for decades.
So June is the only month, or for the most part, that's when it starts, that we see a little bit of daylight in the morning. And Steve and I will see each other and we're like, I saw the sun this morning.
I saw the sun.
It's like, I saw it in my car.
Be like if you're a regular human.
Yeah.
This is what must be what you get.
And it's not even the sun. It's just twilight.
Yeah,
it's just a little
enough,
bit,
though.
Little bit of pre-dawn.
Yeah.
That we get. It's like, oh,
it does something in your body. Human. It does something. It energizes you to see it. I mean, we for the longest time were going to work in the dark and coming home in the dark.
Yeah.
That's what we did.
Yep, absolutely. Especially in the beginning. We were spending a lot more time at the office getting stuff done, and literally, you had no daylight.
Yeah. Jackie Bam Bam hours.
Oh, my God. I don't know how Jackie does it, man. All right, you can slowly shift your bedtime as well. The idea is that you can prepare for the kickoff of daylight savings time by going to bed 15 minutes earlier every night. That way, by the time, this was leading up to.
Yeah.
You should have done that.
I was saying that last week.
Why did you do that?
You're screwed.
Yeah, but I was saying that last week. Like, you can sort of prepare leading up to it. Like, you know what I mean? Not just, you just get, slammed with it on Saturday going into Sunday, but like, it's coming. It's not like it's this surprise.
Do you know anyone who gets really clocked by this?
Not me.
No.
The Sleep Foundation recommends improving your sleep habits and bedroom environment by maintaining a set sleep schedule.
Oh, now they're going to tell me I can't piss in bed.
No, I think that's not on here at all.
You're
But you should have a wind down routine to get ready for bed, avoiding caffeine and alcohol in the afternoon and evenings, blocking unwanted noise and light from the bedroom, and going device-free for 30 minutes before bed.
When was the last time you actually peed in bed?
Wow. That's a really good question. Embarrassingly late in life, probably. And I want to say somewhere in my 20s, maybe, I let one fly. And it's the old...
Were you dreaming of peeing?
Absolutely.
That'll do it.
And the sweet relief right before the sudden horror that accompanies with waking up.
Yeah.
Peeing on yourself. But I remember, Steve, in the day as a kid, just immense relief.
Yeah.
In that dream.
Right.
Of going to the bathroom.
Because there's also that warm, comforting feel now.
For a moment.
Ooh, and then it's like, oh, no.
Let's do it for old time's sake.
Yeah.
Maybe sometime this week.
Well, actually, when I had the prostatectomy, you had to wear
some diapers
pants for a while.
Yeah.
I got to pee in bed.
Did it happen a couple times?
A couple times on the recuperation where you're doing it, and then but I did all the stuff by the book. What they told me to do as far as Kegel exercises, and they you're supposed to walk I hike miles every day, so I was really up to speed. I regained all the control very quickly.
Nice.
I wonder if I could bring myself to do it. If I were wearing Depends, to willingly just go ahead and pee.
Want to do it?
Depends.
I'll do it. I'll do it in a bathing suit if I'm in water, like in the ocean or whatever. That's no problem.
What about the air studio?
I'll take a dump or something like that. But I don't know if I could wear Depends and sit there and not to where like I have a bladder busting, have to pee no matter what. But if I just lightly had to urinate, I'm not going to do it. Because then I got to clean myself up.
No,
after
you
that.
don't.
I thought you cared about this show.
I'll do it sometime, just not today.
All right, fine.
Maybe that's a Camp Out for Hunger thing.
All right.
Or Keenan's.
It can be a Keenan's.
I told you
Keenan's.
I wanted to do a contest.
I know.
Keenan's.
Yeah.
Where people would pee themselves.
Oh, that's not the one I'm thinking of. I don't remember this one.
No, I wanted Chuck, I think it was Chuck that didn't like it, but I wanted to have everyone wear, and we were not going to tell them what the contest was.
No.
And they were going to put on like gray leggings. Mm-hmm. And I was going to, all right, everybody there? You ready to go? Okay. First person to pee themselves wins $500. Go.
Chuck was not a fan.
I think
we should do it.
I think it's because it's a restaurant, and the idea of pee.
We could do poop.
We could do poop instead.
It's a little bit more contained, I guess.
We still have 10 pairs of gray leggings under my desk for that contest.
For that contest?
Yeah, we were like almost ready to do it. We were going to put people in keg tubs.
Yeah.
So that didn't get anywhere.
Yeah. We'll just keep working,
prepared.
Chuck.
Yeah.
But you do raise the point that after that you will have to bathe unless you're...
I got a hose there.
Yeah. Take you out back, drop trowel, and let us spray you down.
I'm with you, Preston. Even when I will pee in the ocean, I'll move my bathing suit to the side. I don't like to just let it go.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll swim all the way off really far.
Okay.
And then come back.
It doesn't bother me that urine gets in my swimsuit because I'm in the ocean and it's going to clean right out.
I don't think it's that bother. I think I'm just kind of I'm literally just peeing my clothes right now.
Okay, because it feels too close to peeing your pants. I know what you mean.
I need to give myself some space.
Will you, as you're walking towards the surf, remove your bathing suit, go in, pee, and then put it back on as you walk back out?
I think that's illegal.
It's probably illegal.
So where we're at the beach, we have porta pots at the back of the beach. Would you prefer to go into the porta pot or into the ocean?
1,000% ocean.
Yeah.
Quick question: would it be illegal? Marissa just raised a nuanced point.
Okay.
Would it be illegal if you said, I'm now going to walk into the water and pee?
Oh, if you announce this,
If you announce it.
if technically relieving yourself in
A public bathing area, it's the beach, it's the ocean.
would it be illegal?
I know it would be if you were doing it, if you publicly announce, would it? Well, I can't
I don't
say I
think so.
know.
I don't know.
Like at a public pool.
I mean, people do
I'm
it
going
all
to
the
go
time.
pee in the pool.
So, all right, here's the question.
You couldn't stand on the edge of the pool and pee out, but you could go into it and pee in
But
it.
here's the question. Public urination.
Yes.
So there's a law against that, right?
Right.
Okay. Is that only if your genitals are exposed?
That I don't know.
If you stood there and you just peed yourself, would that technically be public urination? And would you be violating the law because of that?
I posit this notion. And it's weird. You cannot legally stand on the edge of a pool and
No, you
pee
can't.
into it.
You cannot.
But you can walk in
Yeah.
and pee in that same pool.
I think it's because you're exposing your genitals.
Yeah.
And so that would be the issue. if
could
you were to whip
probably-
it out.
What if you just stood along poolside, standing there, and peed down your legs?
Right.
Right.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
These
I
are
wonder if that is breaking the law.
these are subtle nuances.
We need a good law firm that
And-
could represent us.
Yeah. Preferably one with wearing cowboy hats and diapers.
Exactly.
So I don't know. I have no idea. Going back to daylight savings time, real quick here. Rebecca wanted to make a comment real quick. Hi, Rebecca. You're on the air. Good morning.
Oh my gosh, good morning.
Good
Hi,
morning.
guys.
Hey, what's happening, Rebecca?
I always convince myself that I'd be so good at the radio, and then when I talk to you guys, I get all nervous and I don't know what to say.
You're doing great. So you have something to tell
You
us.
guys are great. Yeah, I did. I'm an ER nurse, and we love daylight savings time unless we're falling back, but we love springing forward because I work night shift. So when that clock was 1:59 and all of a sudden it was 3 a.m., we cheered like it was New Year's.
Okay, so I can see that. If you're on the clock at that time,
You've moved ahead.
you get a fresh hour. You
Yeah.
get an hour off.
paid
So
hour.
I didn't think about. Yeah, you get a paid hour that you didn't have to work for. That's pretty solid.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
All right, now do people regularly pee themselves? It's an ER.
Yes.
Yeah.
Regularly.
Yeah.
On the floor, on the bed, all the time.
I would
Yeah.
think so.
Anywhere. In the trash can.
What's the wildest place they've urinated?
I think for me it was probably in the Sharps container.
Sharp.
Are you serious? That's where they use the discarded
Yes.
hypodermics.
100%.
That's slightly
I've
dangerous.
had patients who I've offered to walk them to the bathroom, and they'll say they don't have to go, and then I'll catch them standing in the trash can.
That's crazy. Well, you deserve that extra free hour of pay.
Oh man! So you know what? Some
I'm
morning.
actually grateful when they pee in the trash can because it's not on the floor. I don't
Yeah, right. You don't have to clean it up. I mean, that's easy. Someday we're going to have to do stories of the ER.
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
you
my
know,
gosh.
Rebecca. Do you watch
that
the?
would be your whole day.
I'm sure everybody's asked you. Do you watch The Pit?
I do. It just makes me anxious because it feels like I'm at work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
You don't
totally
need to
get it.
see more of that.
All right, thank you, Rebecca. Appreciate it. Take care of yourself. So, all right, and then upgrading your hygiene, your sleep hygiene, not your
Not
peeing
peeing on
hygiene and whatnot.
Should I piss on myself?
It's probably a good idea to do if you want to lessen the effect of daylight savings time.
By the way, email me or whatever. I want to find out the legality of the in the
Yeah.
pool or on the edge of the pool peeing yourself.
I have no idea if these calls are these in reference to the legality of peeing or no. No, they're not.
No?
Okay,
All right.
so we'll do it another time. All right, we do need to take a break because we got some bizarre file stories on the way. We are definitely going to do a full Cardboard Classic recap because all the action happened after we got off the air on Friday from Montage Mountain. And for those of you who have stories, we'll get to that in the next half hour or so, a little bit after 8 o'clock. So hang tight and be ready to share those with us because we'll take your phone calls. We're going to break and come back in a second. Yes, some bizarre file stories are indeed on the way, so stay with us. Normal
Very casual.
conversation. Yeah, totally.
Good morning, everyone.
And it's great. It's hilarious. And sometimes
And even he chuckles.
sometimes it starts with in our meeting. It starts with this, okay? And I have to. He comes in with his book, with his notebook, and he'll go like this.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
Are we ready for the meeting? Like he'll slam stuff down on the desk. There's just something about, and it's great.
Yeah.
And it's not mean spirited.
Not at all.
It's just his and now time to get to work, people. It's like his indicator that we're
starting.
We're beginning, or a slap like that.
Yeah.
He'll do some
How
kind
can
of.
he slap?
How can he slap? But anyhow, it's an endearing quality that Bill has. It's very funny, and we have fun with it.
The thing is, it's so similar to Ted Knight, and his delivery is very similar.
All right, so Talk Like Bill Weston Day. We're getting people on board to play Who Said It Bestin'. And we have sent the lines to you. All you have to do is text the word Bill to 39333, and we will randomly choose you and send you the lines, and you will have to say them against another person. So that's what we're going to do now. I don't know what they're going to say. Steve had written down these lines. They've been sent to him. I don't know which lines are going to be delivered to us, but I'm going to get 2 callers on the line. We're going to start with Steve. Hey, Steve, good morning to you.
Hi.
Hi. All right, Steve, you're going to be going against Brian. Let me get Brian on board. Brian, are you there?
All right. Hello.
Hello, Brian.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Wonderful. All right, so let's get started. First, we're going to have Steve read his line. Then we're going to have Brian read his line in their best Bill Weston. And then we'll take a vote amongst the 5 of us here in the studio and determine who our winner is. So, Steve, we're going to start with you. Give us your best Bill Weston.
Privileged. Not everyone has access to doctors.
All right.
Good.
That was really good. Brian?
Because it's not... Yes. I'll explain after.
Brian, let's hear your delivery, please.
Privileged. Not everyone has access to doctors.
Okay.
Try a different riff on it.
Yeah.
Let's go. Nick, who do you vote for?
The first guy.
And Kathy.
First guy.
Steve. Yep.
Steve.
It's unanimous. Steve's our winner. Sorry, Brian, we got to let you go. Steve, that was a wonderful Bill Weston, by the way.
Thank you.
And therefore, we have this prize for you.
Well, Steve, privilege. You just won yourself a pair of tickets to see Dave Chappelle.
Oh, not
Isn't
everyone can make it to a Dave Chappelle show.
Isn't he in that awfully Billy Bob Thornton movie?
See, the thing is that you come out big with that privilege, and then you go...
Right.
All right, so the Chappelle show that you're going to go see, by the way, is going to be May 28th at the Hard Rock Live Edis Arena. That's in Atlantic City. And tickets for both Chappelle shows, which is May 28th and 29th, are going to go on sale this Friday. That's tomorrow. And all the details are at hardrockhotelatlanticcity.com.
This Chappelle show,
Santa's got to go.
this Chappelle show came out of the blue. I didn't hear any, this is very cool.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, we're going to get 2 more callers on the line in just a second, and we will see what line they're going to deliver to us. So Marissa and Connor are now contacting the people that we have sent the texts to. They'll get them up a couple at a time, and we need to make sure this is coordinated so they have that they're saying the same line.
Well, during the time, I'd like to give some advice on whittling, Preston. So that
whittling?
Yeah, the blade goes away from you as you're carving the wood.
All right, let me get our callers. We have Kenny that is there. Hey, Kenny.
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How about you?
Good, wonderful. Hang on. We're going to get you up against Brad. Hey, Brad, are you there?
Yes.
All right, Brad, we're doing our best Bill Weston. It's Talk Like Bill Weston Day. So, Brad, we're going to start with you. Give us your best Bill Weston line.
All right. Being local is the third leg of the stool.
All right. Being local is the third leg of the stool. Kenny, let's hear your Bill Weston.
For MMR, being local is the third leg of the stool.
All right, Casey, who are you going to vote for? Kenny or Brad went first?
Brad did go first. I'm going to give the slight edge to Brad there.
All right, Steve?
I'm going to slide edge to Brad.
How about Kathy?
Brad.
And Nick?
Brad.
Yeah, same here. Goes to Brad.
Hey, look at the big green on Brad.
All right, what do we have for Brad, please?
All right, Brad, you are... I'm not going to do the Bill Weston. You got a case of Loverboy. You might recall Loverboy from Bravo's hit reality series Summer House. Loverboy is a high-quality, low-calorie, zero-sugar sparkling hard tea. And you can enjoy Loverboy at Kellyanne's Bar and Grill, which is located at 1549 Spray Garden Street in Philly.
Some people call her Annabelle.
The funny thing is that Santa impersonation is almost like Bill trying to do an impersonation of himself.
Yeah, a little bit, yes.
Because he starts to talk like this with a little bit of John Wayne.
Yeah, he's doing a wonderful riff on Santa Claus, and it does sound a little John Wayne-esque.
I can't believe that Bill doesn't like that because it's so funny. The comedy is I know it makes him cringe a little bit, but it's for me, that's the shining Bill Weston moment.
Yeah.
That call is the best.
That he does, listen, he knows he thinks I'm full of crap when I say that, but I think that's a big indicator that you call up your boss and without even indicating what you wanted, he plays along. That's pretty cool.
I thought so too. You know, on top of a Talk Like Bill Weston Day, a Talk Like Dr. Mike Day, we could even do a Talk Like Gary Lauer Day.
Wow.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
If that's even possible.
Remember, the Gary Lauer prank phone call?
No. Did you call him?
Yeah, well, so we said Gary, we had him call Gary because Gary was being inappropriate, like at an event.
Oh, we had Bill call Gary.
Right.
Do you have that?
Hang on. I got to find it. But yeah.
And it was you, was it not?
It was me.
Yeah.
So again, we had him. It was like a reverse prank phone call because he was the one who made the phone call. He called
the studio. Didn't realize
he might have called the studio line, but yeah.
Wait, I don't follow. What happened?
All right, so the prank phone call, we had him call Gary because
we had Bill call Gary.
Yeah.
Oh, what he thought was Gary.
What he thought was Gary.
Oh, and it was actually
Casey.
Actually
trying to
okay.
be Gary.
So Gary's not actually involved in
Not
this
at all.
right?
No.
Okay.
Because you answer the phone, you go, Bill Weston, look at Bill Weston's on my phone or something like that.
This is it right here.
Okay, all right, hang on a second here. Here we go.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
I'm looking for Gary Lauer.
This is Gary.
Gary Lauer, this is Bill Weston at WMMR.
Bill Weston! Hey, Bill! Hey, Nightman Bill Weston!
Hey, settle down. We need to talk.
Settle down.
This is kind of a serious call.
Oh, Bill Weston! You're calling my phone.
Well, I had to chase it down from a couple different people to get to talk to you. It's about what happened at the Preston and Steve mixer at Parks.
I had such a great time last night. I forgot my teeth. I didn't have my jam.
Yeah. Hey. Well, here's
Hey. It's not even a gross impersonation. It's terrible.
I love it.
Oh, and by the way, was he not calling the studio line?
That's it. Because Casey gave him the studio line, and we couldn't believe that Bill didn't recognize the studio line.
We're gonna do a two-parter on that. We're gonna come back.
We have a contest to complete.
And plus, it'll help kill some time in between our contestants. So, let me get our next callers on the line. I'm Talk Like Bill Weston Day. Who said it best? And I have Ryan to start with. Hey, Ryan, how you doing, buddy? Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was waiting for someone to open with something like that. Keith, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, Keith, we're going to do Talk Like Bill Weston, Who Said It Best? And we'll start with Ryan. Ryan, please give us the line that we gave you.
Don't compromise show quality just because you can't see the barn door.
That's pretty good.
All right, Keith,
That's where the barn door comes from.
Keith, you got to beat that. Can you give us your line?
All right, do not compromise show quality just because you can see the barn door.
Wow, those are pretty good. Yeah.
All right, let's start with Kathy. Kathy, the first one to go was Ryan, and the second one was Keith. Who's it going to be?
Ryan.
All right, Ryan. Steve, who do you think?
They were really good, but I'm going to have to say Ryan just by a little bit.
All right, Casey?
I agree with both of you guys. Ryan.
All right, Nick?
Yeah, Ryan as well.
And Ryan as well. It's a clean sweep. Thank you for your call, Keith. We appreciate it. But
Good
Ryan
job.
is our winner. And what do we have for Ryan, Casey?
Ryan, you have the Batman on digital. The Batman is caught in yes, you are privileged, in a deadly game of cat and mouse with the Riddler in this gritty thriller starring Robert Pattinson and Zoe Kravitz. And you can own it on 4K Ultra HD on May 24th or on digital right now.
By the way, it's not just a signal, it's a warning.
Yes. All right, here's a little bit more of Casey pretending to be Gary Lauer when Bill had called him to talk him. I guess he had to chastise him a little bit.
Yeah, he acted up inappropriately a little bit at one of the mixers.
Here we go.
It's about what happened at the Preston and Steve mixer at Parks.
I had such a great time that night. I forgot my teeth. I didn't have my jam.
Yeah. Hey.
Well, here's the problem, Gary.
Wait, is there a problem? Oh, I didn't bring my camera. I had a picture taken with Kathy Romano, but I didn't get a camera and I don't have email. Can Kathy print me out a picture? Because I got a picture with her and I got a picture with Marissa. I couldn't find Casey anywhere, but I got a picture with them, and I don't have email.
Gary, I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
I want to hear that last part again. Hang on there.
Gary, I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
All right, we have to come back for part 3. We'll continue with the stammering.
All right, we will go to our next 2 callers. We are going to have Horace. Hey, Horace, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Horace. All right, hang on. We're going to have you on board with Chris. Chris, good morning, buddy.
Good morning.
All right, so whoever said it bestin is going to be our winner. Horace, we're going to begin with you. Give us your Bill Weston line, please.
This humyuggle thinks she's some kind of Susie cream cheese.
This uncle thinks he's some kind of Susie cream cheese.
Yeah.
All right, Chris, let's hear yours, please.
This homie uncle thinks she's some kind of Susie cream cheese.
All right, we need to vote. Casey?
The first one.
Horace.
Yeah.
All right, Steve.
Though Chris did a fine job, because it's hard to hit that tone, I'm going to have to go with the first one.
And Kathy.
Horace.
Yep. And
Horace, yeah.
And Horace on me, too. That's a clean sweep. Chris kind of ended with a question in the voice, and therefore not quite Bill Weston-esque. So, Horace, here's what we have for you, my man.
Horace, you have the Batman on digital. The Batman is caught in a deadly game of cat and mouse with the Riddler in this gritty thriller starring Robert Pattinson and Zoe Kravitz. By the way, this movie is Steve Morrison approved, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And you could own it on 4K Ultra HD on May 24th or on digital right now.
All right, a little bit more of our Gary Lauer conversation with Bill Weston. Here we go.
And I don't have email.
Gary, I need you to stop talking and listen to me. All right?
Bill's trying my
All right, okay.
How you behaved at the mixer is causing problems. It was reported that you were either inebriated, high, or a combination of both.
I was so high and so drunk. I had such a good time, man.
Pause. Ready? Here it is.
Wait.
Is this Casey?
You just called the hotline. I need your consent. Can we play this on the air?
Everything except the asshole part.
Yes.
Oh,
I want to hear that pause again because that is priceless. Hang on, here we go.
I was so high and so drunk. I had such a good time, man.
Is this Casey?
Maris, yes.
Yeah, really quickly from the last
yes.
break, I just got a text from my friend. You guys were asking me how I felt about eating early.
Yeah.
And my friends just texted and said, early, like 5 p.m. That's just happy hour pricing at the bar.
Oh,
so
that's a good point.
we do enjoy 5 p.m. dinners.
Yeah, there are benefits. There are benefits to early eating. All right, real quick, I got a couple of shout-outs to do on this 9th day of March. I got this one from Allie, and it says, good citizens of the Preston and Steve Show, please send a shout-out to the one and only Kelsey Shady. And because her name must always be repeated, Kelsey Shady. I met Kelsey in our sophomore year of college, and from day one, we clicked into the easiest, most natural friendship of my life. We walked each other through every loss and triumph with laughter, hugs, advice, and the kind of encouragement only a true soulmate can give. Because Kelsey taught me that soulmates aren't just romantic. Sometimes your soulmate is your bestie. And she's been listening since Y100 days. She brought me to the Preston and Steve universe back in 2008. From campouts to cardboard classics, your show has always been a running thread through our relationship. So please, in honor of her 40th birthday on March 9th, give my best friend the biggest, juiciest, most glorious shout out you've got, because she is that special, because she's that loved, because she's Kelsey Shady. And thank you, all good citizens. Allie, your Yoko pal. So here's the shout out. And she sent some pictures of them meeting with us throughout the years and stuff like that, which is really cool.
Love to see that.
But I love the fact that her name is Kelsey Shady. I love it. So here's another one. It says, hey, guys, every year. Yeah. Okay. Marissa and I got these pictures sent to us. This was sent to me from Mel Targaryen. And she said, every year Peddler's Village does a Peeps diorama contest, okay?
Love that.
She said, my entry this year is called Pierre Robert, a tribute to Pierre Robert. And she sent us pictures of this. You got to see it.
Oh, I would definitely want to see it.
Marissa, did you receive it?
I did. I'll put them up on the website, but you can also
so
find
great.
them on the voting page. I'm going to look it up right now.
So the theme is going to be, she said, WMMR in heaven with him interviewing Ozzy at the WMMR tent while the Peepful Dead play on stage next to Minerva. Yes, I am making a tiny Minerva. And of course, they will still have camp out collection bins, even in heaven, and more to represent all things Pierre loved and how his spirit will live on. So people can vote on this. So, and it goes through the whole month. It goes now through March 30th. And she said, could you possibly mention it for people to vote? I don't care if I win or lose. I love Peeps, and I really wanted to make this my entry for the year. And you go to peddlersvillage.com/peeps-entry. The public will vote on their favorite entries from the 9th to the 30th. And it's a lot of fun. She really did a great job at it. It's this little, it's all things MMR made out of Peeps.
I love this. I can't wait to see the pictures. I love that Peddler's Village does this sort of stuff. They'll do like scarecrows and these kind of competitions in that main area there. So I did not know they did a Peeps thing.
Entry to see the art displays is free, and people will be able to visit all of the entries as well. So they have specials where you can go to Peddler's Village and actually see them March 9th through the 14th. There are different hours at the time you go. So we wanted to wish Mel Targaryen the best, and she says, can't wait to see y'all in Clearwater.
Wow.
She's coming down.
Nice.
I wonder if is that Mel?
Yeah, that's Mel.
Yeah, it's Mel.
Okay. Yeah. So I did a little digging. It looks like the voting is through peddlersvillage.com, but they're asking you to download their mobile app to vote. So download it because it supports Peddler's Village, a company that we love, and Mel, a person that we love.
Yes.
Right. Excellent. So, yeah, and it's such a cute little display.
Can't wait to see it.
So hopefully she's going to win.
Yes.
Right? All right. With that, let's get to the bizarre file. So we got that set up. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision, trusted auto body repair shop in King of Prussia. If you ever find yourself in an accident, go to the pros at ProTeamCollision.com. And by the way, they were great at Cardboard Classic. They did all our cleanup.
They were phenomenal.
We'll talk about that in a little while. A French woman has accidentally annoyed her neighbors with her garden pond, and it's not even her fault. Unexpected amphibian visitors are to blame. 92-year-old Colette Ferry, a resident of the tiny French village of Frontenay, received a visit from local law enforcement after they received complaints from neighbors about noisy frogs in her yard. The 3 frogs in question are not Ferry's pets, so the homeowner has little control over the matter. Ferry said that they're in and out of the water playing with my fish. It's entertainment. That's what a frog sounds like for those who don't know. A man, she said, came here and was really yelling at me, saying that he could not sleep and he had to work, but I did not expect the police, especially not for frogs. But there's always someone ready to complain about someone else. Numerous homeowners have taken to Reddit to air their grievances about strict neighbors and homeowners associations that stand in direct opposition to the property improvement projects, such as vegetable gardens that help local ecosystems thrive and composting bins that help reduce wastefulness.
Well, she didn't import the frogs. It just showed up.
French lawmakers recently passed legislation to keep the nation's countryside as natural as possible by protecting sensory heritage, that is, the smells and sounds of local wildlife. Ferry's excited to see what happens next, as the French police assured her that someone will return to apprehend the frogs from her property, and she said, "That'll be fun. They jump."
Okay. Yeah, we know, Grandma.
A man died. This is a diametrically opposed story here. A man died after allegedly cutting off his own penis in downtown Los Angeles.
Whoa.
Police and witnesses said this. The bloody incident unfolded around 3:40 a.m. Saturday morning across from the L.A. Convention Center.
What do they say? Nothing good happens after midnight?
Yeah. Where responding officers found the man self-mutilating.
I think I'll cut my penis off.
Emergency responders pronounced the man dead at the scene. A journalist who captured the gruesome scene reported that the man bled to death after cutting off his penis.
Listen, have you ever nicked your sack or anything down there? You know how badly it bleeds.
Police would not confirm the detail. The LAPD did not know the man's motivation for hurting himself and said the LA County Medical Examiner would determine his identity.
What a way to go.
Footage from the scene showed a white tent over the man's body next to a pool of blood on the sidewalk. Clothes were seen scattered on the ground nearby next to even more blood. The journalist at the scene said that the man had taken off his clothing as he was walking toward a 7-Eleven before collapsing. Man. Police closed a road near the scene with yellow tape and flares. A day chasing fresh powder in Washington's Cascade Mountains turned into a fight for survival for one skier who was buried beneath an avalanche for hours at Stevens Pass. Michael Harris had taken the double diamond chairlift to ski the backside of the mountain for most of the day. He was making what he thought would be his final run of the day through Big Chief Bowl to get back to the resort. Instead, an avalanche swept him down the slope and buried him beneath the snow. His family said the Find My iPhone app allowed them to help search rescue crews find Harris on the mountain and saved his life. He described slabs of snow breaking below and above him. He said, "It took me for a ride. As I realized that I wasn't going to get out of this snow slide, I started to do what I learned in basic avalanche training, and that is you attempt to start using your arms to swim." Harris said the goal of the motion is to either keep the person caught above the snow or for someone not near the surface to create an air pocket. He didn't realize it at the time, but he was buried under several feet of snow. He said, "I think one of the things that contributed to my survival is that I was able to create a beach ball-sized air pocket right in front of my face."
That's miraculous.
Under feet of snow, Harris said he quickly realized that he could not move. He said, "You feel like you're encased in cement."
Good on him for bringing a beach ball.
He said, "This arm was stuck. These legs were stuck. I couldn't move this hand a little bit, or I could move this hand a little bit, but I had no movement in my body." With no way to free himself, his thoughts turned to whether anyone would even know if he was there and if he would survive. He said he continued praying. His wife, Penny Harris, was his answer to his prayer. She said she was at home trying to reach him. She said, "I started freaking out. My text got more intense. I started calling. When she checked her phone, she could see his location on the mountain. She drove up to the resort from their home as quickly as she could using the Find My feature on her iPhone.
It's amazing.
She showed Ski Patrol where his signal last appeared. He said they were able to take my location, get a snapshot of it, and pinpoint pretty much where I was. Ski Patrol, along with an avalanche rescue dog, headed into the area. When they reached him, Harris had been buried for 4 hours.
4 hours in an avalanche. They say when you are in an avalanche, you need to determine which way is up and which way is down, and they recommend you spit.
Okay, I believe that.
Yeah.
It's like when you're underwater, you blow bubbles.
Yeah.
As they dug me out, he said they were astonished to find that I was conscious. Avalanche experts often say survival chances drop sharply after about 15 minutes of burial.
4 hours.
When rescuers reached him, his body temperature had dropped into the 70s, leaving him severely hypothermic. The avalanche left Harris with a serious leg injury, but he has embraced a nickname they gave him, which is Miracle Mike. He said, "I'm Miracle Mike the Avalanche Man," if you want the full title. That is amazing.
That is an amazing story.
I've never heard of a tale of that kind of survival before. That's crazy. All right, then one last story, and this one's messed up. We'll end on this one. That was a great story. Probably should end with that one. But decomposing and mutilated human remains found on a beach on the resort island of Bali belonged to a Ukrainian man kidnapped and tortured while on holiday, Indonesian police said. Igor Kamarov, 28 years old, was identified from DNA samples taken from the dismembered body and compared to those of his mother. According to media reports, Kamarov was the son of a wealthy Ukrainian businessman and was badly tortured by his kidnappers who sought millions of dollars in ransom from his family. Officially, police said the motive for the crime is still under investigation, but he was kidnapped on February 15th while riding a motorcycle with a friend. And he was traveling with his girlfriend, a social media influencer who shared a photo of herself and the two on Valentine's Day. He was forced into a car by a group of assailants, leaving behind the friend who reported the incident to the police. Days later, they found body parts on a nearby beach and next to a river. They later arrested a man who had rented a car used in the crime. He named 6 others. All 4 nationals now considered suspects and wanted for kidnapping. All 6 fled the country, and police have issued an international red notice for their arrest. That's pretty wild, man.
Whew, that's brutal.
Yeah. All right. Sorry to end on that one, gang, but that's just where it timed out.
Hey, a guy cut off his penis.
That's true, too.
If you want me to just kind of lighten things up, they found human remains in Ridley Creek State Park over the weekend.
Did they?
Only to discover that they were deer remains.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's a happy end.
Yeah.
This guy had antlers.
Except for the deer. That sucks, too. All right, well, let's take a quick break. Come back in a moment. A little later this morning, actor Tim Mattheson, yes, Otter from the Animal House. Yes,
Beverly.
of course. Feature, thank you. Will be joining us, amongst other things. And Wolfgang Puck will be on the program, too. So we got stuff to get to. But when we get back, we're talking Cardboard Classic.
Yeah.
Because it was amazing. We'll be right back.
You just called the hotline.
Oh, my God.
Oh my God.
I need your consent. Can we play this on the air?
Oh, that is
Oh my God.
That is absolutely priceless.
You know,
That is so
he's a
good.
good boss.
He's a
great boss.
What, he gave us some of the best audio.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's get our next callers on the line. We have Justin, who is there. Hey, Justin, good morning. Yeah, very well done, Justin. All right, let's go next to Vinny. Vinny, are you there?
Oh, my family.
Yes.
My family.
All right, we're going to start with Justin. Justin, please give us your best Bill Weston.
Despite the inclination, avoid going after low-hanging fruit.
All right. And let's see how Vinny can deliver that. Vin, go for it.
Despite the inclination, avoid going after low-hanging fruit.
Okay. This is close. I'll vote first. That was neck and neck.
Yeah.
But I think Justin gave it just a little bit more, so I'm going to vote for Justin. Casey?
Wow, this is our first dissenting vote here. I'm going to go with Vinny on this one. His voice is a little bit deeper, which I think was a little bit more in line with the Bill Weston impersonation.
Steve, what do you think?
In the delivery, all right, I'm going to have to give it to delivery because that's what it's about, though Vinny did a good job as well. I'm going to give it to Justin.
All right, Kath?
Justin was the first guy?
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like Vinny could have, if he gave it a little bit more effort.
Yeah, he could have nailed
but
it.
I'm going to go with Justin.
And Nick?
Well, I'm going Vinny.
All right, but it's a winner, 3-2. Justin! Sorry, Vin. Appreciate it, but we are going to set Justin up with a prize. And Casey, what are we giving him?
Justin, you have a pair of tickets to see Dave Chappelle Saturday, May 28th at Hard Rock Live Edis Arena in Atlantic City. Now, tickets for the both Chappelle shows, actually May 28th and 29th, go on sale tomorrow. And all the details you can be found at hardrockhotelatlanticcity.com.
You should see the number of texts of people that are just dying of laughter right now, and they're loving the audio of Bill and Casey, and just absolutely eating it up. All right, let's get some more callers on the line. Who said it best? And I've got Chris. Hey, Chris, are you there? Is it? Well done. All right, Chris, hang on. We've got. I'm going to put him on hold because you can hear me
Talking
on a walkie-talkie.
Yes.
Let's go to Rich. Hey, Rich, are you there?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, Rich. All right, we're going to start with you, Rich. Give us your bestin', Bill Weston.
All right. Of all the foods invented by mankind, none is more inappropriate than soup.
Ooh. Well done. All right, let's try Chris now. All right, Chris, let's... Okay, stop. All right, Chris, go for it.
Okay. Of all the foods invented by mankind, none is more inappropriate than soup.
All right.
That was pretty close. That was pretty close.
Dude.
Did Rich say it's got to be
Yeah,
me?
Rich just goes, it's got to be me.
All I'm going to vote for Rich. Casey?
You talk about delivery. I thought Chris gave a great delivery. I'm going to go with Chris.
All right, Steve.
Chris did give a good delivery. I'm going to have to go with Rich, though.
All right, Kathy?
Yeah, the walkie-talkie threw me off. I'm going with Rich.
And Nick? Rich is our winner.
Let me tell you,
thank you,
everyone's
Chris.
neck and neck at this point.
Appreciate it. Hang on, my man. We are going to set you up with this.
A pair of tickets to see Dave Chappelle. Saturday, May 28th at Hard Rock Live Edis Arena in Atlantic City. Tickets for both Chappelle shows go on sale tomorrow. And both shows are May 28th and 29th. And all the details can be found at hardrockhotelatlanticcity.com.
Santa's got to go.
All right, let's get another pair on the line. We will go to Mike first. Yo, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Mike. All right, we're going to have you play against Cole. Let me get him on the line. Cole, are you there?
I am. How you doing?
Wonderful. All right, let's begin with Mike. We want to know who said it best in Talk Like Bill Weston. Mike, go for it.
Excellent guess. Riveting banter. I give today's show a D.
All right, Cole, let's see if you can deliver that line as good or better than Mike. Go for it.
Oh, excellent guess. Riveting banter today. I give today's show a D.
Okay. So we have Cole and Mike. Mike went first. Kathy, who you want to vote for?
Ooh, this is a tough one. I think I'm going to go with Mike.
All right, Nick, how about you?
Yeah, they were both really good. I think Cole's just kind of petered out at the end a little bit, so I'm going to go with Mike.
And Steve, you?
For that same reason, I'm going with Mike.
And then Casey?
For both of those reasons, I'm going to go with Mike.
And I go with Mike as well. Thank you, though, Cole. We appreciate it. But Mike gets the prize. What do we have for him?
A case of Loverboy. You might recall Loverboy from Bravo's hit reality series, Summer House. Loverboy is a high-quality, low-calorie, zero-sugar sparkling hard tea. And you can enjoy Loverboy at Kellyanne's Bar and Grill, located at 1549 Spring Garden Street in Philly.
I hear they make a great patty melt.
All right, I think we have 3 more of these that we can get away with. So let's do that right now. We're going to get listener Bill on. Morning, Bill.
Good morning, Preston.
Oh, nice delivery. And his name is Bill, so we got to keep that in mind. Hang on, Bill. We're going to have you go up against Alex. Good morning, Alex.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ed. All right, you both have a line in front of you. Let's see who delivers it better on Talk Like Bill Weston Day. Alex, we want you to go first.
Kathy seems out of sorts today. She must be on her period.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Dear God.
Yes.
That's good, though.
All right, now we go over to Bill. Same line. Bill, go ahead.
Kathy seems on it. Dang it.
Do it again.
Start over.
That's all right. All right, restart.
Today. She must be on her period.
All right. This is a close one. I'll start this time.
Here.
Wow. I did like the way Bill went at the beginning, but I think Alex got it a little bit more closer to the mark. So I'm going to give my vote to Alex. Casey?
I agree with you, Preston.
All right. And Steve?
I'm feeling Bill on this one, actually.
All right.
Yeah, I like Bill too.
All right. So, Nick, you're the tiebreaker.
Wow. Well, I'm going to go with Bill.
Bill! All right. Thank you, Alex. You did a great job, but Bill won the vote, and here's what we have for him.
You won the Batman. On digital, the Batman is caught in a deadly game of cat and mouse with the Riddler in this gritty thriller starring Robert Pattinson and Zoe Kravitz. You can own it on 4K Ultra HD on May 24th, but you could own it on digital right now.
Here's vengeance.
Somebody texted and said we need a woman versus woman version of this. I think we've already chosen our contestants, and I don't think we took gender into consideration at all. But in fact, we did have a girl earlier. I think Chris.
I thought we had a couple of girls.
Okay, I don't really know.
Two
But
girls.
anyhow, it would be nice to see lady against lady.
Because
We
I
could
hear
do that.
a number of women do Bill Weston impressions.
But if we can't do that now, maybe we can do like a one-off later on. I don't know. We'll see about that. All right, so we're getting our other contestants ready. A reminder as well, with all this giving away that's going on, that the MMR Concert Cash will be coming up at 10 again. So get yourself set and ready for that. And in case you missed the announcement yesterday, we announced the Preston and Steve side stage to the MM Barbecue. The band Froggy is going to be playing. DJ Jackie Bam Bam is going to be doing a set, which is pretty awesome. And we're going to have live band karaoke with the group Sidearm as your backing band, you as the singer. You get to sing a song, and we'll tell you how to enter to win that later on. If not by tomorrow, then next week we'll have that information up and ready to go. And the 424-pack deal is underway. So if you want to get a 4-pack of tickets for $80, so it's $20 a ticket plus the Ticketmaster fees. It's available now through May 2nd at 10 p.m. or while supplies last.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
That's a great one.
That is terrific.
It's so good.
He hasn't come
I need
down
you to
here.
stop talking and listen to me.
Oh, my God. That's a clip on its own now, right?
It's got to be.
Okay, good.
Yeah. That's when we had him and Jackie and Bill and Gary Lauer in the escape room.
Oh, Pituation, right?
And the
Pituation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Bill went along with it.
Somebody texted earlier, they want to hear Pituation's Bill Weston impression at some point.
Because he does such a good Rocky.
It's spot on. All right, let's get it. 2 more callers. We have John. Hey, John, good morning.
Hello, Preston.
Good morning. International Talk Like Bill Weston Day. Let me get another caller, and we have another Bill. Hey, Bill, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, Bill, we're going to do Talk Like Bill Weston Day. Who said it bestin'? And, Bill, we are going to begin with you. Give us your Bill Weston line, please.
The quickest way to sound desperate is to use the number 10.
I love it. All right, let's see if John can top him. John, let's have it.
The quickest way to sound desperate is to use number 10.
Okay. You know what?
Wow.
John has a deeper voice, but I think Bill, me personally, I think Bill captured the essence a little bit more. I'm giving my vote to Bill. Nick?
Bill's delivery was excellent, but his high voice threw me off, so I'm going John.
All right, Kathy?
John's who went second, right?
Yep.
Yeah, John.
All right, Steve?
I'm going with John went second?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
You went with John?
No, I went with John because Bill had the higher voice.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, Casey?
Yeah, I agree with
All
him
right,
as well.
sorry, Bill, you're out of there. But John
Good, again.
is a winner. And here's what we got for John.
All right, we got a case of Loverboy. You might recall Loverboy from Bravo's hit reality series Summer House. Loverboy is a high-quality, low-calorie. I was thinking low-hanging fruit. 0 sugar, sparkling hard tea, and you can enjoy Loverboy, Kellyanne's Bar and Grill, located at 1549 Spring Garden Street in Philly.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
And guess what?
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get to our final 2 contestants, the man of the day is here. Bill Weston, man about town.
You know, I had to come in here and tell you what a great game this is and how good you guys are at it. Because I was the Bill on the last call that you didn't pick. That was me.
That's great. Excellent job.
Awesome.
Were you the high
You
pitch
lost
voice?
at your own contest.
The best way to sound desperate is to use the number 10.
Bill, I voted for you.
Yeah.
I said you got the essence.
And I'm so mad because I went and told Marissa, I'm like, you should get Bill on the call and to do this contest.
That's great.
I figured you'd lead me on and I would complain about not winning the prize, but I was immediately hung up upon. And it was like, I got to walk in there and like say, hey, that was me.
So you kind of did a Don Knotts, right?
Yeah. I was just trying to throw you off.
Yeah.
That was great.
Hey, Bill.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
Do you remember that Gary call? Because I'd forgotten about it.
I totally
remember
forgot.
that was fairly early on. I'd only met Gary once at the Camp Out for Hunger where he gave me a bullet.
Remember that? He was giving bullets
He
to a
was
lot of
handing
people.
out bullets.
Was at the Plymouth meeting. So I didn't realize, because Casey's impression was, passable, but, I could have hurt. I didn't know it at that point or recognize the highlight
Thank you,
number.
Marissa. So last Friday was Cardboard Classic 2026. And I think, and you know how terrible we are at keeping track of things, I think that was our 20th one. Because we took a year off for COVID.
Yeah.
And I think that was either our 20th or 21st one that we've done. It's hard to say exactly, but doesn't matter. Leading into it, we had rain, heavy, the night before, all night long, and it made the conditions a little funky, and I'll be honest, I was expecting the worst. I was, You expect the worst, hope for the best, but expect the worst. And that's kind of what it was like going into it for me personally. And at the start, we weren't sure, but once everybody got their footing, it ended up being, and Casey said it, I think it's possibly the best cardboard classic we've ever had. And I know that's a bold statement.
It's certainly a contender. I'll tell you what happened because of that, Preston. We had a really good infrastructure. We had a lot of people who were just dialed in and helping. Obviously, Montage was on their game. All the people from, Chuck to all you guys and everybody who was assisting made it move. The thing that was wild about that rain, I think in the long run, it ended up favoring the larger, heavier sleds.
Yeah.
They seemed to do the best. It was wild.
Yeah, I mean, at one point they had to go down the runs and do like a calcium treatment on it, and I think that actually made a world of difference.
Yes. Yeah, they did. They took out what looked like a seed spreader that you would use on your lawn for putting seed out or putting out fertilizer, whatever it may be, and some dude who was able to walk up and down that hill.
That guy
and
was
not
amazing.
Fall down. He was incredible. Went out and doctored up the slopes and then ended up being great. And also, I mean, the sleds, the performances, the people, that's what made it what it was. It was absolutely incredible. The creativity, the craftsmanship. I was blown away by all of it. And you know what's funny is Steve, at the end of it, Steve was like, well, that moved along. I'm like, it was 3.5 hours long, but it did not feel that long.
No, it didn't.
At least not to us anyway, because the momentum kept things going the whole time.
There was no stoppage. Like in the past, there may have been some incidents, but the way Montage had it dialed in, they had these massive airbags at the end that were catching the sleds. And it was actually pretty epic when the sleds would roll into them. Casey, you were on one of the sleds when it happened, and it just threw the airbags in the air. They would land on you, but it was just like the perfect ending to each one of these sleds.
Well, what happened was when something clearly had extra momentum, you'd hear the whistle start blowing to prep everyone at the bottom.
Really? I couldn't hear that. I was at the top.
Because they had a couple of barriers. They set it up. Rodney had given a lot of advice on how to make sure that there was a nice buffer. But man, that was wild.
Yeah, Casey, because the staff was all back there. So if somebody saw with momentum, that was like the sign to clear out because this thing could be flying.
So to run down the winners, and our phone lines are all lit up with people who are there. So we're going to have to go to these calls here momentarily. But this year in the categories, our favorite fail went to this group called the Sleazy Riders. Richard Williams was a captain. They won $500 from Pro Team Collision. It was a motorcycle theme, and it was a tremendous collapse about a quarter of the way down the hill. It was so great. We're like, oh, that's it.
Do you know,
I mean, it just disintegrated.
They put so much meticulous work into these two motorcycles, and it looked like, oh, this is going to be amazing. And within seconds, it just collapsed.
Preston turned to me. He's like, fail contender? Fail contender.
Absolutely.
Well, the guy that was riding in the far right back ended up in the far left front. And I saw it from a different angle than you guys. I mean, I thought I was watching heads bounce off the hill. And they were great, because I interact with all these people at the top of the hill, and they were so much fun.
By the way, the winner of fastest sled went to Max Gettner. The Wizard Sleeve was the name of his sled. He won $200 for that.
And the interesting thing about that is there's one guy who builds these sleds. This guy, and then he gets different people to ride them.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Yeah. So this guy has built, I would say, like the last 8 winners of this event.
You kept mentioning him, like sled after sled was coming down. And
he's like, I built that one.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, he could have just been some hammered dude going, I built that one too.
All right, the winner of Best Pacifico Sled, it went to the Pacifico Train. It was Brendan White. If I remember, it was up top and we were pushing that down. I'm like, this ain't going to make it. And it didn't, but it was really fun and it was cool and it was Pacifico themed. So they won this full-on prize pack from Pacifico. The Best Screwball themed sled went to, and it was such a cool one, the Last Supper tractor trailer. On the side of this semi-tractor trailer was a rendition of the Last Supper painting, yet all of the players in the painting were members of the WMMR staff. And, of course, Pierre was Jesus right in the middle. But all of us, members past and current, were represented in this thing. The artwork was fantastic.
Yeah, I love what they did. It looked great. And Pierre just looks right at home in the Jesus position.
So they won $1,000, by the way, from Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, which was really, really cool. Then on to the biggie, the design, best design. Third place went to Christopher Lloyd, Can Flux My Capacitor. Patrick Carr and Cardboard Sled Union 933 won $500. Second place was Sammy Vile with the Gremlins.
That was, I mean, honestly.
Won $750. If I were a judge, that's the one I would have picked to win the whole thing.
I don't know how you argue against that, but I mean, it was tough. There was so much great stuff there.
I'm just so glad that I'm not a judge.
Yeah.
Because judging this would have been super, super difficult.
And winning first place was Mr. Peanut.
Yeah.
Mike Javorka won for the Minerva creation that he made and wins $1,000. And I wrote down in that, and it was structurally sound, as you might imagine.
Always. And did you know that Minerva, that stayed on the hill for the rest of the weekend?
I did. They moved it over to Mountain Fest, and it was right there by the stage.
It was hanging out. People were watching the concert from it, and then I happened to be watching the fireworks from underneath of it, and I just watched the entire. It was Celebration Fireworks, so we know the epic fireworks show.
Awesome.
And I watched it from right under Minerva. It was beautiful.
Oh, that's so cool.
And here's the cool thing. So that sled went second to last, and the last sled was Bob Haven's sled. It was a Pierre tribute as well. The coolest thing was watching Minerva go down the hill. Now, at one point, Preston, I don't know if you realized this because you were in the sled, but it kind of started going a little cockeyed and towards the right. And there was a chance for it to not make it all the way down the hill, right? Dude, you should have heard Bob Havens cheering, like going, come on, man. Like, turn, go left. And he was like, like the community that is behind this whole event. Like, this event does not happen. It is not the success that it is without the people that put the time and the effort and the brother and sisterhood into this event.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And you went down on Bob's sled for the last run. It was the best run of the day. It is the best ending to a cardboard classic that we've ever had. And that video you captured, Casey, is amazing.
You want to hear something really funny? Is I only captured the second half of our run because for the first time in 5 years, Jose decided to call me as the sled was starting to take off. Jose, I swear to God, I'm like, what the I'm like, come on, man. And I couldn't get it. And like, I don't know if I had my mittens on. I don't know what was going on. But I don't know how I ended up in the front of the sled.
Explain what it looked like.
Press, you're probably better at explaining things.
It's a rendition of Rittenhouse Square and the park bench that Pierre sat on, that last beautiful photo of him before he passed. And it's a nod to that. And it also had a giant peace sign on the back of it. In fact, we've got Bob's on the line. I'm going to go to him right now. But it was gorgeous. And it went so far through the barrier. It made it all the way to the concrete, to the actual wall of the lodge itself, with a crowd of people standing above Casey yelling down at him.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
So and then we're going to write to Bob. But the momentum, as you're Preston, the longest run of the day, good clip, and then Brent Porsche plays the Hooters.
Yeah.
And it's the first time ever at that event with the final sled ride where people were crying.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Oh, you should have seen Bob Havens was in tears at the end of it. Yeah. So we're halfway down the hill, I was like, this thing is booking. This thing is absolutely cooking, right? And I'm like, okay. And then I know that we're going to go into those pillows. I don't know what they feel like, right? I don't know if they're filled with hair, sand, concrete. I have no idea. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to brace for impact at this point. And I do. And that impact wasn't so bad. Then we just went plowing through the orange fencing and then all the way at the bottom. And then once all the pillows kind of dispersed, I just see all these people cheering and going crazy. And it was just so amazing. And then I glanced to my left, and this woman is holding a sign, a Pierre Robert sign. And then I focused in on that. It was just such the perfect ending to that event.
You went through the barriers, you went through the fencing, you went through hay bales too. There are hay bales and skids to slow things down, and then ended up on the concrete. That thing was hauling ass.
Dude, your next stop would have been a brick wall. But I mean, it was amazing.
We have him on the line. We're going to Bob Havens right now. Bob, buddy, how you doing, man?
Guys, you got me crying and laughing at the same time. and Preston, I know you love to be corrected. We didn't go through the hay bales. We went over top.
You went over the hay bales.
All right.
Wow.
And you're right. That wall is what stopped us.
Yeah.
And you guys hit on a lot of things that I wanted to talk about. And Casey, so when your phone died, or when you got that call, I just posted another video on my social media on the Instagram page. You got to check out, because someone, my buddy Marty, who was on the sled, has that big crowd where yours cut out, his picked up.
Okay.
So it's super cool. It's super cool, man. There's so many great videos, and the people the young lady that was holding that sign, they're the signs that we make for people to get on board our sleds and get their pictures taken. And we were getting ready to roll up the hill, and I said to her, "Keep the sign." And she said, "Really? I'd keep the sign?" I said, "Yeah, that's what we do." And I gave out 500 peace sign necklaces and bandanas, everything, to cheer on the whole event.
It was great
That's
because
where,
so many people, Bob, and with a couple of times, there's Pierre Love, and people were, throwing up the peace signs, and you could see people, crying along the route, and it was this more celebratory, and talk about Pierre being there in spirit. But your particular sled really captured so much of what was important to Pierre, and the fact that run ended that way is historic.
It was really awesome, and that's where the fun is for me. When you talk about a winning day, I didn't come in the top 3 as a winner, but a winning day for me is watching people stand in line to sit on that park bench and get their picture taken. Having a guy come up to me, Will, who built the Kahuna sled last year, built Toy Story, which was ridiculous.
Yeah.
And he came up to me and said, "Bob, man, we saw your pirate ship last year, and that inspired me to build a bigger sled this year." And, we had so much time to chat about, the inspiration of all the teams, Sammy Vile's sled was ridiculous. And then you look at Dave's sled, who was to my left, and it looked like a real fire truck sitting next to me.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
And, Nick Knight with the Turd Burglars with the big, giant alien sled.
Yeah.
I mean, the level of competition, like you talked about us being family, Casey, the level of teams that are stepping up in this younger building generation are pushing an old man like me out.
They're good.
When I got there, I saw Toy Story. I'm like, "Oh my God, that's going to win." I saw Alien. I'm like, "Oh my God, that's going to win."
Yeah.
And I had probably the smartest thing you guys do are not being judges, because in my cardboard mind, I had at least 10 different 1, 2, 3 combinations of who was going to win. I wasn't even one of them.
Yeah, we're not stupid. It would be impossible.
It's nuts, man.
Yeah,
It's
the
nuts.
anonymous judges came up to us at one point, Bob, and said,
It's impossible.
It's impossible.
Yep.
It's impossible.
Bob, I wanted to ask because clearly the biggest, most colorful and elaborate sleds are always the last to go down. How do you guys determine which sled is the last one to go down?
Well, a lot of, we're all friends and we talk, see each other. Traditionally, Peanut always goes down last, and it's cool. We he likes to do that, and we're all cool with it. But Mike said to me, "Bob, I'm going to go down. You go down last." And I had other captains coming up saying, "You got to go last with this sled."
Aww.
And it's something I normally don't do. I actually talked about going down like towards the front so I can actually sit and watch all the
That's right.
No, I understand what you're saying, but it could not have ended any other way but that. I mean, that's something we will talk about for years to come.
Oh, absolutely. And I can't thank my wife, Susan, enough, because you wouldn't even know who I was as far as the Cardboard Class if it wasn't for her. She feeds us when we're building the sleds. My team, now that more people know who I am, so I'm that little social butterfly. So if somebody grabs me and wants to talk to me, I don't have to worry about my sled because my team knows how to build it. Like my brother-in-law, Brent, is been by my side for like every second of every build since Kathy's high heel shoe.
Which was a damn good
That
one.
was a good one.
Yeah.
Remember that one?
Yep, I
She
do.
was afraid to ride on it there, went down.
Oh, she never wanted to ride on any of those.
Yeah, right. And real quick, Nick Knight with the Turd Burglars. They're another team that's up and coming. They built that big alien ship. Sled. I mean, it was fantastic, and they were giving out stickers. I was lucky enough to have a couple in my pocket. I gave them to Ryan. This really cool sticker of Pierre that was sled related. I think he still has them. I mean, it was awesome. And the painting that my artist Heather did, it was her first year up there, and she couldn't believe it. And I gave it to Eric Simon. Hopefully that got back to the studio.
I'm sure it did, yeah.
All right, well, listen, Bob, we've got all those guys you've mentioned are on hold, so we're going to go to everybody here. But, boy, congratulations, man. It was amazing.
Gotcha, man. Hey, one more thing. Look out the window. Look up that sun. Same sun I'm looking at, guys.
Love you, buddy.
Love you, man.
All right, we'll talk to you.
Preston, I just have to throw a compliment of you of talking up that song too. So it was "I'm Alive" by the Hooters.
Yeah.
And it was
Oh,
coming
yeah.
down, and then everyone was just kind of aghast because it's over and the energy happened, and then you just shouted like, "And we're all alive!"
No.
And that's when the place just exploded and the tears were coming out. It was beautiful.
Thank you. It was, we were all caught up in the emotion, man. It was a beautiful moment. We have all those guys that Bob had mentioned on hold right now. So let me go. I'm going to go to Sammy Vile because Sammy had an amazing story. The day before the Cardboard Classic happens, his wife went into labor and delivered a new daughter to their family.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh, that sucks. Sammy's not going to be able to make it. He's not going to be able to see this awesome creation work done. He came up for the event. He made it. Sammy, hey, buddy.
I want to kiss you.
Yeah. Dude, Sammy, I know that you came in second place, but the sled, the crafting, the creativity, and then the actual construction of it, it was the most amazing one I've ever seen.
It was a mind blowing. The texture on the gremlin, the skin. I mean, so they're all sort of along, like whether it be ET or whatever, or there's sort of a same framework. But I mean, again, if you look at the detail on that gremlin alone, we're both like, looking, that's got to be number one. There were so many great ones. How did you achieve that sort of texturing on the gremlin?
Well, I mean, first off, I get a thank you for all the compliments. I get a lot of them, and I just want to say my team helps a lot with this. But basically, so the structure, you're right. We do like a similar thing every year. Shane and Mike came up with this kind of like teepee structure, and they do the sled too. And I just kind of like build this thing around whatever structure they have.
Yeah, well, whatever you did, it worked. I mean, color-wise, and we were talking about that, Preston. Everyone was talking about the color palette, especially against the white snow, just completely popped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried a bunch of different methods. I made scales out of cardboard. I used liquid nails and built scales on the legs and stuff. We had our buddy Lewin did Gizmo's hair with liquid nails and a pencil and the whole dang thing.
Oh my God.
It's very tedious, but it's worth it. John taught me some stuff on the airbrush, so I was practicing with that and stuff. And
yeah, because
I'm all jumbled up and tired right now.
The paint job's fantastic. Sammy, we're looking at a picture right now of you guys mid-run. Everybody is smiling as wide as they can. Who was the guy in the hot dog outfit? Because he looks like he's having the time of his life.
Well, that was Shane's girlfriend, Brianna.
Oh, it's Brianna. It's hard to tell if it's a guy or a girl looking at this picture. She is, oh my God, she is having so much fun in that.
Yeah, her and our girl Christy, they do a lot of like the little detail here, like they made popcorn, Pierre's coffee cup in Gizmo's hand, various stuff. She did the tie-dye shirt on Gizmo, and Harry did the Pierre logo on the.
It's amazing stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Perry Shaw was he was there, and he was on the sled with you guys, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
in there. Yep.
Famous artist. I love it.
Sammy, your brother Paul told me that the Gizmo edition was a late step in this. Is that true? That you weren't going to make it at first?
I was going to make it at first, but that morning, my wife. We're laying there. She's laying there in the hospital bed with little Geraldine in her arms, and I go, I've been thinking, if you don't want me messing around with cardboard anymore, I'll totally understand. And she looks at me. She says, "There's one thing I want you to do for me. Come here. Win."
I knew it. What are we waiting for?
Yeah, Jackie Bam Bam busts into the door and says, "What are we waiting for?"
I mean, by the way,
God.
super understanding wife, because this takes a lot of work.
Yeah. Hey, did you get to keep any of this? I know that Pro Collision comes out and they collect a lot of the remains. But do you?
Yeah. Sorry. Listen. I kept both the heads.
Okay.
But there's freaking vultures of people there trying to take everything they can.
Yeah.
I get to the Gizmo head and he's missing 4 teeth. I'm not sorry, Gizmo, the gremlin. Yeah. He's missing 4 teeth, and my buddy Shane, he tracks down the guy and dude, give those back, man.
This guy went and broke the teeth off.
Those goddamn teeth. Yeah.
Listen, I take it as a compliment, sure, but
yeah. Oh my God!
I mean, that's why we talk about it. It's something that can really never happen. But if there was ever a point at which these things could be sealed with, some sort of, plastic or whatever, because they're museum worthy. I mean, they're just amazing.
We could have a history.
They're borderline solid with all the glue I used on some of it. Yeah, I do want to spray it with some kind of epoxy. You mentioned that last year.
Could you imagine if a lit match got near any one of these things?
Oh my God! Well, we used to set them on fire. We did one year.
Yeah, we learned the hard way not to do that.
Sammy, great job, man. You and the team, amazing. It blew us away. So glad you were there to be for it. You were there to be. You were able to be there for it as well.
Yeah, sure, for sure. Thank you. Do you mind if I shout out my team and stuff?
Do it.
Yes. Do it. Real quick. All right, I'm going to go down the list. Of course, my wife Geraldine, our son Charlie, and new baby Geraldine. We're all in bed right now. Actually, just listen.
Cool.
Yeah. Anyway, and the team, we got Shane Richards, John Marcone, Mike Shields, Perry Shale, Brad Gress for letting us build at his H.L. Bowman warehouse, Lewin Barringer, Brianna Giasula, Christy Graybill, Paul Vile, Charlie Vile, Owen Brackwell, Tim Appleby, and last Lauren Burns for watching our son while I was building the heads in the basement.
Do you guys call yourselves Los Locos or what?
One of the guys came up with Vile Sled, which is a riff off of my band Vile Bread.
Okay.
But that's kind of I go back and forth. I call it both.
I do like Vile Sled though as well. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Sammy. Appreciate it, man. Congratulations, and we'll talk soon. All right, buddy.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, Sammy Vile.
Yeah, so good.
Yes. All right. Who do I want to go to next? Let's go to Team Turd Burglars.
Yes.
Nick, because those guys didn't place, which shocked me. But listen, it was too. I'm not a judge.
Yeah.
We have Nick joining us. Hey, Nick, are you there, buddy?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Kaboomba!
Kaboomba! So Nick's sled, the Alien Mario hybrid, had the alien coming up out of one of the tubes, like in Mario Brothers, and this is the alien from the Alien franchise. And standing in front of it, coming out of another tube, was Pierre with a badass rifle from like the movie Aliens, and a little flag coming out of the muzzle of the rifle said, Kaboomba! It was fantastic. Oh my God. Nick, I'm sorry you didn't land in the top 3. I thought you could have taken the whole thing. But how did you feel about the day overall?
Honestly, man, it was our 4th year there as a team, and we had so much fun. And it was our first year actually making it to the bottom of the mountain, and that was a huge accomplishment in and of itself. And just to reiterate a little bit of what Bob was saying, it was a banner year because I don't think we've ever felt the camaraderie that we did this year between all of the other big sled building teams, like with Bob and Mike and the sled union and Sammy Vile. It all just felt like a showcase amongst friends of super talented people. And it really just meant a lot. We didn't place, and that was a bummer, but the run was really fun, huge accomplishment, and it was just an awesome day.
Well, your sled just the photos of it. I mean, it's a work of art. The color, these sort of luminescent green, everything is just amazing. Also, you guys, a lot of you with the larger sleds, learn the deal. you build the sled and you build it and put it on a sled apparatus that makes it that allows it to make the run more effectively. So, but you'd say this year, Preston's saying that the best ever. How do you feel? Is this the best for you as well?
Yeah, I think it was the best for us as well, mostly because we made the run. I'd have to say that maybe the T-Rex absolutely rivals this year, because that, for me, as an artist, was a huge accomplishment. Like, building that gigantic T-Rex head with, the snarly teeth and everything.
Yeah,
was really fun.
Another amazing one.
But this year, thank you. But this year was also really cool because it was super original, like this really weird, twisted idea that we randomly came up with, and made it a lot more fun. So I don't know. It's really hard, just as hard as it is for the judges to pick a winner.
Yeah.
In my book, like every year, it's hard for me to pick a favorite.
Well, you were certainly an amazing. Again, it's hard not to call them works of art but they are. I mean, I don't know how you look at that thing that you put together and not say it's a friggin' work of art.
Yep, it was Nick.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, I'm sure all the rest of the other sled teams would agree. Like, they're works of art, but once we're done with them, it's almost like we're happy to see them go, because my house is so clogged up with cardboard and paint and tubes everywhere. Like, my wife will be happy when I am able to clean it all up, and we take some remnants away from it for memory's sake. But,
Good.
My garage needs a good cleansing.
Yeah, Nick, I, if my memory serves me correctly, two things. One, I think this particular sled almost snapped my ankle in half because it took off earlier than it was supposed to, and you didn't get the ride down on it. Is that the same sled?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, both of those things are correct. And Casey, I have that on video. You and Preston standing in front of the sled as it started to take off, and you guys both kind of jumped to the side like, oh, crap, this thing's starting to move. I was standing there. We were all talking, and I was expecting sort of like a 1, 2, 3, go situation, and I didn't hear anybody say anything. It just started moving, and because we've never made it down, my brain automatically said, oh, jump. But wait, don't, because if I jump on there, the weight might throw off, and we might not make it down.
Okay.
So, it was a bummer to not ride down, but it was just as much fun watching my buddy Dave in the back with the metal horns in the air, yelling his lungs out all the way down to the bottom. Like, that was just so entertaining seeing him do that. It was great.
Awesome. Excellent. Well, great job. And next year, we'll see you again.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We're not going to stop now. It was way too much fun. And I just want to shout out to my team, the rest of the turds, Mike McGovern, Dave Ivey, and Matt Dolan. You guys are amazing. I couldn't do it without you. And all of our pushers, too. We had so many helpers to help us get that thing up to the top of the hill. And it makes all the difference when you have good helpers to lug that thing up there.
Yeah, and everyone was pushing for everyone to have a successful run. I mean, I was watching with the binoculars from down at the bottom, and there was just a team of people just pushing these things one right after another.
Yep. All right, Nick, thanks, bud.
It's amazing.
All right, we'll see you next year, man. Take care. All right.
See you next year.
Yes. The heaviest one, now I was only up for like maybe a quarter of the event, maybe even less than that at the top. The heaviest one to move, because I'm like, okay, they need every person that could possibly help. And I went, was the National Lampoon Vacation RV. That
RV,
thing was like, I didn't think it was going to be able to make it.
Were there like 50 people in that thing?
I don't know how many people were in it, but just us trying to push the damn thing was next to impossible.
Thank you to the Santas who help out every year.
Yeah.
Just a group of guys. It's like their thing now. We'll see the McKeonans. We see them up there. Appreciate you guys.
Let's go to Pat, who is with Christopher Lloyd Can Flux My Capacitor, Cardboard Sled Union 933, and they came in, they hit third place this year. Hey, Pat, you're on the air, buddy.
Gadzooks, how y'all doing?
Gadzooks, we are doing great, man. You guys stepped it up quite a bit. This was not your first DeLorean, right?
No, yeah, back in 2011, our first year, we did DeLorean, and for our 15th anniversary, we're like, you know what, let's take a crack at it again. We picked up some, tricks of the trade.
It was fantastic. Steven had the gold wing doors that opened
I
up.
saw. I mean, you could tell and we were commenting. I think Brian and I were commenting as well that the the meticulous nature of stuff and stuff that you could only see when you got close to it.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that there was that authenticity level. Just amazing.
Yeah, the flux capacitor, the remote control.
All of that was there.
Yeah, it was excellent, man. How'd you feel about
I
it?
wish I had the remote control. Someone mentioned the vultures at the bottom of the hill. Someone nicked it.
I believe it. I believe it. But you guys had a successful run.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you
I'm
had.
sorry, what was it?
I said you had a successful run all the way down, right?
Yeah, we started, going a little cockeyed there, like down middle. But we were fine. I'm just glad that we made it because I don't know if you guys saw, our U-Haul got stuck in the driveway. It actually slid down the hill and hit a tree.
What?
No.
Oh man.
Yeah, so it was like probably, I don't know, it was like 7 o'clock in the morning. The driveway at the house we were staying at was like on a hill and on a curve. And we started going up. And all of a sudden, the truck started sliding backwards and hit it. Thank God it hit a tree because otherwise we would have been in the lake because the lake was like 5 feet away from there.
Shut up!
Well, it's weird to say thank God we hit a tree, but that's right.
Wow.
Yeah, we were freaking out, and like we called like tow company. So like actually our prize money doesn't even cover the tow.
Oh man.
But it's all good.
That sucks.
We're just glad we made it. That's what it came down to.
Well, it looked badass. You guys, you did above and beyond, and third place for best design. Where have you finished in the top 3 before?
So Hogwarts Express was 2020. We came in first. We did Yellow Submarine, which was second place.
Yeah.
And third place, we did the Top Gun F-14.
Oh,
and
that was amazing.
Chitty Bang Bang.
Yeah,
Wow.
Chitty
And
Chitty Bang Bang.
Bang.
Yeah, all great
Chitty
stuff.
Chitty Bang Bang and Hogwarts Express are 2 of my all-time favorites. So you know what the hell you're doing, man.
But I know some of the other teams, like Bob was mentioning, I'm loving how much people are stepping their game up now. Like I remember back in 2011, like the top running sleds, like they were cool, but they were just big and like there wasn't a whole lot of detail on it. Like everybody's going like truly above and beyond, and I love it because like we went there and we did not think we were placing it all this year because like there was just so many great ones.
It was amazing.
There was who was the articulated hand?
Oh yeah,
where the fingers were.
They're from Massachusetts. Those
that
people.
was nuts.
Yeah, that was crazy. Like they could literally do a middle finger. Standing it up. It was excellent.
But even like Toy Story, right? Like we have the RC car on our list of things that we may do down in the future. Like we're gonna nix it now, but like we never thought to have it flying off in the air like that. Like that's incredible, and that's their second year.
Yeah,
second year.
Like, that team is going to be kicking ass in a couple years, and like literally taking probably first all the way through. Like they're just there's so many good teams now, especially younger teams coming up.
Yeah,
like we're definitely getting pushed out, and I'm perfectly fine. Like I've had my time. Like let some other teams.
If they're stepping up with the kind of quality they are, and allows you to kind of step to the side and finally just get to enjoy it for what it is, you deserve it.
All right. Well, we got a break in just a second here, but Pat, did you want to mention anything else?
Yeah, just my team, the Union, great job, guys. The Tail Dragger in a museum in Hamilton, they let us build there for free and deal with our shenanigans for a couple months, and then my family putting up with me being absent for like weekends at a time. So, thanks to everybody and all the teams out there. You guys kicked ass.
Appreciate it, bud. All right, we'll see you later, Pat.
Take care, guys.
Real quick, I do have to mention that Toy Story group. Melissa Robbins was the captain there from Reading, and they I felt bad that they didn't place because it was so good. It was the little car jumping off a ramp and all the characters. And when they got down to the bottom, Casey had coordinated this with them. They wanted me to do this. When they got to the bottom and they got done, they were all the characters. They were all dressed as Toy Story characters. And as they were getting ready to leave, they wanted me to say, "Hey guys, Andy's coming." And so I said it on the mic and they all flopped to the ground. And I thought that was just a great little button to put on the whole thing.
The RC car didn't serve. How it
didn't fall off?
Because it's basically a huge foil. It's a huge wing.
Yeah.
And it stayed on.
All right, we don't have much time because we have our guest coming up. So real quick, I want to go to we have Dave, our fire truck sled. We talked about this leading up to it quite a bit. Hey, Dave, how you doing, man?
Doing great, guys.
It was Fire and Rescue Team, or FART, F-A-R-T. It was great, man. Everybody loved that one.
Yeah, that worked out really good, especially with the whole FART. People were taking pictures of the whole back of it, going like that.
Yeah.
And I even made it where people can get up into it. Everyone got pictures. Everyone loved the fire truck, so it worked really good. It was a lot of people were the most anticipated because I've had it out on social media all before, and it was really good. But then when it gets to, you get there like I did, and you start looking at the other sleds, same thing, the other teams, they're stepping it up. It's so great to see what these other people are doing now.
I mean, just quickly, I have to say it. We're looking at a picture of your fire truck. I mean, you could sit that in an amusement park.
Yeah.
You could sit that, you could have people pay to see that. It's just incredibly well crafted.
Yeah, it was exactly a replica of that fire truck because actually we built one of those things, our body shop back in the 80s for Earl Fire Company. So if you go over to Earl Fire Company, you'll see there is a real one sitting in there.
Okay.
It's
I
sitting.
actually like it.
It's sitting at Montage by the lift. When I
Oh,
went
no kidding.
snowboarding, it's on the side. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Peanut had messaged me on Saturday morning. He's like, they took out Minerva and your fire truck and put them back out for display. So that's the only thing we were done. We always go over and there's the trash truck. I'm like, this is going to take a half hour to rip this thing all apart. And one guy's like, no, just throw it over there.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. And it looks like this big pile up on 95 of all this.
Well, and it held together intact, so that's probably part of why they wanted to hang on to it.
Anything I build is always, it makes it down and it's always in one piece.
Yeah.
All right.
So that works out perfect.
Well, Dave, we got a break because we got an interview coming up, and we got to talk to Peanut real quick. But anybody you want to shout out real quick?
No, it's actually my wife, Patty, who has to put up with me for this 2-3 months. I love you, hon. I know you hate that it takes me all this time, but everyone else loves it. It really gives a lot of satisfaction to all these people. But yeah, she's not a fan as much.
All right. Well, she's a good person. All right, Dave. Thanks, bud. And we'll see you soon, man. Appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, and let's go to the winner. He took championship, two-time champion now. Mr. Peanut, Mike Jaborka, is joining us. Hey, Mike.
Great day in the morning.
Yeah, buddy. You did it, dude. How about that?
Yeah, we were sideways, I think 3/4 of the way all the way down.
Yeah.
You were.
But you were
Sorry.
moving sideways, which was pretty amazing.
I was driving, so that was my fault. No, but it was a work of art, man. I mean, I'm glad that we ended up making it all the way down, but more importantly, the detail was just phenomenal. It was a perfect rendition of Minerva.
What a great time.
How cool to know.
That was my 20th year.
20th year, Jesus. Well, how cool to know that the Minerva stayed out on the snow. Marissa was saying throughout the weekend through Mountain Fest. They loved it so much they left it out there.
I was at the concert, watching it the whole time on Saturday. It was pretty cool.
And as we were telling everybody up on the hill, and we have to keep this short because we got an interview coming up here, Mike, but all the detail on the inside, there was a boot on it. There was a parking ticket on it. The radio was tuned to 93.3. We had to have had 20 people inside of that thing, Mike, and it was just it was perfect, man.
And the gas hose.
The gas hose sticking out.
Yeah, the gas hose was hanging out. The nozzle that ripped off when Pierre drove away, as the story goes. So it was, man. And overall, real quick, what did you think of the event? We think it possibly is the best one yet.
Yeah, absolutely. It was very well planned out. Everything went well. A lot better than last year than going into the crowd.
Yeah.
But,
There were some corrections made from last year. We had some missteps last year, but and I wasn't sure if there were a couple of people that were angry last year about some things that we changed. And I wasn't sure if they'd show up again. Yeah. Everybody showed up, and it went flawless.
Yeah, Bob, Pat, Sammy, Steve, guys. I love all you guys. It's the best time ever.
What a fraternity, man. Well, it's just familiar without even a fraternity. Just, everybody getting together and having this cool thing. It almost makes you want to build a contraption yourself. But how could you compete with what these guys are doing?
Yeah.
I really didn't think I was going to get it. Didn't deserve it because, all of Bob's detail and, God, the gremlins and Pat. Jeez, it's insane.
You did something right, though, man. So,
all right. Well, anybody you want to mention or shout out before we wrap up?
Well, I didn't have much of a team. I ended up building it myself. Everybody's bailing.
No,
you did a good job.
You're that good, brother.
You did a great job.
All right, Peanut, we love you. We'll talk to you soon, okay, bud?
You guys rock.
All right, you rock. All right, our champion. And listen, we got to come back to this. There's more that needs to be mentioned about Cardboard Classic. So we're going to take a break, come back in a second. Tim Mattheson is going to be on for an interview. And then after him, I got to fill in some of the cracks. There were a lot of other things that happened during the day that need to be mentioned. But Cardboard Classic 2026, a resounding success and a great time. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Yeah, boy, was that because somebody said he was acting like an idiot, and I had to get in and oh my God. Well, that's a good drop. I'm sure you're going to use that.
We'll use that a lot. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's good.
Oh yeah. And in fact, Casey, I know you're renaming that, but I want to hear that pause.
Okay.
The lip smack. And then the realization.
Okay, you got to give me.
Before we go to our, well, you know what? Let's do our last contest,
Okay,
and we'll do it on the way out.
Just one more line.
We have one more. I'm going to go to Mike. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, how you doing?
Wonderful. All right, Mike, you're going to be going up against another Bill. All right. Hey, Bill, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Bill. We had this last matchup. It's between you and Mike. We're going to start with Mike. Mike, it's Talk Like Bill Weston Day. Give us your best and go for it.
Something's wrong here. Santa's got to go.
Okay. We'll go next to Bill and see how he does. Bill, you give us the line.
I don't know what you want from me. Santa's got to go.
All right. What are we gonna? Who are we gonna vote for, Nick?
They were both a little rushed, but I think that Bill actually did the better of the two Bills.
Okay, Kathy.
Correct.
And
Same.
Steve.
Yeah. There was an improv on the one performance.
Casey didn't come to known as, but I go with Bill as well.
And I will go with Bill too. And we got our winner, Mike. Thank you for calling in, but Bill beat ya. And here is what we have for Bill as a prize.
All right, Bill. What we have for you is a pair of tickets to see the next chapter in the Wizarding World Series. Fantastic Beasts: The Secrets of Dumbledore is now in theaters. Plus, you also get 2 tickets to experience the original film that started it all as the Philadelphia Orchestra performs Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone live in concert while the full movie plays on the big screen. And that's going to be Saturday, July 23rd at The Man.
All right, let's play back just this realization moment that Bill had when Kay found out. He realized that Casey was pranking him. Here we go.
It was reported that you were either inebriated, high, or a combination of both.
I was so high and so drunk. I had such a good time, man.
Is this
You just called the hotline.
Oh, my God.
I need your consent. Can we play this on the air?
Listen. Everything except the asshole part.
All right, thank you. I'll clean it up so you can hear it.
Wow. You're such a good sport, Bill.
God,
you are.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
Wait, Casey, you told him that Gary had done something in the mixer?
I don't remember.
Gary was just being Gary, and so he's you have to border collie him a little bit.
I think we
whether he's
inflated
handing
it.
out bullets or whatever, but and so that was the issue.
Yep.
All right, it's all for the show.
All right,
I'm here for you guys.
Santa's got to go, right?
Good show. All right.
Wait, what grade does this segment get?
Oh, I'll give it an A minus.
There's always room for improvement.
Wow. Bill Weston, ladies and gentlemen.
Santa's got to go.
All right, we got to take a break.
Stop talking.
And feel free to talk like Bill Weston today, because that's what it's all about, folks. We're going to break. When we come back, we are going to have actor Ki-hee Kwan on the show, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
Their lead music editor.
With it was in BuzzFeed a little while back, and I wanted to kind of explore this a little bit. The title is 35 very specific things you saw every single time you went to your grandma's house. And I remember, and obviously this was pre-video games and all that stuff, when I was a kid, when I would be at my grandparents' house and I would have like all day by myself just wandering around. I mean, there were other people in the house, but there was no other kids to play with. And
nothing for you to do.
I needed to kill time. I had to kind of just find things to get into and do. So I would do a lot of just going through dresser drawers and just, whatever, just nosing around. And I remember things like playing with my grandfather's old shoe shine kit.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did they
so
have the buffer thing too that like spun two
not
ways?
that, not the
Okay.
electrical one, but like the brushes and all. And obviously, I'd get into the shoe polish itself, which is a total mess. But I remember things like that. Marissa, you brought in for show and tell the old adding machine with the hand crank and all that stuff. That my other grandparents, they had one of those. I would always play with that.
Well, I clearly remember there's certain things that you would have. Like I remember my my grandparents passed away, years ago. But they were. I remember going to the house enough. Their various houses. They lived in Staten Island and then Flagler Beach, Florida. And the thing I remember, Preston, is they had that old style TV remote. With like a button on and off, and like one thing that would manually turn the dial, and the thing looked like what in Star Trek they had those tricorders. It was that freaking big, and that was a big thing at my grandparents' house.
So here are some items, and feel free. I would like to hear from you guys listening. 215-263 WMMR. Like this one says, an old vacuum cleaner from at least 1979 that had one of those really big bags that filled up with air and got really warm whenever she used it.
Also, and when it would develop a small tear, it'd be like a fog machine coming out of it because we'd blown the dust right out that vent.
My aunt kept my grandmother's, and she used it for a haunted house that she would have at her house. It was like part of their haunted house was this old vacuum with the bag on the back of it.
Oh, my God. Nice. I remember playing with the sewing machine.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It was fascinating to me.
During visiting time, if your parents were there to visit and you were, as you said, there were no other kids around, unless you had cousins or whatever. But if you're not, you had to play with the house.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. You had to find things.
I got an example for you for that, Steve, because I have two younger brothers, and so when we would go to this is my dad's parents' house. My mom, my grandmother on that side, she was the one that said the cassette player.
Right.
So it's that family, and they had a laundry chute. Now,
dude, that's a home run.
It's pretty much an indoor slide, and you can send things down, and if you're really adventurous, you can send things back up. And so we would play with that.
Send your brother
for
down.
hours. Yes, Josh was small enough at the time; you could try to cram him in, which was always discouraged. But that was entertainment for 2 hours, 3 hours.
That's pretty cool.
You would send your action figures down through that.
Absolutely.
Like, Luke Skywalker.
Yes. Where's he going?
Yeah,
he's going down the garbage chute.
Hell yes. Absolutely.
We would always have like this. I don't remember like going through their stuff or anything like that, but I remember like we would always have treats over there. They were always the same. We had the Nilla wafers.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There was always a bowl.
What about butterscotch candies?
Candies. Yeah, there was like an old, bowl of candies that no one
Hard
really
candies that would mold into one big piece.
And then
Like eventually.
It's like a sedimentary rock.
Wait, and then I remember going through. My grandmother always had a change purse. So like that was the fun. I was like, let me go through your change purse and see how many quarters you have in there.
Was it actually one of those rubber ones that when you open and close it would look like a mouth?
Like a pop.
No, hers was almost like I forget what they call it, but like a mini purse where it had like a snap thing at the top.
This is where I keep my cocaine.
My grandfather had a coin collection, so that was something to
That
look
is
at.
interesting.
That was okay, yeah. But Kathy, my grandmother, would serve for whatever reason flat 7-Up because
flat soda.
Yeah.
We had flat soda every time we went there.
Why-
Why was it flat?
Old people at that time really loved flat soda.
What the hell?
soda.
Why was it no carbonation?
Here's a couple other examples, and we'll go to some phone calls. This one says a 1980s dustbuster that you would always end up playing with.
The
You
dustbuster.
may use that as a toy. That could be like a laser gun. Yep.
You know,
It
was
was like
something that
brown and cream.
my grandmother was in entertainment, so she had she taught dance and music. So in her basement, Preston, she had a full xylophone.
Oh wow!
And like
that's awesome.
It was on. I wasn't allowed to go play with it, but I did every now and then.
This other posting says a fridge covered with magnets, but specifically the fruit and vegetable ones, which were actually more decorative than anything else since they were sucky magnets and wouldn't hold anything to the fridge. Also, do you remember the giant wooden spoon and fork?
Yes.
Some people would have those
displayed on the wall. Yeah,
that was kind of an older generation thing.
Like with plates, decorative plates.
Furniture covered in plastic has to be on there.
Here's another one that says drinks and condiments inside the fridge that had clearly been in there for decades, but that she said were still good and refused to throw out.
There's your flat soda.
Yeah, there's your flat soda, exactly.
Things.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Massive.
So
and
that's quite an achievement.
And he's got an incredible career over the years. We've had a chance to talk to him a couple times, but obviously Animal House, Eric, Otter Stratton. But I love the title. By the way, his memoir is going to be out on paperback June 2nd. It's called Damn Glad to Meet Ya, My 7 Decades in the Hollywood Trench. It's just a brilliant title. Please welcome the one and only Mr. Tim Mattheson to our show this morning. Hey, Tim. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's great to have you on again, sir.
Hey, thank you. It's great to be here.
Hey, and did you ever think that in your 7 decades in Hollywood that you would be categorized as bingeable? Did that word ever enter your lexicon?
Well, it's a whole new world with Netflix and all the the streamers, and it's awesome because you don't really. It's not like with a network show like let's say The West Wing when I was on that. The second it was on the air, you knew the next day you had audience reaction in the streets. People would say, I saw the show last night, Bob, and now people are watching the entire series in one night or one weekend or, and it's like, wow. And people are catching up and, finding it now or, a year ago but it's amazing. And the response from the audience has been, just wonderful.
Well, and talking about obviously the series is a hit. The book is out on paperback. You throughout your life have sort of, gone through the different phases of entertainment. You initially were working with actors who were in vaudeville, but whenever there was a change that came up in the industry, you've been able to sort of surf it, and you've had a number of successful series. You've been directing. Is that just lucky happenstance, or was there a method to your madness?
Well, I think it was Ken Venturi, the golfer, said the harder I work, the luckier I get. So it's, I sort of.
Oh, I think we lost him.
He's had enough of you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Tim, are you there, man? We can't hear you.
Oh, we were slated for a minute and a half, Preston.
I'm here.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Now we got you. Yeah, we lost you for a minute there.
Hey, sorry about that.
It's all good.
No, I just, I kept finding I studied and tried different techniques of acting and, Shakespeare. And I was always, I just love doing this so much that I found that I just wanted to keep trying different aspects of it and learning, always learning. And that's why I went into directing and as well. So it's always been a challenge and got to stay busy.
So for those who are entertaining the notion of binging or actively watching Virgin River, give us a little explanation, a thumbnail of what the story is about. I know you played Doc, so give us what's the general 30,000-foot view.
Well, Virgin River is a story of a small town in Northern California, in Humboldt County, up in the foothills, where kind of an oddball group of people have all gone to renew their spirit or start their life over, or just dig into themselves and discover themselves again. And it's sort of a refuge against modern life. It's like out of the way and people find romance, but it's basically it's a love story, a generational love story, and there's something there for everyone, and it's found a tremendous response from the audience.
Yeah, people I know who are big fans describe it as sort of like it's comfort food. It's a place you want to be. Would that be correct?
Yeah. Yes, and we happened to, I think, time it right. Unfortunately, that during COVID, we premiered just during that horrible period, and it was a place that people wanted to get away from and get out. The Virgin River takes place. We shoot it out in British Columbia and northern, with the west coast of Canada, and it's beautiful and it's outside and it's people living in a small town. So it really found people who just wanted to get out of their house because we were trapped.
Right. And you're working with Annette O'Toole, who's I think has the same sort of another career that she started young and has been kept working ever since. Had you known her prior to this project?
I have known Annette for since before Animal House. The last show I did before Animal House was a show we did at Universal, like it was Whatever Happened to the Class of '65, and it was about it was an anthology series about this 1 year of high school students, and so. But yeah, and I followed her career forever. I've worked with her, I think 2 or 3 times. We did a play at HBO, and so yeah, and she's an old friend, and so it's great to be reunited with her and make new friends with Martin Henderson and Alex Breckenridge, who they're the leads of the show that we followed their love story.
Yeah. Tim, you mentioned Animal House, and I just want to see if you could guess at this. I was at the grocery store a couple months ago. I was buying stuff for my salads. I took a picture of me holding a cucumber. I sent it to one of my good friends. What do you think I captioned it with?
I got a hunch. Mine's bigger.
Mine's bigger than this. Yes. It's still... nary a week goes by without saying something from that film.
We quote it all the time. We play the clips all the time. It is just firmly entrenched.
And I want to dive into your. I'm definitely going to get your memoir, and I'm sure a nice piece of that is about your time on that set and the people you worked with.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was such a joyous experience because the script was so good and so different than anything I'd ever done. It was my first comedy, working with John Belushi and all the great actors that were in it, and it happened so quickly. We shot that movie in 5 weeks in Eugene, Oregon. Wow. On the only campus that would let us get on, because of the content of the script, I guess. And we just had a ball, but we had no idea that it would catch on as much as it did, and it was an amazing response.
You have always been closely associated and part of the National Lampoon, and I was listening to an interview with you. You were talking about the structure of Animal House, and there's so much in it that could appear cruel from the frat's point of view, and the Fawn Leibowitz thing. But you also explained that the walk home, the girls walking home, that scene was added after the fact, and that was to explain what that was for.
Well, when they originally read the script, it was a lot of just crazy antics and a lot of fun things that happened to these guys. Doug Kenny and Harold Ramis and Chris Miller, the writers, happened to them in college, but the director John Landis said, we got to show that these are the good guys, and they can't do things to hurt people, so they have to be. And you can't be mean to like Flounder, and you can't. Yeah. So that we walk a fine line between being outrageous, but being in the spirit of making sure that nobody got hurt. So when we left these women, I fabricated a story to get a date with 4 different women, and at the Emily Dickinson School for Women, and pretending that Fawn Leibowitz had been my fiance and died, and that was a true story actually. And so, but we ran away from the roadhouse and escaped with our lives, but we left the women behind. But they just showed them walking home towards college, back to their college after the night, so that everybody knew in the audience that they didn't just dump these women in a precarious situation and leave them.
Right, they made it hard. In fact, they were saying, I kind of liked him. So, yeah, there was a little, you get a little bit on the other side. No, that's brilliant. It's a brilliant, and Landis was right. You needed that.
Yeah.
Yes. We couldn't be mean to each other. And the thing about our fraternity that was different than all the other fraternities was anybody could get in. I mean, there was no criteria. If you wanted to get in, come on in.
Yep.
Even Flounder.
Yeah. Don't cost nothing.
Yeah, and it stands the test of time. It's brilliant. And to hear Tim still laugh. It's goddamn funny.
Oh, God.
I have to ask you a quick question, because you were on Night Gallery, and your career has spanned so many things. You directed, I think, an episode of the new Twilight Zone, if I'm incorrect.
I did, yeah.
Did you ever get to meet Rod Serling himself?
Yes, I did when I think I was one of my first jobs. I was probably 11 or 12, and I did an episode of The Twilight Zone. It was about a guy who was taking a potion to make himself younger, and he took too much of it, and he went from being like 50 or 55 to being 35 to being 20 to being 10 to being 5, and then a baby lying in the crib in a bed. And I just had one little scene where I ran through a room, screaming with a big bathrobe on as I was getting younger, and I was 10 years old. And Rod Serling was there that day filming the prologue that as he often did, introducing the episode. And I just remember him chain smoking and looking just like Rod Serling. And I was like, my gosh, this is my dream come true to be in this show.
There's a legend.
I envy you. That's amazing.
Well, Tim, we know you got to run, but Virgin River Season 7, we could talk to you for an hour, but I'm going to go get the book. It's called Damn Glad to Meet You, My 7 Decades in Hollywood Trenches. We're such fans. Thanks for coming on this morning. Continued success, Tim.
Thank you, Preston. Thank you, Steve. See you guys.
Take care of yourself. Tim Mattheson, guys. Wow. He's something else, man. I wanted to ask another question. I wanted to see if there were any alternate titles for his memoir, Damn Glad to Meet You, because there's so many lines. Like, I thought immediately was, we are going to die.
Yeah. I mean, by the way, we forget he worked with Belushi again in the movie 1941.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but because that was a bomb.
It
1941 was a bomb. It was Spielberg's attempt at doing it's a mad, 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 mad world.
Right.
And it was, but I mean, you had super talented people in that movie. The other side of the coin is Animal House, which they had done on a wing and a prayer for no budget. And it now sits, I think, atop the AFI's list of comedies of all time. I mean, can you think of, there's a rare league of movies that are that often quoted. How many times recently have we been saying, knowledge is good?
Knowledge is good. It cracks me up.
I wonder if Animal House is still required viewing for people in college, like right now, because that was a huge movie for us. We watched it all the time.
I was in college when it hit.
Yeah.
So, I mean, toga parties became you did it all the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
I hope that it holds up like Scarface. Like, I'm starting to see a lot of people wearing Scarface t-shirts again and buying posters. I really, really hope it holds up.
Yeah, I got to believe it's dated enough to where it's starting to fade off, and maybe every now and then somebody discovers it that's of college age right now.
Some can't stand that test of time. Animal House will. He was also terrific in a Very Brady sequel.
Oh my God. I'm tripping with the Brady's. I've completely forgot about that.
Great, yeah.
He was also the bad guy in Fletch. So
Yeah, Mr. Nugent.
Do you know how far he goes back? I mean, obviously he was the voice of Johnny Quest. He's a kid actor.
Yeah.
He worked with, but he worked with Clint Eastwood at Magnum Force. He was one of the road cops.
You're right.
Yeah.
Him and David Soul were
That's
two
right.
of the, and was Robert Urich the other one?
Yes.
Oh my
Yes.
God, I
All those guys
forgot about
who
that.
became stars in their own right.
Oh my God, I totally forgot about that.
Now you got to get the book right.
I'm down. You know what? I forgot about the Clint Eastwood. I forgot about Magnum Force.
Yeah.
I will get his book. I love a good memoir. I read Henry Winkler's was fantastic. Steve Martin's was excellent. I need to get his.
To get the peaks about this kind of career. I mean, he's not, he's 66 years, 67 years. He said he rounded it up just to get an even number. But that's amazing.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, we have another guest coming up in about 15 minutes or so. We're going to talk to Wolfgang Puck.
And so I know we're going back to Cardboard Classic thing. We had a couple of guests on earlier that forgot to shout some people out. So Bob Havens wanted me to remind you guys that Brett Robert was on his sled.
Yes, he was.
And it was awesome to see him at the event. It was awesome to get him on that last sled that just barreled through everything. That was
Pierre's
great.
nephew, for those who don't know, and he was there, and he was having a great time, and he jumped on board.
Doesn't he live? Does he live? Where does he live? Is he in the Lehigh Valley?
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I think he's up there, yeah.
Ryan, you know.
I don't know if I want to say
I believe,
exactly.
I forget. He's closer to the mountain than we are.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I thought it
Okay.
was close to Allentown or something like that. But And then also, Mr. Peanut wanted me to shout out his girlfriend Gina because she was there. Yeah, she was there, and she also helped with like the painting and getting bumper stickers and pictures printed for the Minerva sled. And so he said he was a one-man operation, but he was not.
They definitely had some help. All right, so I wanted to mention a few of the other sleds and things that took place that day. I want to say thank you to you guys and this crew of people. We've been doing this for 20 some odd years now. And for the most part, when we do the Cardboard Classic, it's like we show up and, all right, we have microphones and they'll start coming down the hill.
Push them down.
And whatever. Yeah. And let's say, what is that thing up there? I don't know what that is. I mean, Marissa finally came up with a system that fully made sense on how to identify everyone. I mean, it was collaborative.
Yeah.
But Marissa was feeding us information while we were down there, me and Steve on the mics, and handing us these cards and this little clip thing that was up in front of us. And we finally had a nice back and forth between the top of the hill where Ryan and Casey were, and me and Marissa and Steve at the bottom. And it was constantly going back and forth with information about the groups, having a chance to talk to people, and it kept moving the whole time. It kept moving. We had a couple of quick delays that weren't too bad.
So much so.
And Brent Porsche covered with some great music, and I loved it.
Brent was amazing.
Yep.
There was a second where something stalled for just a second, and Marissa, we both look at you and we both say in unison, we have to pee.
Yep, that's right. I'm like, I gotta go.
When they threw that stuff on the hill, I also have to give huge thank yous to Eric Simon, who talks to our sled builders for months leading up to this, gets all of the information together, is talking to the mountain. Rodney as well, too. I mean, they were working on this for months ahead of us diving in.
Rodney's input helped create the buffer at the bottom of the hill. And then again, we keep complimenting Montage, but they deserve it. They've been as fluid as you can be and as accommodating as you can be on every aspect of the Cardboard Classic for the years we've been there.
And they did make it a little steeper at top, didn't they? I thought.
So it appeared to be.
It seemed steeper, and then they also had like another second hill, like a little bit more than halfway down.
Leveled out and then went down.
If you can make it to that second hill, you can, then it got people to the end.
So they groomed it, and we had all these meetings, and finally everybody was on the same page, and it came together. I want to mention a few of the other sleds because we just talked about the big winners, but I think the first real successful run of the day, the first one that we were like, okay, God, yes, a sled can make it to the bottom and haul ass, was the Barely in Control, the Care Bear group.
It was a
little cloud.
I've been saying amazing 1,000 times today. It's the only word that comes to mind because, I mean, yes, it just was beautifully well done.
Marissa just pulled up the video of it, and they were all dressed, obviously, as Care Bears, but they made it all the way to the end and just bumped into the barrier. We're like, all right,
and
it's on.
The team captain was dressed in a Care Bear, a tie-dye, and it said Pierre Rowe.
Care Bear.
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 Yes, yeah. And he dyed his beard too. It was very nice.
Yeah. Oh, that was great. Let me see. A few of the other ones that came to mind were Blizzard 1. It was a Star Wars Planet Hoth Imperial Walker. It didn't make it down.
But in theory, it looked so good.
It looked excellent.
It looked like it was on Hoth. I mean, because we had the snow background.
Yep. Then there was, I think, before Bob Havens made it all the way through, was the Barrel Full of Monkeys.
Oh, yes.
Those guys plowed through that, and that's when we had to really reset the barrier for the first time.
Slammed in, and again,
it was awesome.
The crew at the end, you'd hear that whistle go off when somebody had momentum, and they were prepped. They were really doing a great job.
Yep.
Just another shout, Preston, to the one that had all of the xenomorphs.
Yes, it didn't make it down, but it was an excellent.
Hell!
It was an excellent sled. Yeah, it was called. Hang on, I highlighted that one here too, Steve. But it was called So Many Xenomorphs. Yeah, here we go. They called them Pickle, Pepper, Potato, and Pea. That was the name of the sled. Xenomorphs. So Many Xenomorphs. The detail on it was outstanding, and it was more like a medium-sized, small to medium-sized sled. But those guys, if they keep it up, they're going to kill it eventually. But it was just a matter of it kind of getting stuck on the in the snow and kind of doing this little snowplow thing. What else? There was a cheesesteak and fries. Yes. That was the Philly Food and Sports. I don't think it had a successful run, but it looked really cool.
So that one in particular, it looked great. It barely made it over even that front lip. Because the very, very front of the sled was it was basically like a right angle. And so you really need to have the front of your sled curved up. So if you can get like a cardboard tube to be the front of the sled.
It's got to be beveled.
You'll do a lot better. Yeah, absolutely. The one that comes to mind too, Preston, is the women of the 80s or
The Aquanet Avalanche.
Oh, they made the full run too.
They flew.
Yeah.
There was that, and there was also one called Ladies of the 80s, Madonna and Tiffany, who it said will conquer.
Like a neon boombox.
That one was excellent too.
Okay, I didn't see that one. The Aquanet Avalanche had this perfect ending because it just kind of tipped on its side
and they
slid
kept going.
through. It flew.
We also had, and if you watch the Montage Mountain video that they made, it's phenomenal. These guys were on board the Washington crossing the Delaware sled, and they had like a selfie stick with the camera. And the shot of those guys was incredible. And the Montage crew, with their video setup, they had a snowmobile that was going up and it would follow the sleds down and getting this action side by, almost like at the Olympics when they have that camera that zips by, the speed skaters. It was like that. And they had drones galore and people with cameras all over the place. The video they made is amazing.
And so at the top of the mountain, we had, Marissa had team captain bands made. So it was easy for me to find the person who was the team captain and talk to these people. In the Washington crossing, those guys were having a great time. But when I went and talked to the team captain, before they made their run, he was not really able to talk all that much.
I remember you going,
he was out of it. Okay.
He started early and just kept on going. But listen, he was in great spirits. But I was like, okay, I'm not going to put this guy on the mic. But man, they were having a lot of fun.
Yeah, it looks like it was a company called Quarto Productions that was behind all the montage videos and all. And those guys, I mean, they had a team that was there all weekend getting content. It was great.
One of the best shots, Marissa, is that from a high, we just ran on the video, way above the buffer at the end of the run. You have an aerial shot of, I forget which.
It was Bob Havens.
Bob Havens just
comes crashing through the end. Chuck D'Amico's here, and is that a banana in your pocket? Or you just happen to? Never mind. Sorry.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning. How you doing, Chuck?
Congratulations. Incredible day. I mean, what an amazing time. I wanted to make sure you mentioned the Washington crossing the Delaware guys.
Yeah,
because I hope they got video because that dude did not know what was happening. There was also like one that was a little more rookie Duke. It was like a psychedelic bus.
Oh yeah, the further bus.
Yeah.
Oh, that was Eric Yost.
Yeah.
That's apparently part of rock lore.
I think their team is from a brewery.
Yeah, they were.
So they were probably
Further Brewery,
okay.
and they had because you may have missed it, but I read an email or a text that he sent me, which was they had about 50 people on a bus with stand-up comedians doing shows on the way there and on the way back.
Wow, that's amazing. But I mean, when I saw that they were sort of brewery based, I knew that if they had started at 8 a.m., they were probably drinking 6 or 7% beers all day. They get to us by about noon or something.
So kudos to you, by the way, Chuck. Chuck, you were at the top, and the flow. Everyone, there was sort of a more not aggressive, but more well implemented vetting process. So everyone was supposed to be there, and from our vantage point. At the bottom of the hill, it seemed to be processing really nicely. What was your takeaway?
It was great. I mean, the system that you guys had worked on and that Marissa helped develop a lot with the cards and the numbers. We were like a little military operation on the walkie-talkies that you provided, by the way. And I had the bullhorn, which was super, super helpful.
Good.
At the top of the hill, I had Brendan and Sam kind of, holding the lines back, keeping everybody organized. By the way, the hardest working people in the mountain that day are Pro Team Collision. My goodness.
God. They were sensational.
They were unbelievable.
They darted across you're talking hundreds of pounds of cardboard, and they're getting it out of there quickly.
Yeah, they were the perpetual cleanup crew for 4 hours or whatever it was.
And not only that, this year we kind of implemented if it stalled out like a quarter of the halfway there, get it off.
Done.
And they came out and they pulled it over to the breakdown lane and got it out of there because in the past we'd be like, all right, they'd keep pushing and pushing and pushing. It's like, dude, it ain't going to make it.
We were telling them at the top this time with the bullhorn, like if you crap out right away, just get it off to the side, get out of the way and keep things going.
Excellent.
We were reiterating that probably every half hour.
Well, that made a difference. Absolutely.
Big time.
Is Andrew here today?
Yeah.
That was his first one.
Yeah.
He's one of our assistants and he's one of our interns. I wanted to see if you come in here, Andrew. I didn't get a chance to even see him during the day. Our crew, everybody was separated and moving around the whole time.
So I'm working the video table a little bit. Yeah, there we go.
I just want to see, Andrew, what your impressions were first time ever Cardboard Classic.
That was such a blast.
Yeah.
I was on the mountain in the far right lane. They let us go on there to capture media, all the photographers, videographers, which I didn't know at first. And during the opening ceremony, they were coming down and I almost got hit by them. And I had to duck out of the way real quick, and that was crazy. But such a blast. I scaled that mountain like 5 times, so my legs are hurting.
And until you see, especially those really big ones in person, you don't get an idea for the craftsmanship.
No, and especially as I got towards that latter end and all the big ones were coming up to, and you really got to see them, like the piranha plant. That was probably my favorite one.
Yes,
yeah. I was just in awe. That was so much more fun than I could ever imagine.
Well, thank you, Andrew, for covering it all on social media. A lot of people ask us to stream it live.
Yeah.
And if we're streaming it from just like a bird's eye camera on the mountain, it's just not the same. You're not seeing all the detail.
I agree.
And you would just kind of be like, what's that? What's going on? Like, you really need those close-up videos and photos. So thank you for covering it for the Preston Stephen MMR accounts.
It's tough. We want to encourage people to get out there, too,
Yeah.
Well, at some point, if there's some like switching capability, but again, we've had people who've listened to the show for years and they think they understand, and then they finally go up. Preston, your good friends Will and Lori Chapman, they for years they heard you. They end up going, and it's like,
that's what this is.
Yeah, and we want people to come up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Gives them more of a reason to come up. And by the way, Andrew, you mentioned something that we forgot. We had an opening ceremony.
We did. We did. We had thank you to the ski patrol, and Marissa got these Cardboard Classic flags and these little, I guess, smoke machines of sorts, and we had them ski down. I thought that was a fun way to start it.
I agree.
Yeah, just got a little motion to get things going.
Yeah, thank you to Town Line Trophy and Design, who created the flags and the armbands for us in like less than a week when we had these crazy ideas.
Love it. All right, real quick, we mentioned these sleds earlier, but we didn't get a chance to talk to them. I'm going to Noah, who was he was Woody in the Toy Story sled.
Yes.
And they did Moana last year. Hey, Noah, how you doing, man?
Great day on the mountain, bitches.
Oh, my God. Listen, Noah, did you hear how impressed all the longtime veterans, the ones who have been, creating the biggest, most impressive sleds we've ever seen, how impressed they were with what you guys did?
We did. And the compliments are not lost on us. We spent 4 months building this sled. Everyone told me our design was going to break. Everyone told me the car wouldn't even stay on the poles, and that's why I kept pushing and kept it up there.
Well, it structurally held together, fully intact.
No one called that, and it did. It was amazing. Again, I'm using amazing a lot. What can I say? We're just blown away by the craftsmanship. What I do love, again, hearing all of you guys talk about that familial thing, everyone helping each other, everyone pushing, everyone trying to make a great experience. I mean, that is something that, over these many years, Preston, has really just grown and grown and grown. And it's got to be cool for you to be a part of it.
Oh, yeah, it sure is. We have a lot of fun. I don't think anybody's in it for the money. We're there to have fun with our friends. Since October, we've been working on the car.
Wow.
Every weekend, we've been getting together.
Noah, if you had to guess,
get them out and have fun with other people.
if you had to guess, how many times did people yell, "Andy's coming" to you guys that morning?
Far too many.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah, they did it at the end of the run. I said, Andy's coming on the mic, and they all hit the ground. It was so cute. Loved it.
Hey, Noah, I want to ask, before you guys even started the construction on this thing, did you guys have a sketch of this first? And if so, like who does the sketching of all of the artwork?
Yeah, we did. I don't remember how exactly our design came together, but I have a sketch that I brought to our first official cardboard sled meeting that looks almost exactly what the finished product ended up with.
I mean,
and it's a funny story because we had this meeting. I showed them exactly what we were going to build. And 2 months later, when I started building it, everyone was like, "What are we doing? That's not going to work."
Wow. Well, it was
But I pushed through.
incredibly impressive, man. Congratulations. Give the crew our best, and we're excited to see what you come up with next year.
Will do. Thank you, guys, and thank you, everyone at Montage Mountain, for a great job, especially the Snow Patrol people that put up with us when I'm sure they're not happy about doing it sometimes.
I think they really enjoy
All
it
right.
as well. Yeah, it's very
Thanks,
cool.
Noah. Appreciate it, bud. We'll see you. All right. Well, listen, we could keep going. And there are a lot of people, there are more people that are on hold that want to talk to us about that, but we have a guest who's ready to go. So the Oscars coming up Sunday, March 15th. After that will be the Governor's Ball.
As legendary.
Yeah.
Everyone knows the Governor's Ball.
Yeah, most definitely. And there is somebody who has been catering that event for how long now?
32 years.
32 years is incredible. And one of our favorites, we've had him on before. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Wolfgang Puck is joining us this morning. Wolfgang, good morning.
Good morning to you and everybody in Philadelphia.
It is wonderful to have you on, sir. We're huge fans of yours. And as Steve was saying at the beginning here, 32 years of doing the Governor's Ball. How did you get that job in the first place?
You know, I did a big Oscar party before at Spago, and all the famous people from the old times used to come. You know, that was 40 years ago or so. And we did it at Spago 10 or 12 years in a row, and we had all the old guests like Elizabeth Taylor and Cary Grant and Johnny Carson, and also the younger ones like Madonna and Michael Jackson and Sean Penn. So they all used to be really, some of them really young, and then we had a great mixture. And then one year, the governors of Empire State who would put on the show, they asked me if I want to do the dinner after the gala, after the Oscars. And I said, yeah, why not? It's something bigger and something more interesting. So in, I think, 95, we started to do the Governor's Ball after the Oscar celebration. First it was downtown. Now it has a permanent home in West Hollywood at the Dolby Theater. And so it started and it became so successful. And now we're doing it every year. So it's a great event. And, you know, Los Angeles is well known because of the Oscars, too. Oscars is a big part of Hollywood and our place here.
And the Governor's Ball equally. I think I always get fascinated with what's rolling out on the menu. And what I find interesting is, like, for example, things that you wouldn't expect, the legendary chicken pot pie is something that, and you, correct me if I'm wrong, you said that apparently one night Barbara Streisand put away like 3 or 4 of these things?
Yeah, totally. But, you know, maybe I make everything in small portions, so it's not a huge portion.
Okay.
You can eat, probably, if you're really hungry, you probably can eat 3. And the good thing is, you know, people don't have time to have lunch. They don't have time to do or eat much in the morning, maybe have a tea and a toast or something like that. So by the time comes 9, 10 o'clock at night, everybody is super hungry. Everybody wants to eat. And I still remember when Barbara Streisand was there with John Travolta and Marty Scorsese. I had to make a special pasta for Marty Scorsese, but Barbara Streisand loved the chicken pot pie so much. And then I saw her at Spago maybe a year after or something like that when we were talking about the Oscars. She said, Wolfgang, I'm coming, but you have to make the chicken pot pie because that's my favorite dish. And, you know, she certainly has a lot of dishes to eat in your life.
No, that's great. And what an honor.
Wolfgang, when you are serving a crowd of that size, it is very difficult to have everything come out just right at the right time. It's still warm. It's made the way it's intended to be made. You have had to have had either some disasters or near disasters over the years. Just out of, happenstance alone, just out of the sheer numbers, is there anything you remember going wrong that you had to correct?
One time, one of the first times we did it up at the Dolby Theater was, it was cold outside and they had a lot of electricity pulled for the heaters and everything. And I cook everything at the last moment. So we served about 800 guests, we do about 1,500. And then all of a sudden the electricity went out, the gas went out. I still had 400 steaks to cook. I still had 400 portions of fish to cook. And I said, oh, my God, what are we going to do now? Everything is down. And we had engineers and everything on place there, not in the kitchen, but they were downstairs. And the security was so tight, they didn't let them come up to the ballroom kitchen. So then finally, I sent some police officers who were security guy. I sent them downstairs and said, get these people come up and figure something out. Meanwhile, I was already putting little rishots up to cook the beef in a lot of butter and the salmon the same way. And then finally, like 15 minutes later, we got the electricity again and everything was fine. And nobody in the dining room actually did anything or thought, oh, something bad happened, But I was nervous, and for me, those were probably the longest 15 minutes to wait for electricity and gas to get on. So that was like my biggest disaster in a way. But we avoided it because it came back and everybody ate.
Wow.
I can imagine.
Wow.
We're Wolfgang, we're all fans of the show The Bear, and knowing your history. I mean, you studied with some of the most renowned French chefs, and I have to ask you, when you're in, as we're learning about these shows that really honor the culinary capabilities that you and your compatriots have, we get this feeling that it can be incredibly tense as hell when you're studying with those. Can you remember back when you were studying with those French masters? Is it like you're in a Paris Island Marine boot camp? What is the vibe?
Well, in the old time, the way people were treated and everything in the kitchen was totally different than today. When I started my apprenticeship in Austria, they kicked you in the butt, they slapped you and everything. So it was crazy, really, and screaming all over the time. And then when I went to France, it was still very tough. They still yelled and threw things and hot pans and everything. So it was almost like a boot camp. And I don't know, everybody thought if you yell, people are going to work better. If you tell people you are an idiot, then they're going to feel better. I do exactly the opposite. I think positive reinforcement is better, and showing them how to do it the right way. Now, naturally, I get upset if 2 or 3 times, I show them and then they still don't do it right. But if I show them, generally it works pretty well. So it's the opposite now than it was like when I was young.
Well, I like your system better. I have to ask, as the world is changing, we learn about the effects that Ozempic and these other weight loss drugs are having. Yeah. Does this have sway over what you do as far as the governor's bowl and how much food you're putting out there?
Yeah, no, the good thing is that people who take these slimming drugs or whatever you call them, it's good because then they don't gain any weight, because the next day they take another shot and they're fine. And drink a lot. We have great wine, Clarendelle from Domaine-au-Prion. We have beef from Japan, the Miyazaki beef, which I actually visited last year to make sure it's done the right way. We have beef from Snake River Farm. I have a big station with sushi, and I have 5 Japanese chefs who work for me already in different places, from Spago Maui to cut in London and cut in New York. So we have that, so people can have little bites of that. We pass around like the chicken pot pie, the macaroni and cheese, the chinois lamb chops, the lobster with the sweet curry sauce. So we do all that things. So everything is served on small plates. So you can eat 4 or 5, 6 plates really easily.
It sounds great. Just hearing you reel off some of that gets us.
We're going to have fried chicken even. It's also comfort food. So we fry it really crispy and then put a little cream on top and then caviar on top. So you have a little bite of that. So you have the hot and cold mixed together. So it's
oh, damn.
Extra delicious.
Hey, Wolfgang, Philly.
Naturally, we have our traditional salmon pizza. The smoked salmon and caviar, Oscars, like in the shape of an Oscar, and what else did I say we have? So when people come, there will be food everywhere.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Really quickly, Philly's been getting a national spotlight in the culinary scene. Have you spent any time here, any restaurants?
Yeah. I think I know Mark Vietri really well, and he has a couple of restaurants or more than that in Philadelphia. So I think Philadelphia, like a lot of other cities, is really moving up in gastronomy, in food and restaurants and everything. There's so many young American chefs now who cook and who are really very talented. Whereas in the old time, it was always the French chef or the Italian chefs or whatever. So now you have a lot of chefs, and even like here in LA, we have a lot of chefs from Mexico, from Japan, from China. So the world has gotten so much better over the last 40 years in restaurants here in America.
So much great food to be had.
Yeah.
Wolfgang, good luck with the Governor's Ball, and thanks for coming on this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Wolfgang Puck! You know what? I've been at a couple of his restaurants, and last time I ate at a Wolfgang Puck property was in Chicago at the airport. They have they have like a cafe.
So for a while he was writing the pizza thing. He was well known for his pizza. Was this a pizza place?
They had a little bit of everything. They had, salads and pizza and other entrees, and it was really good. It was just nice to not have to stop by get a standard burger,
right?
And get something a little bit that was up or two in notch in quality. So, but he's great, man. I love Wolfgang Puck. All right, you know what we did? We skipped traffic at the beginning, so we should do that right now, and then we're going to have to take a break and come back in a second and get to the bizarre file. So we'll do traffic, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll do traffic again. So, Marissa, what's going on at this point?
It's a traffic morning. All right, we are jammed up on the Vine, westbound from the Parkway out to Schuylkill eastbound from the Boulevard out to Girard, and the westbound side, Montgomery. There's an accident right before Montgomery, so it's jammed back to University. This traffic report is brought to you by AAA Tire and Auto Service. Get your car ready for your spring adventures this month at your local AAA Tire and Auto Service location. Buy 3 select tires and get 1 free. Offer ends March 31st. See store for details. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Marissa. We're going to take a quick break. Come back in a second. As I said, the aforementioned bizarre file shall be next. Stay with us. Oh, here's another one. And also in her fridge, Grandma's fridge, lots of Cool Whip and Country Crock containers that have all types of food in it except whipped cream and butter.
Yep.
There was makeshift Tupperware.
Yeah.
When my mom passed away and we were clearing out everything in the house and just kind of giving a big clean, she would take Carvel ice cream containers and she would make gravy in advance because she was a Southern cook. And we had like 10 Carvel containers of frozen gravy in the refrigerator. It was hilarious.
At my grandmother's house, she always used to do the Folgers instant coffee because it was just her. So she would make 1 cup at a time. So all of those Folgers cans turned into what the nails went in.
Oh, there you go.
All the brick-brack.
Yeah, I
went
remember
into
coffee
those.
cans for nails. My dad had that. Yeah. Let me go to Michael. Hey, Michael, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thanks, man. What's up, Michael?
Well, 2 things. Well, one about myself, but one as part of my profession. I've been a nurse for over 30 years, specialized in geriatrics, worked at, say, the Philadelphia Corporation for Aging for years, and always would go into the seniors' homes and ask if we could look in their medicine cabinet, and there was always a standard.
Okay.
You had the rusted can of Barbasol.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You had that little thing to make the cream, the little container with the little brush for shaving.
Okay. Yep.
The straight razor with the screw bottom with the rusted blades still sitting there making a stain inside the
Rust
cabinet.
is big with the the older community.
People don't remember those kind of razor blades where you actually had to take the blade out and then screw it back in.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. My favorite was when they had the very early electric shavers that look more like instruments of death than they did something that we would use nowadays. The blades just were scary.
Yeah.
But and then, of course, my favorite was the medication with hand-typed labels that had been in there so long, it had gone from pill to powder to a mist, back to powder, and back to a pill again, like a deadly antibiotic.
It had gone through 9 half-lives. Yeah, no, that sounds exactly accurate. Yeah, I love
for
it.
myself, going to see my grandparents who lived in Florida, we always had the hot dogs and the freezer-burned crinkle fries.
All right. Fair enough.
Freezer burned, yeah.
The way of entertaining myself was I would steal one of my grandfather's white undershirts, dental floss and pennies, and I would make parachutes and throw them off the second floor of their apartment building.
That's great.
Yes.
Very creative.
All right, Michael. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
You know what I most vividly remember, most clearly remember, from my grandparents' house was not anything in their house, but what we used to do over there. And for whatever reason, I was like I was like an actress when I was younger. I like to pretend and all this stuff. And I would make my brother pretend that we were hitchhiking because my grandparents lived in an apartment. So there was where you would park. My mom would let us walk down the street before she got to the main road. And so I would pretend we were hitchhiking and we didn't know my parents. And my brother was so little at the time and he used to cry and be like, "No, that's our mom." And I'd be like, "No, it's not. We're hitchhiking. We're getting in with strangers."
So you'd play with the neighborhood. Yeah.
Wow.
I would make my mom, drive past us, and I'd wave her down with my thumb out.
Wow. That's nice. I will go next to, let me go to Paul. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
What's up, Paul?
Oh, MMR rocks, partner. Trust
Thanks.
me.
Appreciate it, man.
Hey, look, I'm old school for sure.
Okay.
But what I remember at my grandparents' house, man, they lived in the country. They lived in Blackwood, New Jersey a long time ago.
All right.
And they actually had a well in the house.
Whoa.
Oh, my God.
That's awesome.
A well inside.
When we wanted water, we would have to go to the well, which was just offside the kitchen. And it was a well that we had to let the bucket down and bring it up.
Dude.
And use water like that. And that's what I always remembered about my grandparents' house.
Paul, I'd be amazed as a kid. I'd be amazed now to see that old school. Did you end up playing with that a lot?
Oh, say that again, please.
Did you end up playing with the well a lot? Because it's a freaking well.
Yeah, trust me, man. It was and the water was ice cold.
Yeah.
The water was ice cold.
Probably from a cold
every
spring.
time we needed water, we would go down and go right outside the kitchen, let the bucket down, bring it back up, and use the water as we needed it.
That's amazing. There was no plumbing in the house then, right? Or was that just an ancillary? Was that? Was actual?
I'm telling you, I'm 70 years of age.
Yeah.
So when we went down to our grandparents' house, we had to go to an outhouse, which was off the house a ways, and the whole setup.
Oh, that's wild,
man.
Yeah.
But the one thing I truly remember was that there was a well
that in the house. That's a great story.
That might have
Thanks,
been the
Paul.
height of
Appreciate it.
Okay, their well is in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My grandparents didn't have a well in their house, but they had a sump pump that I was terrified of. It was in a corner of this dingy, musty, dark basement.
They've got a robot down there.
It would make noises, and it just looked imposing to me, and I seriously thought that it went to hell or something like that. That there were demons in there or something like that.
Like Amityville 3D has near the sump pump, there was a hole that went to hell.
You know what else my grandparents had? Down by the sump pump, they had a small set of shelves that they would keep emergency food there for whatever reason. It was all canned
right
stuff that had been there.
This is pre-prepper.
It was already ancient when I was a little kid, and it looked disgusting.
Yeah, of course.
And I wouldn't venture to that part of the basement too often.
Wow, that sounds like
It scared me.
Did they have the piece of furniture that terrified you, or was it your parents?
No, that was my parents.
Okay,
we had a chair that I was scared of. It looked like the evil Queens. It had a high back. It was black with gold trim on it. It had a really high. It was a decorative chair. And I used to think that Maleficent sat in that. Thing or something like
what
that.
if you came home one day and the sump pump was sitting in the chair?
I would have left my family. Kathy, on this list, it says the fancy for guests living room that was filled with plastic-covered furniture and you weren't allowed to play in.
Yeah, never got that.
And, there's a lot of pictures on this list, which I wish you guys could see, because there's one, it says these exact wooden and cork coasters in their dining or living room. And I'm going to show you a picture of these. And yes.
Yep.
Where you pulled them out of the little container that they lived in.
Yeah, it was like a little
folder.
Yeah.
I think it was like stacked poker chips.
Yeah.
On that furniture thing, with the covering in plastic, I never got a definitive answer. The Kostanowiczes, and I was friends with Randy up the block, his entire living room everything was sealed, hermetically sealed in plastic. But I never asked the question, is the end result just to preserve the looks of the furniture?
I think it is.
But I mean, was there ever a hybrid where you could take them off if you wanted to sit on them? It seemed like going against purposes to sit on cold plastic.
Yeah, I don't know, but it was maybe for a formal event, like
Possibly.
they would unzip the plastic and let if they were going to have several people in the parlor or whatever it is. Kathy, I remember because you were the one that brought it up. I remember some friends who not only had the plastic on their furniture, but they had a runner.
The runner.
Oh, yes, plastic covers.
Yes.
I've never seen anything like that.
Oh my God. So that wasn't my grandparents' house. My grandparents didn't have the plastic covered furniture. It was my piano teacher. And everything in the room where I guess she would have her clients come and she would teach piano, everything was covered in plastic. And the runner went from the front door and you had to walk on it
into the kitchen?
Into the living room. And then you had to walk through the living room to the piano. There was another runner. Like she basically didn't want anyone's dirt anywhere in her house.
And the runner was plastic covered.
Plastic.
Yep.
Wow.
So we actually did not have any of our furniture covered in the plastic, but we did have a runner that came from the front door to the kitchen, to the tiled kitchen floor, and that was, you had to stay on that. That was the thing. So
But
you're
was
like,
it plastic?
It was plastic.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
All right, we're going to things you find at your grandmother's house or maybe stuff that you played with at your grandparents' house as well. I'm going to go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Okay.
Joe, you're on the air, buddy. What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's going on, my man?
Hey, thank you for having me on. It's the first time I ever called you. Listen, I'll try to preface this really quick.
All right.
My mom was 36 when she had me.
Okay.
And we ended up living with my grandparents, so they were much older.
Okay.
And they were from Italy. And so they made and did everything. They even dug out their own basement. It's really wild.
Wow.
But what I remember most from my grandfather is he had an old-time cigarette rolling machine, which looked like two little horses, like a construction horse, with a piece of cloth that looped between, and you would put the paper in there, and he would put his tobacco in there, and you would spin the paper inside the cloth, and that would roll the cigarettes up.
That sounds pretty cool.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
That sounds pretty cool. I mean, it seems like a very old world way of rolling a cigarette.
Yes, it was really neat. I mean, the whole entire house, everything, you could eat off the whole entire yard. I'm serious. When they went to the store, the only thing they would buy is milk and meat, and that was it.
Milk and meat.
Yeah, they made, canned, pickle, did everything.
Wow.
So it was just a
Joe, did your grandfather teach you how to roll cigarettes?
Well, yes, he did. And as a cause of that, I ended up doing that an awful lot when I was in high school.
I bet.
He ended up. Do you remember the old credit card machines where you used to slide?
Yeah.
They had a cigarette roll machine that was like that. It was like the new one.
Like one motion across and it would roll it?
Yes, and would roll it out perfect.
I remember that unit. I remember they used to sell those in magazines. You'd see it in Preston. They'd be like in the back of like a Nash Lampoon. So it wasn't necessarily for tobacco, but it was a popular item. Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, isn't it? It's really the things you remember, from when you're young.
Oh, yeah. And what you had to do to entertain yourself. By the way, thank you, Joe. I appreciate the call. I had at my parents' house. My grandfather had a substantial. It's going up to 73 degrees today.
And that's not even the story to tell.
Dude,
tomorrow.
Yeah, 78.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. I mean, as far as Cardboard Classic goes, we made it just under the wire.
Dude, well, we had an entire day, and you pointed out, of rain leading up to it.
Yep.
This is the first time we've ever gone right from the Cardboard Classic and just days later down to spring training.
Yep.
It is a wild turnaround. We'll see how we are on the ass end of it.
I went snowboarding on Saturday morning with my husband, and every time I fell, it was in like a little puddle, and he just looked at me. He's like, spring skiing.
Yeah,
No, but we didn't have a jacket on, which was actually a really nice way.
Yeah.
It's a really nice way to fall because it's not as cold when you get up and you're soaking wet. But no, it's really great skiing out there.
Nice. All right, well, we have Bizarre File stories to get to right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, let's begin with the story out of Pennsylvania. It's Roaring Springs, Pennsylvania, wherever that is. A local fire department is asking drivers to be alert to farmers and farm equipment being on the roads after responding to a crash Monday morning. Friendship Fire Company of Roaring Springs was dispatched for a motor vehicle crash, and upon arrival, Chief 60 found 2 vehicles in the roadway that were involved with a manure pump that was pulled by a tractor at the time.
A manure pump.
Yeah, it was a manure spitter overturned on the Santa Ana. According to the fire company, the tractor and pump were rear-ended by a vehicle. This pushed the manure pump into the other lane, causing a second car to crash into that. No serious injuries were reported, but one person was taken to a local hospital. Friendship Fire addressed the motorists as winter is starting to come to an end, reminding people that they live in a rural farming community with tractors and equipment around all the time. Right now, many farmers are trying to get manure down before the ground gets too soft, and they asked motorists to be mindful of this, particularly in the morning hours. While no one was injured, they said that the farm equipment is very expensive to replace.
I poop my pants, so I have to wear a diaper to school.
Please slow down and keep your attention on the roadway. Do you have that? Thank you. So, Georgia's Hall County Sheriff, let's try this. Georgia's Hall County Sheriff, let's try it that way, was arrested for drunk driving his county SUV while allegedly under the influence of 4 Loko. The deputies that caught the sheriff were in the area already in order to revoke his SUV privileges, taking back the county car due to the sheriff's prior drinking issues.
Are there alcohol issues with 4 Loko?
It seems that
caffeine, right?
The top cop wanted one last cruise, however, and decided that he needed the combined stimulant and depressant of every frat bro's favorite beverage to start his day. This was at like 6 o'clock in the morning.
Holy hell.
Yeah, downed a bunch of 4 Locos and was driving. Alcoholism and addiction are, of course, complex issues, given that the Georgia deputies were aware enough of the sheriff's issues with alcohol to try and claw back his Tahoe. It seems that this goes further than your average cop slamming a few too many shots and trying to make his way home from the bar. This was at 6 a.m. Local residents are actually torn as to whether the sheriff should step down from his post, too.
It's alcohol. It's
Is it?
alcohol and caffeine for Locos.
Is that what it is? I did not know, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was a big deal that it hit you with like high volume alcohol as well.
I always
so.
thought it was like just a Red Bull kind of thing.
No, they had to change the recipe because it
Yep.
was so strong at the beginning.
A dog on Friday caused a mistrial in the criminal trial of a Dauphin County man accused of killing a dog owned by his neighbors at his hunting cabin. Judge Michael F. Salisbury declared the mistrial Friday after the courthouse therapy dog, a black lab, inadvertently got into the room where jurors were in the trial of Robert W. Wallish. They were gathering for their lunch break. So the man is charged with killing a neighbor's yellow mix lab in 2024 while staying at his cabin. The therapy dog named Clark was in the courthouse Friday with his probation office handler, and its leash was dropped, and it went into the jury room where it mingled with and was petted by jurors. Upon being told of what occurred, Salisbury called the defense attorney Sarah Marie Lockwood and District Attorney David Strauss into his chambers to discuss an issue of concern. After briefing Wallish, Lockwood moved for a mistrial. Strauss has asked for a polling of the jurors and suggested a curative instruction could avoid a mistrial. The mistrial means unless there is a plea agreement, there will be another trial with a new jury.
Was anyone distracted by that cutest little button nose?
Testimony was nearing an end of the trial. The prosecution rested in the morning, and Lockwood had only 2 more witnesses. Strauss indicated any rebuttal witnesses would be short. Wallace admitted in his testimony he shot the dog in the dark while checking his trail cameras. He went to check one of the cameras without a flashlight, but he had a rifle. He heard a growl. He turned and fired, but did not know what he had shot. He fell down, and when he got up, he realized it was a dog. He said, I felt terrible because it was dog. He estimated that he shot at a distance about 10 to 15 feet. He returned to the camp to calm down and try to figure out what to do next. He went back with a flashlight, confirmed it was a dog. He said, I felt awful. I love dogs. He got a garbage bag from the cabin, put the remains in it, placed it in the trunk of his car, and drove home. He said that he did not believe that he had done anything wrong shooting the dog, so moving it was not wrong. He realized while driving he had the dead dog in the car, so he said he left the remains in a field about 3 miles from his home. They were discovered the following day, and police were notified. Walsh admitted lying to state police when told them after the remains were found that he didn't know anything about a dog being shot. So
I don't know about that. That's the problem.
But because this courthouse therapy dog wandered into the jury room, they declared a mistrial.
Well, yes. I get why they came to that conclusion.
All right, how about this story out of Oahu, Hawaii? A 44-year-old man died after jumping from an apartment balcony as he was trying to evade police officers who were responding to a reported argument in Waipio Thursday afternoon. Around 3:40 p.m. at a residence, the suspect broke a mirrored glass door, injuring a 66-year-old man and threatening a 54-year-old woman with a shard of glass, and would not allow the pair to leave the room. As officers attempted to resolve the situation, the suspect fled by jumping from the balcony of the apartment building. Honolulu Emergency Medical Services said paramedics treated 3 patients. The suspect was taken in critical condition to a hospital where he was pronounced dead, by the way. The 66-year-old man suffered an arm injury. He was taken to the hospital in serious condition. A woman was treated for her injuries but declined to go to the hospital. They didn't say what floor it was on. I have no idea how high up he was.
Had to be a decent height.
HPD said they are investigating the case as a kidnapping, and anyone with information about the incident is urged to call 911.
Did you ever see the other guys?
I did not, no.
There's a scene in the beginning where the 2 super badass cops, Samuel L. Jackson and Dwayne Johnson, they're chasing a perp and they're up on the roof, Preston, and they're on a 8-story building.
Yeah.
And they look down and go, should we go for it? And they literally jump off and the camera follows them all the way down and they splat.
Oh, my God. Wow. Maybe what happened to this guy.
Yeah.
All right. That's it in the B file for you. We will take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. We'll tee up a lesson question. We'll get into some trash and music news as well, so make sure you stick around. I'll tell you about the Word of the Week prize when we come back, too. Stay with us. He was a carpenter. So it was, what he did on the side. So he had all kinds of tools and stuff back there. And I remember for a while, and I might have been 10 years old, I started playing with his jigsaw. Just finding pieces of wood and cutting it and just doing whatever. And I would play with that. That was my
some time.
toy. Yeah. But you had to find things to entertain yourself with if there wasn't something on television. Like I said, this is obviously pre-phones and actually a lot of pre-video game days. You just had to kind of root around and see what you could find to entertain yourself for a little bit.
The houses weren't set up for kids.
Yeah.
It was set up, you had the big clump of butterscotch by the front door, and there were the standards meant for very old people.
Or the strawberry candies. I remember just grabbing the snuffer, the candle snuffer, and walking around the house and putting out fake candles.
Right.
They weren't lit, but I would still put it out.
Yep. Here's a couple other things from this list, which are things you always find at your grandmother's house. An old coffee percolator that she only ever used for parties. Her recipe card library that's sat on the kitchen counter.
Oh, man. My Aunt Mary has one. Aunt Mary's still alive. I think she's 90 now. She lives in Willow Grove, and Preston, has an entire dresser drawer filled with recipe cards.
All right.
And at this point in our family, it's kind of like gold. It's stuff that she's been making for decades and decades and decades. I'd love to get my hand on them.
For Christmas a few years ago, my uncle copied my grandmother's recipes and laminated them and gave them to
what a great idea.
bunches. But then I saw one recently where you can somebody put it on a cutting board. So they had it
that's a great idea.
into a cutting board. Isn't that really sweet?
I like that.
My grandmother had given the family a book of her favorite sex positions.
Okay.
And it was really...
That's nice.
It was so nice. That's the way Gum Gum used to do it.
Oh my
She
God.
modeled the photos in there?
Absolutely, yeah.
Here's another one. A bowl of nuts that seemed to always have been the exact same ones, and you wondered if anyone ever ate them.
Yeah.
So there'd be like walnuts and Brazilian nuts and,
macadamia
pine nuts and all that stuff in there. No, I remember with nutcrackers. With
yes.
in there. Yeah.
Oh, there were nutcrackers at my grandmother's house. Absolutely.
My dad would eat them. It didn't matter how long they'd been there.
And he wouldn't even use a nutcracker, just bite into them.
Yeah.
Let's see. I will go to Jamie. Hey, Jamie, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, Jamie?
So my grandfather's favorite candy was a Fifth Avenue bar, and he used to keep a bowl of them in a china cabinet that had sliding glass doors. And it was nearly impossible to get those doors open without anyone realizing or hearing the glass doors clanging together. So I can remember standing there for 40 minutes, just trying to get one little Fifth Avenue bar out of the cabinet. But fast forward to my adulthood. I mean, my grandparents died when I was younger, but took my kids to the Ocean City Boardwalk. And, I had toddlers at the time, but let them go into the candy store, and there's everything under the rainbow there in the candy store. All the colorful lollipops, and they could pick anything. And my 2-year-old picked up a Fifth Avenue bar. And, they don't have very fancy wrappers, just a plain brown wrapper. But that was what he chose in the candy store. And it felt like my grandfather was there.
Oh, that's great.
My kids, he could have had anything, and he chose the Fifth Avenue bar.
I like that. Nice. All right. Thanks, Jamie. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Here's one that I remember doing when you were looking for things to do. At the parents' house, I'm going to go to EJ. Hi, EJ. Good morning.
Hey, guys.
Hey, what's up?
So actually, this is going all the way back to my great-grandmother's who had a row home in Kensington.
Okay.
And so her stairs were just at the right angle, and they were carpeted. So we would actually go, and it was always Sunday dinner. So actually, I had the cousins to play with, and we would go up to the top and actually slide down the stairs.
Yeah, you could on your butt.
Yeah.
you could slide all the way down the stairs.
Yeah, if you lifted your feet up a little bit and straightened your feet up, and you could just all the way down. Hours and hours and hours. But
I used to love doing that.
Yeah, but you reminded me. Actually, my grandfather had a woodworking shop in his basement. So when we would go over there, it was like Tool Central.
It's amazing how, and you'd be unattended. Yeah, I have a table saw in the basement. Go down and play with that.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, EJ. I appreciate it. Yeah, I would go through. God, man, I was a nosy kid. I remember going through the bathroom at my paternal grandmother's house, and just going into their closet where all this stuff was, and they just had, like 10 bars of soap in there for whatever reason, and extra things, and I would just. I told you when my dad would take me to, to his work for whatever reason, I'd spend the entire time in the supply closet. That was just fun for me.
Look at this.
Look at these staples.
Like tons of staples.
Or the staple remover.
Oh, yeah, you could put your finger on it.
Yeah. They were like, you can pretend it was a mouth or whatever, a little monster.
A little barracuda.
You can find stuff to play with.
Paperclip jewelry.
You do that too? Yeah, absolutely. Let me go to Terry. Hey, Terry, good morning. Hi, Terry. I'm sorry. There it is. What's up, Terry?
There we go. Hey, good morning. My grandparents had a corner store in their basement.
Okay.
And we could go down there and get anything we wanted.
What do you mean by a corner store? They did that like they were literally selling things, or you're just referring to it as a corner store?
No, they literally owned a corner store. The little Dagobah that you.
So they lived above it.
They lived above it, and they owned it, and they
lived on Dagobah
out of their home.
They were living where Yoda lives.
Bodega.
You said Dagobah.
I know, Dagobah, which is Yoda's home.
This is a story.
And we could literally go down there and get, candy and toys.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Deli meats right off the slicer.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
The lightsabers.
Learn the Force.
Your liver wish you do.
They had all of that stuff.
Yeah.
I think
I love that, man.
He missed this entirely.
Yeah.
No, he's just smart and he's just going forward.
He's not that smart.
Sorry.
He lived on Dagobah.
I got it. I'm a Star Wars fan, too.
See?
To have a store like that in your basement would have been like heaven. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
So, Terry, did they allow you to go down to just take the stuff you wanted and they'd take it out in inventory later on?
Yeah. The only thing we couldn't do is we couldn't actually slice the meats on the slices.
All right,
Probably
that
good.
makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense, Terry. You stay away from the deli cutter.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. But everything else would be great.
All right, thanks, Terry.
But everything else, I mean, they even let us ring up people on the register. You know?
I was wondering if they would let you guys do that.
Ring up customers, you will.
Oh, my God. All right, thanks,
Love
man.
it, man.
Appreciate it. Hang on. All right, sometimes you find something you don't want to find. I'm going to go to Gary. Hey, Gary, good morning.
Well, I had a feeling you guys would save me for one of the last ones.
All right. Yeah, do tell, Gary.
It is not Gary, but they didn't want to use anonymous, so I'm gonna go with Gary.
All right, fair enough.
So I'm in my 40s now. I officially stopped looking through Grandma and Grandpa's stuff around the age of 12. Every time we were over there, we decided to go searching, and I found some really cool things. We always had a contest who could find the coolest thing and share it with the other cousins.
Right.
And well, one day we were in one of the guest bedrooms. And of course, we're challenging. Wow, we got to go somewhere we've never gone. And so we pulled out all the dresser drawers, and we were going deep. And we noticed in the way back, because who doesn't look through their grandparents' photo album?
Sure, yeah.
So we found a photo album in the way back that we just never saw before. We're like, what is this? We open it up, and good old Grandma apparently had a nice X-rated photo session done.
Oh, my God.
Session.
Wow.
Ooh.
Like how? X? Triple X? What are we talking?
Not triple X, but I got to see where my daddy came from.
Oh my God!
Oh, my God.
All right, and was it in her younger years, Gary, or was it more grandma age?
years.
Was it like the deli meat at the bodega?
I would like to say that I was probably born at this point.
Okay.
Grandma
wow.
wasn't.
So she was
no
grandma.
matter what, even if Grandma was 20, I don't think I'd look at it the same. But yeah, and it was like, if you guys remember in the 80s, it was that blue, cloudy, black backdrop.
Yes. Yeah.
And they were so I don't know. I can only presume they were professionally done. But
Wow.
of course, put that back, and I lost that day, and I didn't find anything exciting. So,
All right. At what point did you say anything to anyone, or did you hold on to this forever, or did
I
you?
held on to this for many years, and finally, when I was basically an adult, and we were moving my grandparents from their home to a retirement community, my aunt's like, "Oh, we need help." I'm like, I got stuff to do. I'm good. And they're like, "Why are you not helping?" I'm like, "Look." And finally I told them. And basically they all said I was off my rocker. They're like, "My mom would never do this." Oh, I beg to differ. So fast forward to, God rest their souls, they both ended up passing within like a year of each other in the past few years. But so my aunt calls me up and says, "Hey, we need you to, we're getting rid of stuff. Go through stuff. We've got family albums." And of course I hear that and I start twitching. So I said, "Look," I am not going through any photo albums until you go through them first. So she said, "All right, fine. You're still being crazy. I can't believe you're not letting us go." Maybe a week goes by after they're cleaning stuff out. And all of a sudden I get the call. And she calls me up and says, "I want to apologize." And I said, What happened? She's like, "I found the photo album."
There you go.
Oh my God.
There you go.
So
It's everything that rocks. We will be getting away very shortly on Wednesday. When we're done with our show, we hit the road, and we're headed to FLA, Clearwater, Florida, for live broadcast. 2 of them. One of them from the ballpark, Phil's game that day. The next at Coco's Crush Bar. And we'll be joined by a whole group of people that are going on a trip with Philly Sports Trips.
I love it.
Hang out and just get ready. We're getting a taste of it now. We're getting a little taste of that warmer stuff. And usually, like you said last week, Steve, when we go to spring training, it's still in the 40s and low 50s here.
Yep.
Not this time around. It's going to be like 70-some odd degrees, 78 degrees tomorrow, which is insane. But nonetheless, maybe that'll put you in the baseball frame of mind, and we'll just bring a little bit of that to you.
Yes, of
while we're
course.
broadcasting.
That's what we
So,
want to do. It's the
looking
whole
forward-
thing. And again, I love how it becomes Little Philadelphia down there.
Yep. And we will be giving away while we're there our Word of the Week prize, which is a six-pack of pit tickets for the Barbecue. So first letter coming up in just a little while. But before any of that, let's get to our lesson question. We're going to give away a 4-pack to see a great movie. It is a screening of Project Hail Mary, Wednesday, March 18th. And this will be at the Regal King of Prussia, 7 p.m. So the question, we'll go back to the 6 o'clock hour. What gymnast move can I easily do? I can totally do it.
True.
610-660-9333. Let's see if you heard that and you know the answer. So what gymnastic move can I do? No problem. 610-660-9333. While you're calling in, we'll represent the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. Protect your home's HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems year-round with Comfort 360 from Horizon Services. It is just $19.99 a month. Join at horizonservices.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, 28-year-old reality star Harry Jowsey revealing he routinely gets Botox injections in his penis. Jowsey says it's the only way he knows to prevent his penis from getting crow's feet.
Wow.
Justin Bieber responding to aggressive paparazzi. You talked about this earlier, Preston. This was outside a Hollywood restaurant. He threw a bottle of water at them. Bieber then pointed a finger at the photog, screaming, "There's plenty more water where that came from." Goo! And finally, Dallas Cowboys star Dax Prescott and his fiancée Sarah Jane Ramos have called it quits after, in fact, just a month from their wedding. Apparently, Ramos refused to sign a prenup, which included an agreement to let Prescott, quote, bang lots of bitches. Hey. That's your track.
All righty. We shall see if we can get somebody who knows the answer to this question. What gymnastic move can I totally do? No problem. 610-660-9333. And let's see. First person in was Dan, so we'll go to him. Hi, Dan. Good morning to you, sir. All right, Dan, what gymnastic move can I totally do?
The Iron Cross.
Yes, it's the Iron Cross. Hang on. You got it right, and you, sir, are going to get to go to a screening of Project Hail Mary. We'll give you 4 tickets. Wednesday, March 18th, 7 p.m. at Regal King of Prussia. Science teacher Rylan Grace, played by Ryan Gosling, wakes up on a spaceship light years from home, and he must call on his scientific knowledge and unorthodox ideas to save everything on Earth from extinction, only in theaters, and that is March 20th. All right, music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I have got big balls.
Brought to you by A.D. Moyer. Trusted expert since 1939, A.D. Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. Visit them on the web at admoyer.com. So, Metallica have added 16 dates to their Life Burns Faster residency at the Sphere in Vegas. They'll be tripling the number of shows for the engagement, which begins this fall and now extends to 2027. As with the previously announced 8-show run, the new additions to Life Burns Faster will continue the no-repeat weekend tradition that began with the 2023 kickoff of the band's M72 World Tour. No songs repeated on each Thursday and Saturday. So we do have that pair of passes, that trip to give away via WMMR.com. Click on the contest page. You can get yourself registered and maybe get out there and see them perform in Vegas.
If you're a Metallica fan, that has to be a must-see experience, right?
Yes. All right, this is pretty cool because I'm an REM fan, and Michael Stipe joined actor Michael Shannon and indie rock veteran Jason Narducci on stage to perform REM's These Days and the Great Beyond at New York City's Brooklyn Steel on Saturday night, marking the first time the former REM frontman has played either song live in 18 years.
I've actually seen footage of Michael Shannon and his band. I mean, he's legit. Seems to me, yeah.
I follow REM, their official site or their official Instagram page, and a lot of videos have come up of Michael Shannon and this tribute act, and they're great. He and Narducci are currently touring the United States on an REM tribute run celebration of the 40th anniversary of Life's Rich Pageant. When he stepped on stage, Michael Stipe, the crowd went bonkers. Stipe grabbed the microphone, made a joke, and spoke about how meaningful it was to hear others take on the song, saying, "You can't imagine how insane it is to hear these songs performed by people so talented." He said, "I've always been right in the middle of the songs. To hear them is really effing surreal."
I have to imagine it's a dream of most artists to have General Zod sing your music.
Stipe previously joined Shannon and Narducci at the 40 Watt Club in Athens in 2024. At the time, he didn't sing, but he did appear with the rest of with stops in Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Chicago, Minneapolis, and Bloomington. Art Alexakis went public with his multiple sclerosis diagnosis in 2016, and 10 years later, the Everclear frontman has given an update on his condition, and the news is good.
Good.
Which is great to hear because he'll be playing at MMRBQ. He said, everything gets a little bit harder with MS. He's 63 years old, by the way. He said, but I do celebrate the fact that I still can do the things I do in a large part because of my treatment. Alexakis utilizes what's called immunomodulator. It's spelled Tysabri.
That's a tough one.
Or Tysabari. Immunomodulators are medicines that change your immune system so it works more effectively. And this medication is an intravenous monthly infusion that treats certain relapsing forms of multiple sclerosis. This chronic autoimmune disease attacks the protective myelin sheath covering your nerves. He said the treatment doesn't shut down my immune system. Rather, it blocks the white blood cells in the platelets that carry the disease to my brain and spine. While the treatment isn't a cure, it keeps Art's MS in check. He said it's not progressing, or if it is progressing, it's minute. I feel like there's hope because I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing, even with the MS, along with some other physical issues I'm dealing with. I'm a blessed man.
That's pretty amazing that they're able to keep it in check like that, if that's in fact what's going on.
He revealed his diagnosis in 2016, and this year might see actually the first new Everclear album since 2015's Black is the New Black. In a 2025 interview,
Don't worry, Realtor Ty's calling me right now.
Gotcha. Alexakis said that he has
we got an offer on the ranch house.
6 songs pretty much done, with hopes to release the album in 2026. And then one last story. The band Dogstar.
Dogstar, Keanu Reeves.
Has announced a new album, though, that's a different
that's
thing.
an adult film site.
All In Now is what it's called. It's out May 29th. They've also shared the album's title track and mapped out a 2026 North American tour taking place this summer. Of course, the band is comprised of Keanu Reeves on bass, guitarist and vocalist Brett Damrose, and drummer Robert Mailhouse.
If you like rock, you're going to like Dogstar.
Helmed their 4th album, All In Now, with producer Nick Lanay, and will release a project via their own label, Dillon Street Records. It follows their 2023 effort, Somewhere Between the Power Lines and Palm Trees, which served as Dogstar's first new album in 23 years upon its release.
Wasn't that point in time a little while ago, Case, where they were coming through on their first, when they had just rejoined to perform?
Yeah, I
and
want to play. They played like City Winery or something like that.
We had a shot at getting Keanu.
Yeah, possibly.
Let's see.
Well, this time around, they'll kick off their summer shows with a pair of California concerts May 28th, 29th, after which they'll head to the UK and Europe for a large run of festival dates and headlining shows, and they'll kick off their North American tour August 1st, and they will be in the fine city of brotherly love at Union Transfer on August 12th. So
could be another shot. Casey, sent him the Wolfgang Puck interview.
I'm going to send that right now.
See if that might impress him. So I would love to have Keanu on. So we'll see if that ends up happening. And that is what I have in music news for you this morning. Taking our final break. Coming back in a moment. Getting the letter today, word of the week from Matt Cord. And then we'll move out your way. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
I had to ask. I'm like, what did you do with it? And I'm like, did you look through it? She's like, I had to. It was like a train wreck. And she said it went into our backyard, fire pit. She's like, no one will ever find them. They are gone with her dog.
Hey, let me ask you, Gary, do you guys get a group rate on therapy, or?
I don't know, but I'll tell you one thing, Steve. Talking about this is literally like I'm cringing right now.
Oh, dude, I told you. I saw my grandmother topless, Flagler Beach, Florida. It lives with you. Yeah, it's nothing you can ever forget. So my heart goes out to you.
Wow. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right. Good luck with that, Gary. Wow.
Imagine that.
No.
Grandma, shoot.
And I guess they had to destroy it. I mean, she was gone,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Would you save it, Kathy?
She'd save one picture.
No, I mean, well, like
For the photo album, the family photo
I
album.
guess what the hell do you want naked pictures of grandma for? I don't know.
What if you find
We
out
have
that
no-
your relative, as you're going through things, is actually that large African American gentleman sitting on the edge of the bed? in the heat?
Seriously,
Yeah,
seriously.
that's it.
See, we don't have very many pictures. Like, my mom was never good at taking pictures, saving pictures.
Likewise.
I told the story before, but she like destroyed all my dad's pictures of like with other, girlfriends that he had. He was engaged before, and I always wanted to see like, what they look
Yeah.
like. And he's like, "Oh, your mom made me get rid of them." So I keep so many pictures.
Yeah, we've got loads of family photos from back in the day, and I love going back and looking at them.
That's why you are more inclined to do photo albums and
Yeah, I do it.
presentations and wall. It's in your blood.
Yeah, because I always enjoyed it.
Right.
It was one of the things. My mom had this big canister of just a hodgepodge of photos.
Yeah.
Right.
And every now and then, every once in a great while, we'd take them out and we'd throw them out on the floor and we'd start going through. They weren't arranged in any particular
Right.
way. And have a blast going through those. So yeah, my sister always kept photo albums. So I did that. Yeah, I mean, I don't really do it anymore. You can easily create them.
Sure.
Through
Now-
laptops and programs.
Where it's easier than ever to do it, you do it less.
Yeah.
Because it's just always sitting there.
Yeah, but I think I should do some physical books, and you just
Right.
kind of set them out and have them there, and they're kind of fun to go through from time to time. We still got time for a couple of more. Let me go. Yeah, let me go with these are things you found at your grandparents' house or would play with at your grandparents' house. I'm going to go to Sean. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, dude. What's up?
So in addition to the story I wanted to share, I think my grandfather may have been that photographer.
Oh, no.
All right.
No. Total joke.
All
Thoughts
right.
and prayers, though, Gary. My brother and I used to love the chairlift on my grandfather's stairs.
Dude, I
in
wanted.
Cheltenham. And he would not love when we would race it up and down the stairs. He also did not like when we would commandeer the remote control, so that when he would get like 75% of the way up, we would have him go back down and jostle him up and down a bit.
Sean, I kid you not. One year I remember asking Santa Claus for one of those chairs. I'm a kid, but it just looked like so much fun. Obviously, it's not fun if you're 90 and can barely get up one step. But what was so you would have the remote. Your grandfather would be going up the steps, and you'd be able to take control of it and start lowering it and F with him a bit.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because the remote would I guess supersede the little lever on the chair in case something went wrong. He'd be inching up to the top to go to the bathroom or something, and we'd have him going back down. And then
I always wanted.
something I
So
would always remember.
Sean,
thanks, man.
I always think, and Preston, I think of the ones that would go up and then curve, like in the movie Gremlins.
Yeah.
So it goes up the steps and then it curves and then launches the granny out the window.
Yep.
My grandparents had a lot of furniture that was another item. So they had like a big credenza that was actually a radio when you'd open up the top.
The TV in the cabinet was a standard.
They also had a table that was a craps table. And
Yeah.
these all took me years to find out. So
You had a craps table at home?
yeah.
That's
yeah.
awesome.
It was a craps table, but it was like covered in like bric-a-brac and tchotchkes
Did
and
you
all
say
sorts
your
of little things.
the chopping block in your kitchen was also a Sibian?
Yes.
Oh yeah, another one of those is bumper pool.
Oh, yeah.
because you could put a top on it and it would become a table.
Sure.
I love bumper pool.
I hated bumper pool.
I loved it.
It took me way too long in life to find out. I opened up the lamp was on a table, so it was connected to the table. I
Right.
opened up the table bottom on one day, and there was a record player in there.
Okay.
And Abbey Road was sitting right there.
Oh, that's here's a couple more on this list of things you always found at Grandma's house. A decorative bowl of plastic grapes that she had for at least
Wax
25
fruit.
years. Yeah.
Wax fruit, a perennial.
Very dusty.
I
Yeah.
remember playing with the plastic grapes and pretending to eat them as well. Could have choked on one. How about a set of very outdated encyclopedias?
Oh my God, we had the encyclopedias.
Yeah, we did too. and I would go through them and find in the anatomy ones, they would have those the clear pages that you could fold like the muscle groups on top of the internal organs, on top of the
acetate,
bones.
yeah,
the acetate. That's it.
So my mother got us the full Funkin' Wagnall encyclopedia set through the supermarket that you'd go to. So you'd go and purchase, and they'd bring out a new letter every week. It was the worst. You'd lose letters. It was the most incomplete encyclopedia set ever.
Also, this says in her old telephone list finder sitting next to the phone. And Steve,
I remember those.
What did they call those? Was it like a Filofax or?
The Filofax is a similar. Yeah, in fact, that might be the name, Preston. But you'd have these little. Yes, that's that.
I have a picture of it right here. Yeah, it was.
You'd move an arrow down.
It was flat, and you would move this arrow down to the letter you want. And you'd hit the button, and it would pop open.
Yeah.
Right to that part of where the phone numbers were kept.
Yeah.
And I used to play with that thing.
I
all the
loved
time.
it. Yeah,
just because it would spring open. Let's see here. And the last thing it says the tin of Royal Dansk Danish butter cookies that never had cookies in it. It was filled with other stuff.
Yeah, several people were texting in that the sewing supplies ended up in those.
Sewing.
And that's what this photo is.
There
like
we go.
all the threads and needles and all
By
that
the way,
stuff.
I love those Royal Dansk.
They are good
butter
cookies.
Too.
They're so
they're butter
damn
cookies.
good.
Yes.
They're really good.
Wait,
Do they
were
still
they-
exist?
Yeah,
they
they do.
do.
We
Yeah,
should probably get some.
they're excellent.
Were they all the same flavor?
No.
They were different flavors,
Yes.
right? Now that I'm looking at them.
I think they were all butter cookies, different shapes. Some of them had sugar on them. Some of them didn't.
Some had chocolate swirled into them. Yes.
Some of them had like little fruit inserts and things like that.
But they were all super healthy.
Yeah. Oh, here's another one: a cozy Afghan blanket.
Oh, yeah.
That smelled just like her house. Yeah, and my one of my actually both of my grandmothers were quilters. So there were quilts all over the place as well. So yeah, these are it's interesting, and I'm wondering what it's like now if kids in our era, in this era, even need to root around through stuff and find things
This
to
is
play
my
with.
grandmother's zip drive.
Yeah, exactly, because you've got plenty of options of things to either watch or play with, handheld devices that you just give the kid the phone and they can play, with apps and phones like that. I wonder if they still go through drawers and go through closets and find things to entertain themselves with.
They can find grandma's naked pictures online now.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
They're there.
Let's go to Pornhub.
PrestonandSteve.com.
Digital is forever. Yeah.
Grandma's on OnlyFans.
There was one time at Keenan's.
Yeah. Billy's hottest, one or the other, something or the other.
Why
All
did your hair never grow in right, Grandma?
All right. Well, thank you for your calls. We do appreciate it. Speaking of Keenan's, it's back on, folks. We made the announcement last week. Scott Keenan, to reveal the information. So the date is Friday, May 27th. 93.3 WMMR Jets. Wrapping it up musically for us on this Monday morning, Preston and Steve program. 73 degrees, our high temperature today. And more importantly, sunshine. Actually getting rays of sun and seeing the brightness in the blue sky makes a world of difference.
You forget how many days we went without seeing the sun.
Yeah.
But we were comforted by the fact that it was brutally cold.
That was such a comfort.
Yeah.
But it's perfect today. Tomorrow's high 78.
I know.
Wednesday, 76 degrees. And then we're going to be settling in a little bit more normal because Thursday is going to be like 58 high. Friday, the high is 48.
I'll take that.
That's okay.
We were at -7 and 8.
Yeah, most definitely.
Suck it.
Thank you to our guests. We had Otter, Tim Mattheson of Animal House fame on the program, actually talking about his show on Netflix called Virgin River. 7 seasons, by the way. Plenty for you to binge if you have not checked that out yet. And he's got a memoir called Damn Glad to Meet You, My 7 Decades in the Hollywood Trenches. So that is the paperback's coming out on June 2nd for that. He was great to talk to. And so was Wolfgang Puck.
Yes.
Oscars week and the governor's ball, and he makes a meal for 1,500 people. Who's been doing it for 32 years.
It's as legendary as the Oscars itself. I mean, that is the event you want to go to.
So a nice little chat with him. And then Matt Cord made it back.
Yay!
From the mountain.
What a fun time.
Wasn't that great?
I haven't been there since, like I said, 2008, 2009. So the way you guys do it, the mechanics that you do it, I was blown away.
Oh, yeah?
Pretty wild, isn't it?
Such a great job. I've heard it on the radio, but to see it in person, like you, Preston, and Steve down at the bottom, and Marissa jogging all these little notes, and then Brent's over on the side doing music for every one of the 100 sleds, and I guess Casey and Ryan are up, and you got walkie-talkies, and it's just... Because I remember in 2007, it was kind of like, here comes something. What is that?
Yeah.
Is that I'm not sure.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah. I mean, you guys, it should be a national event. I really no. It should.
I
Like
agree.
I've seen that Red Bell thing they do where they have the planes take off the ramps and like this is way better.
The Flugtag.
Yeah, this some local or some national cable company should grab it and. Because it's just so, and it's hard to describe to people if they haven't seen it or if they don't know, can't get pictures or.
You're exactly right. And no matter how many times you do explain it, eventually when the people you're trying to entice to come up eventually come up, they're like, oh, I had no idea.
Yeah.
Oh, we're watching the video recap of it. It's so
and
good.
the crashes, and then the I think it was 2 or 3 sleds went all the way through the barriers.
Yes.
Like the one sled, the guy's like, we're in the lodge. We're in the lodge.
Man, it was a good time.
I'm only regretted I didn't go down on a sled. So
next year. We can arrange that next year for sure.
My knee's shot, and every time I walked in the snow there on the Friday, I couldn't. It was hurting.
Well,
yeah, it was like.
Wouldn't you love to careen into a brick wall on a huge
Yeah,
sled?
I know. But I'm glad Brett Robert was there.
Yeah.
I think he went down on the final sled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he came and we talked on the air. He had the peace sign with him.
That's awesome.
We were looking at the perfect manicured nails. I'm like, that's definitely your uncle.
Yeah.
And then
There were
told
a lot
the
of
story.
great Pierre tributes throughout the day.
And the partying, like that whole lounge. What was it called? Slocum
Hollow?
Yeah.
Slocum Hollow.
Yeah, that's out of hand. People are just drinking from the get. Like,
yeah, this is the first year we've kind of opened up the doors to that.
Yeah.
And we just kind of let people find their way in, and we had a great time.
but they're
with
there
that
to
crowd.
see you guys. They're there to have a party, and not many of them are skiing.
No.
And then we tell people that for that part of the event where you're coming up, the Cardboard Classic and the show afterwards with the M80s, that's all free.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can come up and some people apparently did heed our advice in the morning and just kind of last second said, I'm going to go up.
Yeah.
And made it up, no problem.
Yeah, Matt took a couple runs early, and I was like, "Oh, was it busy out there?" He was like, "No."
Yeah.
Everyone's just there for Cardboard Classic.
Yeah, and the tailgating. I felt like I was at the Eagles game when I got there. I was just like you couldn't park, and someone's, when people tailgate and they have that's a spot, but you dare not want to take it because I was like, all right, I'll park over here. I'll park over there.
How late did you end up staying?
I
knew you did the show, but did you?
I
you
left
hang
on
around?
Friday. Yeah. Afterwards.
Okay, all right. Wasn't sure.
My knee was shot, and I was kind of hungover from Thursday night.
Friday night,
Thursday
Or
night.
Thursday night.
Yeah.
That was a good time. Did you end up in the?
Matt was telling me what kind of beers to get.
Did you end up in the little hotel soiree that was taking place?
I was
out in the
walking
lobby?
by, and
Yeah.
Jim had, where are you going? Get in here! And that was a party in there too.
Yeah.
I forgot how this station rolls.
By the way,
and I was at the party at the lounge. I'm like, well, Preston's still here, so I can't leave.
I'm checking in and I hear at least a couple people go, oh, yeah, they still have the free ice cream. And I'm like, what? Free
Yeah,
ice
dude.
Where?
There was a case of ice cream, and it was complimentary if you were staying there. It was right across from the front desk.
Oh.
They told me that because when I was checking in, they were like, do you want us to tell us about the amenities? And I go, well, are there any amenities? She goes, it's a free ice cream. I go, you have my attention. What?
It was like the biggest thing. It was like free
I
ice
didn't
cream.
know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Next year.
Yeah.
More ice cream.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And it's another thing. It's got to be, who are the judges? Is it Chuck and?
Well, we were kind of keeping it quiet.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's the toughest job.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. That's
But
why
you guys have created such a fraternity with all these sled makers that they don't care. Like, it's like a brethren. Like, all right, I kind of wanted to win, but I'm glad Scott won. I'm glad Mike won. Like, it's unreal how they're all like super good friends.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. And you'll be a veteran in no time as well. So,
and the broadcasting part, like, hey, can I go outside? Yeah, just go out. There's the guy over there.
Junior's great. Yeah,
it wasn't like, where's the Marty pack? No one could hear you.
No.
Are you back there? You're like, it's flawless.
Yeah, Junior from Bowder Audio does an amazing job. He handles our Camp Out for Hunger as well, and he's just like Johnny on the spot. You need it, they'll get it for you.
And I never
It's like
had
Rodney.
a Pacifico beer until Friday. And
Really?
That's like going to be my summertime beer.
That's my favorite beer.
Oh my gosh, it's
great,
good.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks to them and Screwball and Dungan and Dietza Watson and Comcast and Montage. And we had a lot of, what's that? Yeah, Pro Team Collision. We had a lot of really close sponsors for the event. I think it was one of the best ones we've ever had.
And yes, if not the best.
Yep.
Amazing.
Yep. All right, Matt, let's get the letter.
Yes.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show has been brought to you today by the letter.
Wait, is this 5?
5.
It's 5. Oh, because you're in Clearwater. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. P as in Pantera.
All right. And we got a 6-pack of pit tickets for the MMRBQ 2026, Saturday, May 9th, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, and Godsmack, Alice Cooper, the Hooters, Everclear, and many more. Preston Steve Show, side stage, live band karaoke, all that good stuff. Tickets now at Ticketmaster for just $35. What is happening on the show today?
All right, so our female block today is going to be Alanis Morissette.
All right.
Yeah, you could play that whole...
Jagged Little Pill?
The whole record, right?
Yeah.
Also, a block of Jay Giles. It was Peter Wolf's birthday on Saturday, and Cheap Trick block, and Pierre's vinyl cut today. Remember this band, Filter?
I do.
Yeah.
A big Filter fan.
Hey, man, nice shot.
Yeah.
Richard Patrick. It's
a great song.
The song they wrote
Robert
about...
Patrick's brother.
They wrote about Bud Dwyer.
Yeah. True. That's true.
If you don't know who Bud Dwyer is, Google it. And,
Yeah.
You can
watch the video.
If you're sensitive, don't Google it.
Yeah. All right. Well, I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show today brought to you by Duncan. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Tomorrow, Tuesday morning, we'll have Orlando Jones on the program. And we'll be inching closer and closer to our trip to Florida. So we'll maybe have some things to say about that. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day in the morning. And we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.